Angelos is not there now.
Angelos is there.
Angelos is there.
¿Vas a presentar tú primero?
Sí.
Vale, pues aquí tienes.
Gracias.
Gracias, Melissa, por venir. Muy bien, ¿y tú?
Sí, dale.
Gracias por leer y todo el trabajo. Cuando quieres, ¿eh?
Okay, good morning. Thanks for coming early, showing up. I think I scared people by saying it's gonna be full, but I don't think anyone appears at 9:30. But that's good. You got your seat in case people appear. So my name is Georgios Kalis. I'm a professor here at ICTA. I'm saying that because I see many faces from the masters outside, but unfortunately I didn't teach this year. So part of the idea of organizing this event is also for you to get to know a little bit about the research on a
Open.
Yeah, part of the idea is for you also to get a little bit to know about the research, because the other masters with students are here, the masters in political ecology, I think more or less they got some classes at least from the people who will present here. And also the idea is for you, for the two masters to meet. So we'll see how this can happen. A lot for some volunteers to introduce people one to the other before the coffee break.
Giorgio,
Yeah.
sorry, I can't hear anything
God is speaking.
for some reason.
Yes, God. Yeah, yes. Okay. Now that's Angelos who is going to give a second presentation via Zoom. So the idea today of this workshop is a little bit to give you an idea, to give you a taste of the research, of the latest research on degrowth that we are developing here at ICTA, and ICTA and family, let's say, because some of the people presenting today are no longer at ICTA, but they used to be at ICTA and they are at other universities in Barcelona. And they are members of Research and Degrowth, which is an association and collective we have set up since 2010, which is to do outreach of our research that we develop here on degrowth. If you are more interested about research and degrowth, you can talk to me, or to who else can they talk?
To the
Can
speakers.
you raise your hands to the speakers, to Xenia, Marula, maybe? You can talk to them. Giacomo, who is somewhere here. So you can talk and ask us, but it's an association where if you live in Barcelona and you want to volunteer on issues around the growth, we would be very happy to welcome you. So without much more as an introduction, let's say we're going to start with session 1, 10 minutes late. The first session is let's say general contribution. We call it Theoretical Advances in Degrowth. It's 2 papers. The first by Federico De Maria, who's a professor at, who's a lecturer professor at UB and member of R&D, and also a long member of ICTA for years here. He did his PhD and his postdoc at ICTA. Then it's going to be Angelos Varvarousis, who is a postdoc here at ICTA-UAB, and then Giacomo D'Alisa, who is a postdoc at the University of Coimbra and soon to also be a postdoc here at ICTA-UAB and also a long member of our group. So the idea, the first 3 presentations are general theoretical and research advances in degrowth. The first 2 are summaries of special journal issues, which means collection of articles in 2 journals. The presentation by Federico and by Angelos. So they are giving you the overview of bigger research projects. It's not like a specific research project that they're going to be presenting on. And the third one by Giacomo D'Alisa is a presentation of a paper that I wrote together with him. Giacomo was the first author and the one who initiated this paper. And it's an effort to theorize, to revisit the theory of the state within the community of degrowth. Those of us who write about degrowth, how do we understand the state? What is it? How does it work? How it can be changed, etc. So 3 presentations, the first 2 of bigger research projects. The third one is a conceptual theoretical paper, but specific on the topic, okay? So we're gonna start with Federico. We're gonna have 20 minutes. I'm gonna be keeping the time, and I'm gonna do this thing that you put an alarm and at 20 minutes it rings. So I'm not the bad one, but it's my phone. I'm gonna tell you when you have 5 minutes. Is that okay? Or 5 now? Yeah. Okay, Federico said he needs less than 20, so it's not.
One is always optimistic, and then okay. Good morning, everyone. Obviously, Yorgos put me first because I don't mind waking up early. I expected the room to be empty, but I knew it was being recorded, so I didn't really mind. I'm presenting these special issues, which is a follow-up from a previous project we did from a book which is called Pluriverse. So we think there is a long history of thought saying there is something problematic with development. Development is unsustainable, and sustainable development is not enough. So we, the people involved in this line of thought, think that we should be looking for alternatives to development. And in a book called Pluriverse, we collected 100 of these alternatives from all over the world. It was interesting, it is interesting, but we didn't go into the details. So in this special issue, what we are trying to do, it's not switching slide, is to look into the issue of how can these alternatives to development flourish. So the special issue is composed by 12 case studies, which use ethnographic methods, and I'm gonna introduce them in a while. First of all, a little bit of theory just to start with. One, according, for example, to Arturo Escobar, could trace the history of the conceptualization of the idea of development, of economic development, from the start. And we would start from the 1940s and 50s with modernization theories. No, we need capital investment, we need technology, and so on for the countries to develop. This idea has been critiqued throughout the 20th century. For example, by Marxist theories, for instance, dependency theories in Latin America. And then this line of thought of which I've been very much influenced of, which we could call cultural critiques. The idea that the idea of development is a Western idea that has been imposed upon other countries, because different countries could find out different ways of developing, no, of flourishing. So this post-development is called school of thought, has been very much influential for degrowth, and together with political ecology is probably 2 of the main pillars. Now, one question here is whether we have entered into a 4th phase in which we are not only making critiques to development, but we are actively looking for alternatives to development. And this is where the special issue is actually located. So what is an alternative to development? Well, basically, we could say it's a transformative initiative which has 3 main characteristics. The aim to transform the structural roots of a problem. And this is different, for example, from sustainable development goals, in which you say there is poverty and we want to solve it, but they don't go into the detail of why do we have this problem, who is responsible for it. So it's difficult to try and solve it if you don't know where it's coming from. Second is it questions implicitly or explicitly the core assumptions of development. For example, growth, material progress, rationality, modernity, etc. Okay? Not all of them necessarily, but some of them. And third, it encompasses a radically different set of ethical principles and values, such as diversity, solidarity, the common, simplicity, etc. Okay? So from this idea, we traced a kind of research agenda, and this was from our call for papers. It never really ends up being what you wanted. When you do a call for papers for special issue, then what you get is different from what you expected. No? But this is what we were looking for, or this is what we had in mind. First, to keep thinking on what does it really mean, a transformative, an alternative to development. For example, I was thinking, is the plataforma of the afectados por la hipoteca an alternative to development or not? I think we could argue, but it's an open debate. Then what about the contradictions within and among alternatives? We think, for example, that degrowth is one of these alternatives, but there are many from all over the world. We don't want to impose degrowth upon other countries, but are they compatible among themselves? And here I think there is a contradiction in our book in which we are saying, because if you, there is a risk of relativism, no? If you say, oh, all alternatives are good, what about a non-nationalist, no? Who want to impose their word, they don't want to relate with others, no? So one way in which we get around this in the book is to set out, as I said before, a series of ethical principles and values, no? which we consider to be universal. But here there is a potential contradiction, because we are saying we are against the idea of sustainable development, one universe, one way of understanding the world and what we should be aspiring for. And we are saying we should be in favor of a pluriverse, of a diversity of alternatives. But when we define a set of universal principles to actually define those pluriverse. So we are using a universe to define a pluriverse. Anyway, and then we were interested also to look at the convergences and alliances among these alternatives, like World Social Forum and this kind of stuff. We were calling, we wanted people that were studying territorial experiences, so not small alternatives, but a bit in large territories, no, like Rojava or Chiapas, which could be contemporary or historical. We were also interested in municipal alternatives, like Marinaleda in Spain. If you don't have anything to do this summer, you can go and visit. Community and solidarity economies, intentional communities, eco-villages, etc. And then we were also interested to understand how in different society or community in the world define what a good life means. Because there is this idea that there should not be only one understanding of what a good life is, which is what the Sustainable Development Goals do. We also wanted to look at policy initiatives, which in the end we didn't really. We were interested also in the assessment of alternatives. If we are claiming that these alternatives to development are more sustainable, how do you actually assess it? With social metabolism or whatever, no? And last, a little bit more for anthropology, how to deal with the problems of differentiated population with different interests. You might have indigenous community who are in favor of mining in their territory for whatever reason. And also how to deal with the problem of, or trying to avoid essentializing cultural alternatives. This is just to give you some ideas we had in mind. How were we planning to address these issues? We wanted to move from the critique, for example, to development, and from the resistance on the ground to the development of alternatives. For compared to post-development, the cultural critiques to development, we wanted to move from discourse analysis and theoretical elaboration to more empirically grounded contribution, and in particular with ethnographies, which is what these papers do. So the hypothesis here is that with ethnographic methods, we could offer the possibility to understand how universalizing ideas meet with friction in context with other epistemologies. So the idea is that sustainable development is one dominant epistemology, and it meets with others, the one of the alternatives, and there are frictions. So we wanted to understand this friction because they constitute some kind of obstacles for these alternatives to flourish. Okay? So a central idea in our special issue is that what characterizes the project of development and then sustainable development is, in our understanding, capitalist modernity, okay? So this is from the Kurd intellectual and leader Abdullah Öcalan, a kind of key characteristics of this capitalist modernity. So individualism, unlimited wants, instrumental rationality. You can see that this is very much part of the growth society that degrowth criticizes, no? The commodification of human and non-human life, the rise of the moral and legal claims of the nation state on the individual, and the separation of humans and nature. We will learn more on the state from Giacomo. So then what we try to explore in the special issue is three frictions that these alternatives have with capitalist modernity. The first one is the state, how these alternatives actually relate to state institution. Second, the issue of the surplus, how do they distribute the surplus? Third, the issue of knowledge, no? Of knowledge production of sciences. Okay, and we think these three questions are central to what we think is an anti-capitalist pluriversal politics. So I'm going to review basically these three frictions and give some examples of the papers and then conclude. So the first one, the issue is collective decision making within these alternatives. So how do they take decision? And then second is how they actually defend their territorial autonomy, their alternative from transnational capital and from the state. And the big debate here we are trying to tackle is if and how they should engage with state institutions, okay? So I don't know if you are, the students from our master will be familiar, maybe not the other, but there is a classification of strategies for transformation by this author. And in particular, our special issue looks into the first one, what is called interstitial, no? So the idea of collective reproduction or anti-capitalist commoning of resources in relatively autonomous zones within existing dominant networks like the state. So the hypothesis here is that these autonomous zones, this municipal alternative or whatever, would expand, differentiate, self-organize, and connect with each other, not necessarily via policymakers. So it's very much anarchist kind of type, okay? This is not so much our special issue, at least, on what is called ruptural politics, like a single revolution, no, Soviet style, or what is called symbiotic politics, no, a gradual change at the policy level, which personally I'm also fine with, but it's not what we are tackling in this special issue. In terms of papers, you have three which tackle this issue. One is the money. Money is the central institution of capitalism, as you can imagine. So how we could have different money, local money, alternative currency, and so on in Chile. The second one is the issue of probably the largest eco-village in the world and one of the oldest, Oroville in the south of India, close to Pondicherry, which has gone through a process of flexible institutionalization. So getting closer to the Indian state, then the state tries to evict them, and then they fight back, etc. And then the third one, which Giacomo, I think, would like, is a project of commonism. So the idea of the commons and how this could be turned into ideological and political project. The issue of the surplus, for those who are not familiar, what we mean here is that for social reproduction in society, what we produce, there is always something that we produce beyond what we can consume, okay? And this can be used for maintenance or for ceremonial purposes. Jason can tell you more about this, but there have been traditional society, no, that were burning resources just as a ceremony, okay? So in capitalism, it happens the same. There is a surplus, but it's appropriated by the capitalist. So the question here is what to do with this surplus at the society level. And the debates are around the surpluses, the social relation, and economic growth. So in capitalism or in capitalist modernity, the surplus is appropriated by the dominant classes, no? So this leads to relations of exploitation and accumulation. So the questions that we try to address in the special issue are the following: how to escape these relations and exist within and against them. Second, how to organize social relation of production and reproduction differently. What are the friction posed by the capitalist organization of surplus, and in turn, what are the spaces of opportunity that might be found within it? And here we have different papers which look at relational values of care and solidarity in organizing surplus. The first paper is, for example, one on fair trade coffee trade. Sorry, that's difficult for me, between Chiapas and the US. The other is Solidarity Economy in Massachusetts by Black communities. The other is Peasant and Organizing Community in Tanzania, Haiti, and Iran. There is an interesting one on eco-villages in Mexico and how they're trying to redefine the concept of profitability and how to manage profit within the communities. There is the issue of scalability. No? When we talk of alternatives, they say, oh, they look nice and so on, but they're always small. How do we scale them up? This is what the Marxists would be critical of, like David Harvey, saying, oh, these are too small, they are irrelevant. No? And then last, it's a very interesting paper on access to credit in India for women that are from low caste or outcast, and how the self-help groups among them have been of any help. And then already the last one, the issue of knowledge or sciences. So here the idea is that there is a domination, what we could call the Euro-American colonial technoscience, which has been very actively developing diverse knowledge system around the world. So the idea that indigenous people suddenly are told your knowledge is worth nothing because the only thing that matters is Western technology, Western science, or Western medicines, okay? So what we are looking into, the special issue, is to non-colonial ontologies and epistemologies of the South, trying to give visibility to them. So what the papers basically try to do is some kind of epistemic justice for regenerating the pluriverse. So the idea here is that there are different sciences. In that sense, there is a world of sciences with multiple scientific and technological traditions. And these are opposed against the idea of Western modernity. And we draw here a lot from feminist and postcolonial technoscience projects. So in terms of paper, I think the first one is my favorite from the special issue by Gea Picardi and Stefania Barca, which builds on the tradition of matristic women's science in Rojava. And then there is a paper which looks into a indigenous community in Ecuador, which practice buen vivir, so we can look what this means in reality. And then there is one in which I've been involved on the idea of autonomous education in Chiapas. So this is pretty much it. So the special issue covers 12 case studies, which give us ideas on how to reimagine anti-capitalist past, present, and future. What is the idea here? The central idea is that there should not be only what we call one word, one way of understanding what a good life means and how we can achieve it, which is the dominant one, the hegemonic one by the West of sustainable development. We should be questioning it. For example, when I look at the Sustainable Development Goals, they look nice, in fact. Well, in fact, I'm from the West, and I'm white, and I'm a man, and I'm a professor. So to me, they look very fine. But then the problem, for example, is, well, there are many problems. One is when you got into the details. When you look at the target and indicator of each of them, this defines what they actually mean by poverty or hunger or gender equality. And this, I think, is problematic because there are many cultures in the world. No? And then, of course, we have in this whole workshop a specific problem with goal number 8, which is about decent work and sustained economic growth. I never understood why growth should be a goal or an objective. And most we could agree it's a mean to achieve something, but an objective in itself, I don't really understand. I'm now very much interested in looking into the negotiation behind the Sustainable Development Goals, like trying to understand how we reached here. And apparently, although I cannot claim it too strongly yet, but it seems that objective 8 should have been development, and the US pushed very much to put growth back into the text. So I think one of the interesting questions is, for example, to look at how development has evolved, no? Especially from the idea of sustainable development in the 80s and the one of sustainable development goals today. Is there any difference? I think it's more of the same. It has not significantly changed. But of course, the hegemonic narrative is that we are redefining development beyond just the focus on economic development because we are looking at a variety of objectives. But in the end, I think it's still the same. So here we are trying to question this narrative and to say that if we want to go beyond this, I think we have to look into this issue. One is what a good life means and probably accept the fact that there are different understandings of good lives, but not all of them are probably acceptable. So what should we do for that? Should we use universal criteria to say which one we like or not, or which one is part of the pluriverse we want? And second, of course, once we have defined what a good life is, how are we going to sustain it? From a perspective of care, for example, the feminists were arguing, or from an ecological perspective, no, in terms of resources. We might think that a good life is a Ferrari for all, but this ecologically is not sustainable. Okay. So this is more or less what our special issue tries to do. You can already find, if you type the title of the special issue in Google, the articles are already being published and they're going to come out all together in July. So thanks a lot.
So the way we're gonna do it is to have 3 presenters per session present, and then we're gonna have half an hour for discussion, which is gonna start with a comment by Melissa Garcia Lamarca, who's here with us. I'm gonna present her when she's gonna do the comment. So if you want to hold your questions or write down if you have any questions, and then you can ask at the end either a synthetic question, or you can say I want to ask Federico something, etc. I'm gonna try to have even questions for all speakers. We do Angelos now, right? So Angelos Barbarousis is a postdoc here, but right now he's in Greece, so he couldn't be here. But he's gonna present a special issue, again, a research project, a collection of other individual research projects on the question of cities, urban issues, and degrowth.
Unless you can share the screen with me.
Okay. So can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it very well. You have to share to do the full screen.
Is it full screen now?
Yeah, now it's full screen. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay. So may I start or not?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning for me too. And I'm sorry that I cannot be there. And I'm also sorry that the presentation is not very visually attractive, but I had passed through like some issues, family issues. And I mean, I didn't have so much inspiration for pictures. So it's like almost no pictures there. So this is the special issue that we are doing currently with Maria Kaika, Federico De Maria, and Hugh Martz. And in contrast to what Federico did before, I will not present the special issue per se for two reasons. First, because it is not yet published, like the papers are undergoing the revision process. So we do not know basically the exact number and titles of papers that will constitute the special issue. And the second is because I wanted to give you like a broader, to introduce you like in the broader idea of what does it mean to spatialize degrowth, which means that I'm combining in this presentation insights from the special issue itself, but also from my personal research that was also happening before and it's taking place now. So the special issue will be published in the Journal of Urban Studies. And in these presentations, what I will try to do is first, I will give you some theoretical remarks about space and place, and I will tell you why I think that they are important. The second thing is that I will try to guide you a little bit through the spatial dimension as it was up to now in the degrowth literature. Then we will discuss a little bit, but very briefly, why does growth shape our cities and how it is doing it. And we will end up with some policy, let's say, remarks and strategies about how to promote urban degrowth. So, as we all know, degrowth in general, like the degrowth literature, has its origin in the fields of ecological economics, philosophy, political science, development studies, perhaps more. Forgive me if I don't, if I left something out. But what is important is that what we call spatial politics have remained largely out of its focus, which has, I think, an important impact in this field, in how do we implement the growth in practice. Most importantly, what we couldn't understand so far, what we didn't pay attention so much, is what we call the mechanisms of the production of space, which basically means that in the broader urban studies theory and human geography theory, a space is not understood as a container, as like a material entity upon which social activity is taking place, but it is understood as an element that is formative of social relations. So it is both an output and like a formative of social relations. So in this sense, when we are talking about space and how it is being produced, etc., we are meaning something more than the physical dimensions, or like the man-made dimensions of space, like both inside and outside cities. So I will try a little bit to start with these theoretical remarks about space, place, mostly, and a little bit about territory. So here I have made a table. In the first column, it is like some elements that characterize space, and the second are some elements that characterize place, so that to understand a little bit what we are talking about. When we're talking about space, we're talking mostly about the physical dimensions at the first place, at least. So, I mean, how much it is, if it is plane, if it is hilly, etc., etc., etc. When we are talking about place, though, we are talking mostly about the cultural dimensions of this material entity, of this set of social relations. When we are talking about space, we're talking about, it is at the same time the most concrete and the most abstract concept. The most concrete because it refers to the physical dimensions, the most abstract because it refers to the social relations and its movability, flexibility, let's say. When we are talking about place, we are talking about an actual locus. So we cannot speak about place in general. When we're talking about place, we're talking specific, let's say city, village, or something like this. So space also refers to the state of ownership. We are talking about common space, private space, public space, and then we are talking about the ownership rights. And we are talking about place, we are talking about history and memory. When we are talking about space, we emphasize spatial, social, and economic relations in relational terms. So we try to understand what are the relations between the spatial, the social, and the economic. And when we are talking about place, we're talking about the same elements, but in more established terms. How these terms have been molded in a specific area. Again, the one emphasizes possibility, the other emphasizes identity, the outcome. One emphasizes the dynamics of its production, the other emphasizes the outcome of its production. The one is the substratum of all spatial concepts, and the other emphasizes affects. And to finish, space is better understood as a spatial practice, as a practice, basically, and place is defined by the social values that we attribute to it. And when we are talking about territory, and this is the final theoretical remark that I want to do, it's very similar to what we are talking about place. So this is basically a space with identity, but the main difference is that place is most related to affective values. Let's say that this place, when we're talking about a neighborhood, for instance, and we describe this neighborhood, it is almost certain that we will describe it as a place. But when we are talking about territory, we are talking about imposed values, something that is being imposed by the state or something like this. Let's say the Berlin Wall demarcates a territory, because at the same time that it designates different spaces, designates also different local conditions, social conditions, cultural conditions, etc. So these are like some differences. So all in all, when we are talking about spatial politics, what we are talking about is about the negotiations between these entities, the negotiations between and the flows between the social, the historical, the political. And when we are talking about this negotiation of these entities and flows, we're talking also on the individual and societal level, but also the historical and the day-by-day level. So these are like some primary theoretical remarks. So the problem is that we didn't discuss about all these things in the first years of the degrowth literature, of the degrowth research. And this had a profound impact in degrowth, because because we couldn't, of course, avoid to speak about the future degrowth spaces, but we were doing it in the form of spatial models, spatial utopias that look like degrowth, and not so much about spatial processes of transition. So that means that during the first part of the degrowth literature, when we were talking about degrowth spaces, we were either referring to eco-villages, we were either referring to urban villages, or like Latouche, who was taking the Mediterranean city as a spatial image of degrowth, like, emphasizing slow pace of life, family bonds, etc., etc. Or we were talking about slow towns, we were talking about urban squads, co-housing projects, things like this. So these were the spatial units, let's say, of degrowth at the first place. The special issue geographies of degrowth, which took place in 2019, it was very important at this point because it marked a transition basically from spatial models for degrowth towards spatial processes for degrowth. It didn't focus so much on policy, it didn't focus so much on how to, but in fact, what it did is that it analyzed multiscalar processes for degrowth and brought also a real experience of degrowth, like in multiple scales from different parts of the world. So after this, I think that it paved the path for thinking about degrowth spaces in different terms. On the other hand, there is a literature that is not coming from the degrowth scholarship, but is coming from the urban planning scholarship, which tried to do basically the opposite thing. From an urban planning perspective, to see what urban planning can learn from degrowth. So here we had some important contributions, the one coming by Jin Zhu, like in 2014, who basically argued against eco-villages. And she said, like, eco-villages and urbanization is not the way to go for degrowth. She favored the compact city model, et cetera, and a more top-down approach. Me and I and like an urban planner from Greece, Penny Koutrolikou, in 2008, at the context of the Oslo Triennale of Architecture, we proposed another 6 proposals for urban degrowth transformation. And another urban planner from the University of Amsterdam, Federico Savini, in 2021, made a very important effort to understand what binds urban planning to growth and how to overcome it. So basically, how growth shapes our cities. Of course, this is like a very big discussion that we will not unfold completely here, but I just wanted to give you like 12 major points about how the city has become what famously Harvey Moloch called the growth machine since 1976. So since 1970, and especially after the 90s, as we can see here, there is a neoliberalization of the planning mechanism, which means that urban planning is not so much interested anymore in improving the conditions of the people, but is mostly interested in profit making and cost reduction. So it is bounded to this neoliberal mechanism. Another process that is taking place is that cities are increasingly bound into what we call city branding, looking the city as like a product that should be advertised and gain prominence in the global competition. Urban space is being divided. This is a new process because, you know, the modern city, like as we know it in the 90s, 1920s, 30s, etc., was divided, you know, in very large areas of different, let's say, living schemes, one for production, one for living, one for consumption, etc. Now, in the new neoliberal city, let's say, urban space is being divided into very small specific zones of individualized consumption states that a Greek scholar, a Greek urbanist has called an archipelago of enclosures, which means that certain very small blocks within the city facilitate very specific forms of consumptions, and these are demarcated often with red zones and checkpoints, etc. There is also an increasing commercialization of public spaces and urban resources. There is we have urban development increasingly dependent on private funding, and there is also this process of specialization of the city to better compete at the global level. At the same time, there is like a regulation of rents and land values through funds and private investors that they create what we are calling an enforced scarcity in order to increase these things. And we have also a steep rise of indebtedness in mortgages, etc. A neoliberal city is also characterized by increasing displacements through gentrification processes, including green gentrifications, various forms of urban segregation. We are talking about both vertical in one building and also horizontal within the city's patchwork. And it is being characterized also by the touristification, museumification of the city centers, and also increases in land use per person that happens both because the households are being decreasing, but also because people, especially in the West, take up more and more space for the personal use. So we will end now with some final remarks about what we can do. In this special issue, we argue in favor of 5 steps about how to do degrowth, and I will complement this view with 4 different layers of urban degrowth transformation. The 5 steps that we are putting forward and that our papers try to cover are these 5 steps that I will present now to ground the current degrowth debates within the historical and geographical context. And I think that on this point, the paper that we wrote with Yorgos and will present in the last part will be also important about real existing degrowth. The second has to do with exploring the role of institutional policymakers that can play in linking degrowth agendas with large urbanization process. Here, we draw inspiration from the cases of Napoli, Bologna, and Barcelona to some extent, etc. We are trying to understand and examine how insurgent degrowth practices can be scaled up without being co-opted. We are trying to understand the neglected role of urban professionals, architects, designers, etc. In this process of linking the grassroots with broader urban and regional practices, and we try to understand and acknowledge the uneven social outcomes that such degrowth spatial practices can bring to the global north and the global south, but also to high and low income populations within the same regions. When we are talking about layers, on the other hand, we are not talking about the 5 steps that somehow can initiate this process, but it is more an analytical framework that I'm trying to develop recently, which means that how do we define, how do we split, how do we understand these different levels? And here, I think that it is interesting to see these levels like in first, like some broad ideological changes in planning. Second, the second level, some, I'm okay with time, or I will need like
3
another
minutes.
2
3 minutes.
Okay, this is what I need, thanks. So then we are talking about concrete changes in the planning mechanisms and objectives, a third level, more detail, some specific urban institutions, and the 4th level, some micro strategies of survival and flourishing within the local communities and commoning projects. So I think this is a set of ideas and policies that all together I think can make some difference. So when we're talking about broad ideological changes in planning, we're talking about moving from a planning strategy that is based on growth towards a planning that seeks habitability. Habitability here is understood as the property of the ecosystems to survive and flourish. So this is like a huge change in the ideology of planning. The second is to move from blueprint spatial designs that can be implemented basically in every city, and this is what is happening basically now to a very large extent. There are like we are inviting important architects to make spatial plans like for other cities, etc. I think this is not livable, and this is not what we need, towards a planning that focuses on molding everyday practice and human-nature relations, and move from incentive targets towards a planning that is based on absolute limits. Let me give like a very brief example here. It has to do a lot with the sustainable development goals here and how they work, because like these incentive targets creates, for instance, carbon neutral buildings that in fact they consume a lot of resources, etc. When we are talking about more concrete changes in the planning mechanism, we're talking about, for instance, avoid short-term master plans and create depth in new planning proposals, expand participatory design planning processes and involve more social categories in policy making, create a mechanism to link urban professionals and consultants to urban grassroots projects and replace the contemporary zoning with a mixed space approach in the cities, etc. Of course, we can have more. Here, it is only a very indicative list of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like specific urban degrowth institutions that can vary from reduced square meters per capita to a needed dimension, taxing non-use holiday flats, incentivizing home sharing through tax reforms, having a minimum percent of social housing, reduce long-distance trade, abolish or limited golden visa, etc., etc., etc. There are many things that we can do at the policy level, at the local level, to promote an urban degrowth. And fourth, and finally, and I'm finishing with this, is that we need to develop a series of tools and micro-strategies for survival and flourishing within the communities, because the commons and the sustenance of the commons are very important in order to somehow to promote an urban life that's not based on growth. So for strengthening the commons and having like degrowth planning are two things that go hand in hand in a way. This is all. So thank you very much.
So we are moving to the third and last presentation for this session. It's going to be Giacomo D'Alisa, who is a postdoc fellow at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Has also been for a long time at ICTA. He's coming back also next year. Giacomo is going to talk about the theory of the state and degrowth. So 20 minutes, in presentation 20 minutes, then we're going to have half an hour for discussion of all three presentations. YouTube broadcast works well, eh? No, I'm asking, yeah, it does. This goes definitely. Beep boop. Questo come la bandera. Se funziona. Non si muove però. ¿Pero por qué con esto? No. Porque ves, aquí y también esto, que solo puede ir adelante, ¿no? No, pero no se ve ahí. Ah, sí. Ok, vale, vale. Okay, good morning to everybody. It's interesting that I come after Angelos, because indeed I start to think about state intervention, looking at a specific case of
adaptation to climate change in my region. I'm from the south of Italy. And indeed, in that specific case, I was empirically showing that most of the time, public authorities and state rule our territory not against people, but with the people, okay, in favor of the people. And this is a bold statement that I want to do in order to start this discussion. Probably we will look at this after. I mean, Federico also introduced a lot of the concept. Well, just giving an overview. Probably we go in deep on some of them, but again, this is to show that the degrowther scholar looks at same things from different perspectives, but we complement each other with our research. So on this aspect, indeed, let's say that the part on transformation theory of change is what Federico was presenting before about different possibility of acting for the change. Then I will look at state hegemony common sense. This is something that will be specifically about this presentation and the theoretical framework that I use when I think about the state. And then, well, we will see some ideas of degrowth, practices, basically, and how these relate to policies. Okay. So ruptural. Basically, this is something that I would say that in most of the case in the degrowth scholarship is not discussed. Most of the case. Well, there are photos and you cannot see it. Perhaps we can do with the PDF. Let's see. No, no se ve en la foto. Entonces, abrimos otra vez. ¿Dónde está? Abrimos con esto. Y esto. ¿Cómo se llama? Esto, ¿no? No, no. Eso. Sí, la photo. So in terms of ruptural strategy, no? This is a Eric Colin Wright model of change that was introduced by Federico before, just to give you an idea. Well, now very recently, no, a very progressive kind of president, the hope of the left in the world, just declared the state of emergency against the Mapuche people. Okay, so Mapuche are the ruptural actor in that case, and Boric is already trying to stop a little bit this aggressive path, let's say. Okay, then we have another case that we know very much that start to be discussed in the pluriverse special section that Federico was presenting before, the Zapatistas, the Kurdish, but up to now there is not any degrowth scholar really supporting this kind of activity. So let's put aside this. It doesn't seem there is any revolutionary in the degrowth camp. So let's see what degrowthers are trying to do. So basically, in most of the case, also Federico was underlining this aspect. There are interesting, well, there is a large support of interstitial metamorphosis, it's called in the right jargon. Okay, so the wealth of grassroots initiative that very often is presented. Camasdeu is the specific case of Barcelona, with Claudio following online as one of the occupa of this space. And of course, the degrowth lab at Candegrèche could be another example of these interstitial degrowth practices. But at the same time, we have seen that there is a large production about policies, no? Who locus, of course, is political authorities at different scales. Example of this would be the co-housing policies that Barcelona is pushing forward to increase the social housing in the city, or for example the indicators that Bhutan national government decide to use, or the promise that New Zealand is going to be 100% renewable in 2030. Okay, so these are the kind of policies that will be defined again in the right jargon as symbiotic metamorphosis. So changes that try to co-evolve with the state process, political arena evolution. And these two aspects that, as I showed, are both characterizing part of the literature in degrowth, the interstitial and the symbiotic, somehow need to be, well, there was a paper in 2017 from Cosme et al., some other colleagues of the degrowth camp, saying that it seems that there is a contradiction, because there is a lot of emphasis on these self-organized activities. There is also a lot of emphasis on these, let's say, anarchistic practices that is discussed and promoted by degrowth scholarship. But then at the same time, there were a lot of emphasis also on the policies. So it seems that this was a contradiction. Okay, so I was trying to think of this paradox, and this is how I ended up to use the theory of state of Gramsci. Okay, and of course, not all the Gramscian framework, but just two very specific conceptual tool that Gramsci have been developing a lot. One is hegemony, and the other one is about common senses at plural, and we will see why. So just to have a clear definition that Gramsci offered with some let's say problematic process through the concept of hegemony, the concept of common sense that was used in Marxist literature. Of course, one of the most important influence in Marxist literature, and then also I would say in the common parlance of about hegemony, is Lenin. Okay, and this is why hegemony is very much associated with the idea of domination. Gramsci was trying to transform very much this concept, building on the Lenin discussion on it. Well, it was not able to be hegemonic, I would say, because I think in the mindset of the people, still hegemony is associated with domination, but for Gramsci it's not. Okay, Lenin was stronger than Gramsci. well, he was head of a state. Gramsci was in prison, so it was much more complicated for Antonio. In this, it's also very important to understand that in the hegemony conceptualization, Gramsci, common sense is very central, okay? And so common sense for him was this shared frame through which subject makes sense of their world, okay? This is, and Gramsci, using this definition, historicize, relativize, operationalize the notion of common sense, okay? Because what is trying to underline is that common sense change, and also very importantly that in each person, in each community, in each society, there are several common senses that are also in contradiction to each other, okay? This is very important because what happened in the process of hegemony, according to Gramsci, is that the upplay of a specific common sense and the downplay of other common sense is critical to understand how the hegemony works, okay? So the fact that we embody as a human several contradictory common senses is also the leverage for us to change. And this is the same for community, this is the same for society. So in this sense, hegemony becomes in the theoretical under the theoretical framework of Gramsci. Well, this is my interpretation. I mean, Gramscian scholars, probably some of them will disagree. So this is my reading of the Gramsci conceptual framework related to hegemony and common senses. So it's a particular articulation and prioritization of some common senses to the detriment of others. So in this sense, this is why we argue that then the interesting issue is to understand the hierarchy between these common senses and how these different articulation make the ordering of a common sense a counter-hegemonic project or a conformist project to the actual and current hegemony. Okay, in this sense also it's operationalized, is operationalizing the concept of hegemony, because somehow you can use this framework to look at different interpretation of a specific event that you have to look at, and how, for example, different actor in a specific conflict, for example, articulate these common senses in order to gain the battle of ideas, but at the same time to implement materially what they want. So in this sense also, just to be clear, reordering the common sense, so to reordering in a conformist way to the actual hegemony, or reordering it to have a counter-hegemonic project, means that in any given moment, there are dormant common senses that can be mobilized and interpret differently and change the social reality. This is basically the leverage that I want to use in order to counteract the rote hegemonic discourse and practices, okay? So this analytically means that we can look at how a particular hegemony emerges in a process, okay? And how common senses are rearticulated in a way that conform or not, no? So this, for example, coming back to the interstitial action, why for us is very important looking at these practices is because in these practices, new common senses emerge, okay? This is why it's fundamental for us to look and practice these new form of self-organizing process. It's on this that we build our counter-hegemonic process. It's very much different from the, let's say, the traditional way of Marxist view of what Federico was saying. Okay, these are, you know, minor activities. It doesn't really matter for the change. What matters is to take the power and so on and so forth. For us, it's very important because here there is the production of new common senses. There is the rearticulation of a counter-hegemonic process that can be diffused. We will see through the process of policies, okay, for example. Yeah, this is something that I already say. So then we need, again, in the process of change, there are many things that we need to change. We need to change ourselves, our community, our neighbors, the markets, but also the political space, okay? Also the state configuration. In this sense, again, Gramsci helped us to clarify that basically, now what is understood in narrow terms as the state is the political society, that is the realm of the enforcement, okay? While civil society, so the interstitial practices, is the realm of consent, where the hegemony is rearticulated, reordered, okay, in a way that favor or not the actual hegemony. So in this sense, also state camp is a space of enforcement, but it's not just an executive branch of the elite. Again, sometimes this what emerged in the Marxist literature. You know, we have the capitalist state, there is nothing to do there. You know, it's completely captured by the capitalist elite, and this is an engine for them. There is no way to go for the process of transformation. From this perspective, that is the Gramscian perspective that I'm proposing, will be very different, okay? Because in this sense, it's interpreted the state as a rational dynamics that is transformative. It can be also recaptured, no? So this is something perhaps to clarify, no? That many times the state is named as a thing, as a monolithic entity. The state robust, the state acts as. This is the kind of subjectification of this entity that is problematic, no? And on the contrary, no, we should understand this as a relational camp. Then just to give you an example of how to rearticulate possible policies, this is just the case of maximum income. One of the proposals that Degrowth, well, in our, for example, in our vocabulary, there was this proposal of maximum and minimum income. I would say that now the basic income probably is more accessible in terms of new articulation, but on the aspect of maximum income, we are really far away from any possibility to convince massively the people. But still, I think that there is a way to rearticulate common senses that exist. This is a table that shows, for example, the very high level of taxation, not in Angola under the Maoist revolutionary process, but in USA, okay, with Eisenhower, 91%. So up to $250,000, there was a 91% of taxation in USA, eh? Again, and during the process of growth, when the growth imaginary started. So the articulating this historical fact will make possible to discuss of the possibility that a maximum income can be implemented. I'm ending. This is just to show that, for example, from the 1929 up to 1984, the level of taxation in USA was above 70%. Okay, the maximum level. And just to link to the interstitial practices, what we can show is that, for example, in many of the cooperative that we study, in many of the community, in many of the commons that we have promoting, there are this idea of maximum income. For example, I'm giving the example of the Banca Etica Fiare, that is also a bank here. You can have an account there, just a publicity if you wish. Fiare, for example, in the statute has a specific rule about the maximum income for the CEO. Okay. And again, making the emergence of this fact, so the practices that we are already performing, for example, in interstitial activity, but also that historically there was an idea and a possibility to tax very much people also in USA, it's something that could help to de-articulate new common senses. And I will end it here. The suggestion with that Bourdieu did at the beginning of his, Bourdieu is very critical even of Gramsci, but I think it's a genius in terms of thinking of many aspects of the state. And the nice things that he start to say at the beginning of his studies is that the state is unthinkable, no? In the sense that for most of us is to think of something that we are embodying in our daily practices. So for this, it's even more complicated. And then another things, just to clarify as a take-home message, also Bourdieu was underlining this aspect of, you know, that if you use a sentence that have the state as a subject, the state does, okay, the state acts, the state tax, you are basically doing theology. I will end it here.
Thanks to all the speakers for keeping it within the time. Giacomo, you can stay here if you want. So I will ask also Federico to move in this direction. I'm going to take the question. So we have Melissa Garcia Lamarca, who is a postdoc fellow here at ICTA and also at the Lab for Urban Environmental Justice. He's an urban studies scholar doing political ecology. He has studied the anti-eviction movement here in Barcelona. She's not going to talk about that, but the idea of the commentary is to bring other people from ICTA to reflect a little bit on what they heard, perhaps link it to their concerns, perhaps not, but just make a comment for 5 minutes and then the respondents are going to reflect on. The way I'm going to do it is I'm not going to ask you to respond. Angela, you hear me? I'm not going to ask you to respond to Melissa or to the questions immediately. So I'm going to, you can keep notes. I can take also a few questions, and then we're going to have a final word by the three speakers, okay? So it's half hour, so we're going to be 15 minutes late, but I think that's reasonable.
Hey, thank you to Federico, Mangelosi, and Giacomo for, oops, did I do something here? No, it's okay. For the great papers. And I think, well, it's great to see familiar faces and new faces out here. And thanks to Jorgis for asking me to comment on them. So I think these three papers all make really excellent and valuable contributions to helping degrowth theorizing around how socio-ecological transformations happen. And they have relevance for, I think, a lot of different research at ICTA, which maybe isn't as clear as we can imagine. But for example, Federico, thinking about from these 12 cases, to think through the frictions with capitalist modernity and alternatives to sustainability, I think there's a lot of relationship with scientific epistemologies. For example, in the LASA group, Vicky Reyes's work, thinking about local and indigenous knowledge, right? I think this work can give us insight into how we think about that. Angelos's work on spatializing degrowth and radical urban degrowth. I think there's a lot of work that happens at the lab where I'm based on urban climate adaptation planning that this really speaks to and can help us think through. And I think also Giacomo's work, the paper presented on degrowth in the state, can help us thinking about environmental governance, which a lot of groups work on. I'm thinking especially Esteva Corbera's research line. So I think when I was reading your papers and listening to your presentations, there were several points that spoke to me, and I think there are points that spoke between the papers that I think are interesting to reflect on. And they really jumped out at me. So the three dimensions are the state, obviously, the state, how it's interpreted and approached, scaling, this question of scale and upscaling degrowth. And these two were very interconnected, I found. I was trying to dissect how I was thinking through them. And then the third one is the urban, specifically for Angelos, thinking about that. So in terms of the state, in Federico's paper, in thinking about the 12 case studies and the frictions with capitalist modernity, the focus was really on interstitial transformation, which was quite clear, right? And Giacomo commented on this. So this is really the horizontalist alternatives within the capitalist system that exist almost autonomously from the state in parallel to the state. And it made me wonder, if we think from a more Gramscian integral state approach, what these alternatives to sustainable development mean for broader systemic transformation from both below and above. So how this Gramscian understanding of the state can help think through this broader socio-environmental transformation, right, in these case studies. Because if these case studies are more existing as isolated alternatives, what does this mean when they start to dialogue? And I know there's a lot of tendency in the degrowth literature, as was said, to focus on these cases. So I think this interaction with the state dimension is really fundamental. And this connects into the question of scale. And I think it's maybe one of the biggest challenges for degrowth in practice and in theory, right? So how can we think about scaling up and thinking of degrowth beyond the local dimension, you know, and thinking of it as a more global process? Maybe this didn't come across as the way that Federico presented the paper, but in the paper, it was framed as moving beyond critique and resistance to understand how alternative practices might flourish. And while I was thinking about this idea of flourishing, I think it's really critical for degrowth scholars and practitioners to integrate processes of critique and resistance in how we think about flourishing. So I think if we think about broader transformation, this is really critical. And I was thinking, just to comment quickly on the work that I do with housing movements that I've been involved with, specifically squatting bank-owned properties for people with no housing alternatives. In the past year, the residents of one occupied block that I've known for 7 years now, in Sans, they've started to negotiate with the city government to turn the housing block into a new sort of public communitarian cooperative model. So Giacomo at the beginning mentioned that the city of Barcelona is promoting new cooperative housing as a social housing, but the big problem with this is it's really for middle class people, because people, working class, low income people can't afford this. So I thought this was a really interesting idea, in the sense that the neighbors who live there have been managing their housing for 7 years as an autonomous process. And now they're saying, well, why don't we create a new model that can be, and they're actually negotiating with the city now, that can be used with other squats around the city, that can create a new form of public communitarian cooperative housing, right? That could be accessible for low-income people. So I think these everyday practices are critical, but I think thinking about critique and resistance, because obviously this comes after multiple eviction attempts and fighting to stay put. So it's how can we think about staying put, but also transforming the broader process? I think these kind of, the resistance part comes into play here, which I think is quite difficult. And which is difficult, but I think is very important. And finally, in terms of Angelos's paper, I was wondering, Angelos, you talked about the production of space at the start of the work, and how this can help think about spatialized degrowth. And I was wondering if it would help reading, because I know this is the first draft of the special issue, if it would help to think through the spatial triad that Lefebvre has worked with in terms of the production of space, and helping to organize the thoughts into kind of conceptualized space. So this dominant space in society, relation to production, representational space, so the space of everyday lived experience in the city, and spatial practice. So I actually came up with this idea of the spatial triad reading Giacomo and Yorgos's paper, because when you're talking about social change as the amalgam of change in everyday practice, in ideas, and in institutions, this actually transposes very well onto this triad of spatial practices from Lefebvre. So I thought that could maybe give some insight to Angelos in the special issue paper. So thanks, I'll leave it to the questions.
So gonna take questions. So we can collect a few questions. Feel free to ask whatever. I didn't understand something. I didn't feel comfortable with something. Or you don't have to be at the level of Melissa and this type of contribution. So the point now is also to share what wasn't clear, what wasn't, what you would like to hear more from the speaker. If your question is for one person in particular, that's the point that. If not, then it's for everyone.
Sorry, the microphone.
No worries, no worries.
I don't think they can hear you on the.
Okay. I think they do here. There is a no, there is a general. Okay, so questions. Okay, let's start with two. You can start this.
So what I'm thinking is like a state convergent interaction flowing. And so what I've been seeing is that the way the state interact with the system, the quality of the So my question is, if you see the state, if you see the state in more of a proactive or a reactive role to this kind of movement and changing of common sense, and kind of the second part of thank you. And the second part of the question is because sometimes we see then when there is kind of social movements and this type of like trying movement for transformation, the state can be like in a repressive role or in a kind of changing role. So what do you think is the factor determining these different things? And I know I'm using the state in as a subject of a sentence. Yeah.
Your name?
Serena.
Is helpful if you say your name.
Yeah.
Say your name so we get to know the people we don't know already.
Hello, I'm Paulo. I have a question for Angelos. I was thinking when you were talking about your research on spatial politics, I want to ask you if and how does it relate to the degrowth debate on open and closed localism. So, and what are your maybe conclusion from your research in this debate?
Any other question? Can take one or two more. And also from the back, we can reach you with the microphone, so don't be.
Hi, my name is Raimon. I was thinking about, first of all, thank you all for the presentation. I was thinking about how we can measure the growth, because we've been talking a lot about theoretical approach and qualitative methods, but I'm thinking about which are the quantitative methods that can be combined with the theoretical approach of the growth in order to measure it.
One from the back, so there is no spatial segregation. The back there, they're sleeping, checking their emails, chatting. I'm sure you have questions.
Many questions always. No, Melissa partially answered the question. I'm Emily. Yeah, Melissa partially answered the question, but one of my questions was kind of general to the three of you about because you're studying a lot like a ground alternative. So who do you think your research speaks to? As in, are you studying this because you want to have an influence, for example, in state institutions and kind of like give more validity or legitimacy to these alternatives and protect them from the aggressiveness that was mentioned before, or like obtain resources for them, etc.? Or is it for scientists here at ICTA to change their perspectives when they do science? Or is I don't know. I wonder sometimes like what we are adding by this research and how you see that.
Can start in reverse order. So Giacomo, Angelo, and then Federico. You can respond to whatever you want.
Well, I'll try to address some of the concerns of Serena and relating this to also to the comment from Melissa. But again, I want to use the kind of theory that I was trying to underline. So, for example, a house. Okay. What is the common sense of house? Assets. This is growth. Okay. This is pretty clear. I have a fantastic small teeny house in front of Sagrada Familia. I am the owner. Okay. And it doesn't matter how radical is the person entering in my house. He is always, or she is always commenting to the fact that I will have, that I did a good investment and that I could speculate about it in the future. Okay. So this is the common sense. House is an asset. So the process through which we struggle for new housing policies has to deal with this, that we, the radicals, embody the idea that house is an asset. Okay. Then there is another common sense. House, downplayed by the growth, is home. It's the place where I want to stay. Okay. It's the place where I try to root myself, my family. Right? This, I would say, that is a degrowth. Common sense. And this is a growth. Common sense. So in order to rethink of policies, you need to rearticulate these common senses that exist. This is downplayed, still exists in some part of our heart, our mind, okay? But the predominant is here, assets. How we rearticulate will help us to understand conflicts that emerge, for example, in the house issue here, very much, no? In Barcelona. And in this sense, to Serena, I would say that inside the state apparatus, no, and the configuration, there are different common senses. Okay, because there are different people, different community, different people that are trained in different technical kind of view when they think about house, that will react and will promote different kind of policies. This is why it's wrong to think of state as a subject, as a thing, as a monolithic that is going to respond in a particular way. Okay. Inside there will be different people that embody more of this or embody more of this. And how we articulate in our conflict these two common senses will make different if we are able to do properly our job, right? As an activist or as a scholar that study this interaction. So I think in order to operationalize empirically, you need to use, and this is my take on Gramscian operationalization of hegemony and common senses. You need to think of this empirically, studying what are the common senses that are flowing around a specific issue, and then you articulate in a way that can be conformist to the hegemony or anti-conformist. And then to the last question, I do this for my mom. Mom.
Angelo, you go. Angelo?
Yeah. I was just chewing my chocolate. Yeah, many thanks for the questions. To start a little bit with what Melissa said, I think, yeah, I mean, you know, Lefebvre has raised these issues of space and like reproduction of space, and with his triad of understanding the space from multiple angles. And I think that although we don't do it in a literal way, I mean, we don't do it explicitly in our special issue, because I also think that this has been done a lot in the past. I think that all these ideas that we are trying to incorporate, like trying to move from a very functionalist and very growth-based logic about how space is being regulated, etc., towards habitability, for instance, or towards focusing, like having an urban planning focusing on everyday practice, or taking into account the different effects that spatial politics can have in different people within their same region, or like outside the same region, or between the global north and the global south. I think that, in fact, we do take into account a lot all of these different forms of perceived space, representational space, etc., that Lefebvre has tried to explain in his mechanisms of production of space. And also, like the fact that we are trying to give a lot of agency to the commons, and we think that the commons constitute what we call as insurgent practices of planning, and we try to incorporate them meaningfully in the planning process. I think that this has a lot to do with this Lefebvrean idea of creating the city as a common piece of art, let's say. So I think that although we don't have an explicit reference to Lefebvre, I think that all the elements of the Lefebvrean theory of space are more or less incorporated in our ideas. And even more, because I mean, I think that beyond Lefebvre, there were also like even more contemporary theorists that have said like very important things about how space is being currently produced and how it can be alternatively produced in the future. In relation to the question of open and closed localism, I think that again, although I didn't refer in this particular presentation in these processes, I think this is an important debate, and again, you know, it invokes like a spatial image, like the spatial image of a closed territory and an open territory, a territory of flows and a territory like of internal reproduction in a way. I think, however, that there is an important, and I'm doing it in my upcoming book on liminal commons. I have dedicated a chapter on the discussion between the open and the closed, which I think that is a little bit exhausted so far. I think that, in my view, I think that it's not very productive way to think the open versus the closed. I think that we should try to acknowledge, you know, and here I will refer a little bit to a work of George Simmel work. George Simmel has written 100 years ago, and he was writing a lot by using the symbols of the bridge and the door, like the threshold, etc. So he was saying that basically humans build houses because they want to settle in, but they also put doors because they always want to go out. So they wouldn't build houses if they didn't have doors. So I mean, there is a dialectics of openness and closure that I think that is very important. And in my personal work on space, like and spatial arrangements, I'm taking it very much into account. And finally, in the question of who is this research for, I think that this research speaks to to different audiences, let's say. Last year, for instance, I got a project with some colleagues to do alternative spatial development on a Greek island. And I think that with a degrowth, let's say twist, a degrowth focus there, and we lack the tools. I mean, we have the tools of participatory planning that is completely unfocused, that participatory planning can lead to very high-tech scenarios or like very growth-based scenarios, etc. But it can also lead to degrowth. So I think this research is also like a response to this gap that I faced in my experience, like in my field work, and like last year, that we don't have basically a method to conceptualize and incorporate degrowth planning in practice. So I think that this has like a multi-layered audience, from policymakers at the local level, because we are frequently asked to give ideas, to local communities in different places, both inside and outside the cities, also to activists that they want to learn a lot about these processes and how to implement it, or insurgent communities that want to implement things on their own and then don't know how in certain cases, or they want further information to do that. And I think that as all, and also like, of course, to researchers that we want to advance some knowledge, etc. So I think that I'm hesitant to define a specific audience for what we are doing, and especially for what I am doing.
Okay, gracias. Gracias a Melissa, sobre todo. Okay, let me take the how to measure first before I forget. So the question there is, first would be what to measure, no? But the idea here in the draw would be that you can't reduce the complexity of our society to a single unit of measure, thank you, that is GDP, no? In which you reduce everything to the monetary measurement. And also you shouldn't do the same with CO2. So one first point would be that you have to accept that there is complexity, and then therefore you need the multiplicity of indicators. Then we would have to go into the details. You have, for example, ecological macroeconomics, which we haven't been talked, but which is trying to bring the environment into macroeconomic models. So very simple, putting energy and CO2 and so on. But Dan O'Neill would like to put the social into the model. So what kind of indicators you use, well-being and so on. And the other would be at the more local scale. What I said, when you have alternatives to development, like a municipal alternative in Marinaleda, how do you do the assessment? That's what I was referring to. How do you measure? No? If you want to study the social metabolism of it, and then we draw a lot from ecological economics. But this is because it's my training. But I mean, first is what you want to measure, and then I think there are different techniques. And then how do you measure what cannot be measured? No, with Dan O'Neill, we were laughing because somebody said we had to put the politics into the models. But then the politics, maybe you cannot put, no, the power relations. So there are things that cannot be modeled or measured. On the pluriverse, an important point for me is that when I talk about the pluriverse, it looks like I'm very utopian and, you know, I'm super hippie, and I envision some kind of future in which we all live in hippie communities, and that's very nice, you know, because I'm unsatisfied with my bourgeois life, which is very much advanced, I would say. This is not the point. The point is different. The point is that the pluriverse has always existed. The pluriverse has always been there. And I learned this, I got a baby, we are all parents here, and we all struggle. So we read books, you know, guides, how to take care of yours, how to sleep at night, and all these books are pretty useless. But I read one by an anthropologist, which was very interesting. It's called Meredith Small, Our Sun and Ourselves, on how different societies and communities in the world, historically and now, have been taking care of kids. And this is very different. So when you look from the Western perspective, is we do it well. All those are primitive. This is the idea of development. They're all backward. And what she shows is that there are different ways of doing it. And if you try and assess how well they do, for instance, on how long the kids cry, it looks like in primitive societies, they do pretty better than what we do in Western society, you know? So that's what I mean, is that when development comes, it destroys something that already exists. So the alternative is already there. This is Arundhati Roy used to say it in India. I mean, the alternative is always what we struggle to defend in the first place. I'm a subsistence farmer. From your vision of the Western development, I'm a primitive, but I'm doing well. Or it should be me who decides whether I'm doing well or not, but not you deciding what I should do or not. So this is the link with the resistance and critique, no? That development is constantly trying to change things, so it enters into a conflict with the already existing pluriverse or alternatives, and then sometimes people fight back. My only concern is that, especially in this post-development literature, is that people got, I think, a little bit stuck on making a critique of development, and then you are playing the game that they want you to play, that you are constantly just reacting. I'm talking in terms of theoretical terms of discourse, you're just reacting to development. What is missing from development? The local, okay, local development, gender and development. While we have been sometimes, I think, afraid of trying to say, no, we should do advocacy for something else. And I think Degrowth did this very well. There's a recent article in the Journal of Political Ecology saying there's been a switch in political ecology, no, from critique to advocacy, and Degrowth is part of this. And I spoke already for 5 minutes. So on why we do it, I do it because I'm very concerned that I think we should not be promising something that cannot be delivered. Because I think sustainable development was promising something that cannot deliver, because I think it is unsustainable. So I'm very much concerned that with degrowth, the same could happen, or that the alternatives that I'm talking about are not actually real alternatives, or they are not transformative. Chiapas is great and Zapatistas are great, but in terms of gender relation, there are things that can be improved. Degrowth is great, but culturally, I think we can improve a little bit. We are still in the middle of the belly. So that's what motivates me personally. More generally, also to speak to sustainability and development studies research communities, trying to pass the message that there is something wrong with sustainable development and with sustainable development goals in particular. The special issue, to tell you the truth, it was meant for a Marxist journal, Development and Change, but when we submitted the whole issue with all the articles, they rejected us. I think because we were not Marxist enough. But we also wanted to build a bridge with them, and I think it could have been important, but this was not the opportunity. So we went to sustainability science, which is more open, and I invite you to submit papers there. Sorry.
Say something about the repressive versus, no? So on this aspect, again, when I was showing the theoretical foundation of Gramsci of the integral state, that was this aspect of the political and civil, no? Political society, civil society. Okay, this political society is the space of enforcement, it's the space of coercion. Nothing against coercion, because I mean, if you want to change things, indeed, contrary to the normal rhetoric, I am the mayor of everybody, no, I'm the president of everybody, and so on. I mean, you are there to put in force something, okay? And this enforcement will be perceived as coercive in front of other people. But then this is something different from the violence and the coercive power. When the violence is put in action, when the struggle arrived to discuss the very core aspect of the hegemony, there you need violence to repress this attempt, of course. And this is how the political space enacts violence. But just I want to underline that even in this framework, no, I would add this from my, let's say, from my biographic experience. Okay, I'm from Naples, and in my region, it's not true what Weber was saying. It's not true that the only legitimate power to use the violence is the state. Okay? There are groups that are called normally mafia that basically have a legitimation to use the violence among a specific group of people. But they are legitimized to use violence. Okay, so the violence doesn't exist only in the political space. It exists also in the civil society space. Then the violence in different kind of register, of course, is very much at home in civil society. Think about family. Okay, patriarchal work, violence inside the house. Think about church. Okay, so I mean, don't associate again this idea of violence with the space of political repression. Then when we are in the pluriverse of community, violence is off. No. In my case, for example, when I normally go around in my cities, sometimes I prefer to have a police on my side than another guy. Okay, so again, don't think about violence as, you know, as something that even in Marxist literature sometimes have been underlined, no? That one that you destroy the state, somehow you ended up with the violence. And this is bullshit, just to say, to be very frank, okay? So horizontality doesn't mean that there is no violence. This is my point on this.
Okay, thanks everyone. We're gonna have a very different session after. We're gonna give you a little bit of research that's taking place. So the next session is going to be about energy transport models, much more complicated language we're gonna see. So we're gonna contribute to your brain during the day today. We're gonna have half an hour break. So before we go, three things. Okay, the first one is there are snacks and coffee outside, but I would like the two masters to mingle. So can I ask two volunteers, first of all, from the political growth masters, if you can raise your hand to the people. Paolo, Donatella. So Paolo and Donatella are going to be the representatives to the political growth masters. So the science master can we stand up so that we can see them. And from the side master to people. Serena, we all know from the first question. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay, and I'm on. So the idea is like mix a little bit. So if you are from the side master, you can go to Donatella, you can go to Paula, you can do some, say what to do. Try it. I mean, it's not, I know that's not the easiest thing, but you can try a little bit to get to know one another. I don't think you've had any other opportunity during this year. So now at the moment, like Donatella wants to talk to you about masters or anything, you want to introduce to other people from any. So you can talk to other people get to know one another. We're gonna have lunch also, and for those of you who are patient enough, we're gonna have also wine at the end with some snacks at the end of the workshop. So that's the reward for Thursday until the end. Can I ask for the books to come forward? If you're arrange here.
Okay, so I'm kind of leaving for the moment. Ciao.
Ciao.
You're going to talk about Ireland?
Yes, and local energy.
Very good.
Should I put on the desktop?
Yeah. Sì, allora c'è molto tanto. ¿Ahora? Pues sí, sí.
¿Quieres de queso?
No, no, lo buscaré ahora ya. No, no sé cuáles son. De queso y
Nosotros vendíamos hojas verdes.
oh, hi.
Hey.
Hey.
So you're
What are you
starting,
doing? Yes.
do I need to say something or you just start, eh? I wasn't sure
It's
because
your wish.
I
You
thought
can
I was
just
just
maybe
comment-
announce the session, the topic
okay,
of
okay.
energy.
because I thought I just had to comment, but I also have to moderate, which is
Moderate,
good. Because if
yeah.
you do go too long, then it's good to have some,
You can
maybe
you
I'll
have to
say
stop
5
me.
minutes left or something.
Oh
Is that
yeah,
good?
that's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect. I'll also like keep the stopwatch on the side to keep track.
You're a professional.
After 4 years.
I'm not that, you know?
You're not at 3?
No. I remember I gave a lecture some time ago in the Netherlands, and then I forgot how strict they are, and I'm in the Spanish
Oh,
way a
yeah,
little
yeah.
late, and then you have to stop. But we're in Spain. Oh no, we're not in
Yeah.
Spain.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
good luck.
Thank you, thank you. Mucho más. Te voy a dar. Yeah.
You want to put your PowerPoint?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got them there, right?
You want me to take it? No funciona qué? One. Em lo poso. Sí.
I can just put that. So thanks everyone. We start with the second session, which as I said, we started very theoretically, very conceptually. Now we are moving to the next two sessions are much more practical in the sense of engaging with specific sectors with quantitative methods, partly or quantitative approaches or mixed approaches, but they are much more empirically oriented than the previous presentation. And then in the last session, we're gonna go back again to empirical case studies, but they speak also a lot to what we have.
Sí, sure.
So it's gonna
Okay.
come with
Perfecto.
quantitative, qualitative, abstract high level theory, and more grounded empirical work. So in this session, the common theme of the three presentations is concerned with the practical aspects of the energy transition, climate change, energy systems, and transport systems. A big part of concern with transport systems are carbon emissions and energy. So the three presentations are quite well related. We're gonna start with a presentation by Alyosha Slamersak, who is a PhD student here at ICTA, completing this summer. This is the last paper coming out of the that I supervised actually, but I haven't had the chance to hear yet because like the press is part of Alyosha's research coming out of his work. Alyosha is working with climate scenarios with negative emission technologies, which is what we're going to talk about, and trying to create different models for different scenarios of energy transition in the context of climate change. So I pass the word to Alyosha. 20 minutes. I'm gonna tell you when you have 5 minutes left. Don't worry. 5 minutes left.
I will also. Okay. Maybe just before I start, can you hear me, Angelos? Claudio?
Don't worry about
I
it.
guess. Can you guys hear me back there?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear Alyosha.
Perfecto. Gracias.
Go on. Thanks.
Buona tarda. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I will do my best. Like if you guys don't hear me at some point, just like do something over here. Yeah.
Going up to connect.
Perfect. Okay. I just start maybe speaking a bit louder. That's gonna be fine. Okay. Hi everyone. Very excited to be here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna present like the final chapter of my thesis that I'm currently working on. Like it's almost finished. And it's basically a thread that's like I've been developing with Dan O'Neill and also Yorgos Karis and Jason Hickel like over like quite some years actually. So it's been going all the time, but it's never been like the main priority of my research. But like recently, since like half a year or so, it's been something that I've been really focusing on. And my study is basically on this like dichotomy or like duality that you can see if you look into the mitigation scenario literature, and which is that if we look into the range of plausible futures that enable us to limit climate change below 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius, so like within the Paris target, there's basically a range of scenarios that can make this possible. And they are basically, the range is between like two extremes, let's say. One extreme is like extreme quotes. One extreme would be like to really severely decrease the energy consumption globally. And the other extreme is to expand the carbon budget by using so-called negative emissions technologies. So today I'm gonna basically like deliberate on the comparison between these two approaches to climate mitigation. And but let's just be careful because I'm not going to go into detailed comparison between the process of these two futures, but just like in the outcomes, which is they both enable the stabilization of climate goals. So they both take us to 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius, but like the way how they get us there is really different. So please keep that in mind, even though I'm not going to be emphasizing it throughout this presentation. So my focus is on energy pathways, on basically the space of energy consumption that is possible for the humanity to stay within those climate mitigation limits. And energy is an important variable here. It's hugely important. Why is that? Because basically every activity you can think about is an activity where you're gonna expand some energy, you're gonna use some energy. Like here you just have a couple of examples, but energy, we use it even like beyond what like the common sense of energy is. Like people think of energy when they turn off the light usually, right? But we use energy whenever we like take certain products because there is some energy embedded in the production, transportation, processing, packaging of those products. Of course, then we use energy for processing of different materials, food, and so forth. And like for mobility, like transportation is really like a major consumer of energy globally. So this question like of how much energy can we really use is like really important because it constrains to some degree the amount of activities that we can do, right? Okay. Now, what's the mitigation challenge that we're talking about? Like within what space do we really talk about energy use? So to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, according to the latest IPCC report, I mean, it's something we've been known for like a decade or so, we should cut emissions, halve global emissions by 2030, right? I mean, so this is like a huge challenge because so far the emissions have only been growing, except during the times of economic crisis or the late pandemic. And because around 80% of final energy is from fossil fuels, that this basically means that we would have to reduce this part of the energy system by half. So we would also have to like basically change half of the global energy system. Now, I know what most of you are thinking about. It's like, okay, but by what are we going to change it? And most people here think in terms of like renewable energy transition, right? But keep in mind that from these 20% of energy, final energy, that is not but from fossil fuels, most of it is actually either from nuclear energy, from hydropower, so like traditional long-term established renewables since like decades, and from biomass, so bioenergy consumption. Only about 1% of global final energy production comes from modern renewables such as wind power and solar power. So like I really want to emphasize like the enormity of the transition challenge here. So how can we do it? If the tools that are available are basically mostly modern renewables and the nuclear energy, well, we would basically have to like accelerate the buildup of low carbon sources by 10 times if we want to keep continuing on the pathway of historical energy growth. And this is just like unthinkable because there are certain constraints as to how much minerals can we appropriate, like mine, like the industries, how much solar panels can the industries actually process. Like we know that Elon Musk, who is like a great proponent of this kind of transition, like he himself has huge problems of finding resources to produce the sufficient amount of lithium batteries for electric cars and so forth. So it's a huge challenge. And it's just not realistic. And even IAM scenarios, like they basically cap the speed of low energy deployment by up to like 400% acceleration relative to now, which is way below like 1000% growth rate that would be required if we wanted to continue growing energy consumption. So basically that we are then left with two alternatives, right? The two alternatives that I show here on the picture. One is on the left side on the graph on the left side, which basically shows that we would have to like very, very fast decrease the global consumption of energy. So you can see like a bit of a cliff there that happens just in about 10 years, where final energy consumption drops from 400 to 300 exajoules, so about 30% globally, whereas most of this like decrease, of course, would have to happen in the developed countries, advanced economies, because like there's very little margin of decreasing energy in the poorest countries. And on the right-hand side, you have this alternative, this other side of this dichotomy within mitigation scenarios that shows a relatively undisturbed future. I mean, you can see that even in these extreme scenarios, the growth does slow down compared to the historical growth, but there is still like some growth, and in the long-term perspective, it even like increases. Now, what makes this possible is so-called negative emissions technologies, which are the technologies that basically expand how much carbon budget we still have in the atmosphere, so how much CO2 we can effectively put in the atmosphere by reversing the flow of fossil fuels. So by basically reversing by taking out CO2 from the atmosphere and storing it in geological deposit. That's the theoretical underlying assumptions of these technologies. The second like positive thing or like added contribution of negative emissions that they can in theory even reverse global warming. So even if we would overshoot 1.5 or 2 degrees threshold, we could like basically revert it by just realizing net negative emissions. This is why like net zero is like a very popular concept in policy recently, because basically assumes that there will be certain amount of carbon removal in the system. Now, effectively, what negative emissions do is that they enable a more gradual transition, and which you can see by comparing these two archetype transition graphs. On the left-hand side, you have the corresponding emission graph to this very rapid decline in energy consumption. And on the right-hand side, you have like an added fossil fuel space in gray that's basically enabled by this huge amount of negative emissions that's like that's portrayed in yellow. So then the question is not, do we need negative emissions? Because, okay, I just have to read, like even on the left-hand side, you have certain negative emissions. You have a different type of negative emissions options there. But the question is how much negative emissions we need if we want to stabilize climate change. So for negative emissions to make like a huge difference on energy consumption, we really need a lot of negative emissions. And this is a lot, by a lot, I mean more than 800 gigatons, which would correspond to about like 23 years of the current rate of emissions by 2030. Now, what I did in my research, what I'm doing in my research is that I analyzed different negative emissions options in terms of their potential, but also impacts on land and energy consumption. And these are like 4 options that are maybe like most appealing, attractive, because they can actually realize relatively high potentials. And I find that BECCS, the bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, can realize up to 400 in most extreme scenarios, then land-based negative emission types 200 and so forth. I just want to emphasize 2 here, which is BECCS and direct air carbon capture and storage, because they are like the ones that have the largest potential. So very briefly, how these 2 technologies work before I get to the more interesting part of the presentation. So BECCS basically works by you appropriate some land, you convert it into bioenergy crop plantations, and then you use biomass to generate energy. And the emissions that occur in the process of producing energy, you just remove them. You don't let them escape into the atmosphere, but you remove them and store them in geological deposits. This is like the most popular technology, let's say, in existing IAM scenarios, so existing mitigation scenarios. And then there's DACCS, so direct air carbon capture and storage, which basically utilizes certain chemical sorbents that attract CO2 molecules from the ambient air. And then by like performing a cycle of certain chemical reactions, you can strip this CO2 from these reactors, and you store it underground as well. Now, my emphasis is on like identifying the limits and of these negative emissions technologies, if there are some, and their implications for the energy system and land. Now, the problem with BACs that's been well documented. So my contribution here is like it's not like main contribution that I find major land requirements, is that it requires a lot of land. And you can see here this like with the negative emission possibility frontier, which basically shows like the extreme scenario if we would be able to appropriate all the land available that's either not used for food production or it doesn't fit into one of the natural area categories. Like even if we would use all the abandoned, degraded, and managed land available globally, we couldn't get to what some mitigation scenarios assume as like feasible BACS potential. So you can see here like the assumptions in 150 of these scenarios, and you can see that even like in this extreme case, like some of the scenarios overshoot it, which shows that like the implementation in existing scenarios is really not realistic, right? And then the second thing is that also the time dimension is really important because this possibility frontier changes over time. So this possibility frontier is like what is available now, but then in 20 years, much less negative emissions can be realized simply because when you convert certain land type into land plantations, like this involves certain so-called land use change emissions, and you cannot like get back all the, you cannot capture back all the carbon in the remaining time horizon by 2100. So a lot of land that is theoretically now possible to realize negative emissions in 20 years won't be possible anymore. And it's really unrealistic to expect that we can convert an area, land area in the size of Russia in 10 years into crop plantations, and also not very desirable probably. Now, the limits to direct air carbon capture and storage is that it's a very high energy intensive technology. So it uses a lot of energy for this process of capturing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it underground. As a matter of fact, if we would actually like to compensate all the CO2 that is generated in Spain, we would need to increase the electricity production within the Spanish state by 200%. So what happens is like if we apply this limit to the global final energy availability, you can see that the energy pathways, so how much energy is available for society globally, really like changes from like this graph that shows an undisturbed continued growth into the future, like it basically falls into a like no growth graph by up to 2060, and then very limited growth into the future. And then another thing that's very interesting and that we explored with Jason is that to whom do the negative emissions actually benefit? And what we find is that the way they are assumed in mitigation scenarios is that they basically allow a perpetuation of energy gap between wealthy countries and poor countries. And you can see here, like again, from 150 and something scenarios, that global north doesn't really see much of a reduction in energy under these scenarios that assume a lot of negative emissions. But on the other hand, like global south also doesn't see a lot of growth. So even under the assumption of a lot of negative emissions, the gap doesn't benefit the global south. And as a matter of fact, if we compare scenarios where there's a large scale use of negative emissions to the scenarios where there is no negative emissions or very little negative emissions, the additional benefits, so additional energy that can be used in scenarios that use a lot of negative emissions, is actually goes mostly to the countries of the global north, not the global south. So what can we conclude from this analysis of negative emissions? Some political conclusions now, political economy conclusions. So negative emissions are possible, like in theory, like, I mean, there are a lot of research that actually questions the possibility of upscaling, but like I give it at their best here and then try to analyze the consequences, if they were actually possible, like if they would actually be able to overcome all the other constraints, right? What would happen? They're definitely not effective mitigation options because they require a lot of land, economic resources, energy. So if we take it like from the current point of view, it's much better to invest in electrification of the energy system, like even electric cars, efficiency improvements of buildings and so forth, because it's much cheaper from the economic perspective. And then also, like, if we look from the point of view of desirability of the social transformation required, I think most of the people would agree that negative emissions aren't a really like desirable option, because they either force us into like massive land conversions of like natural lands, probably because the marginal lands like don't offer enough potential. So we would have to either like sacrifice biodiversity over like tropical rainforest savannas and so forth to dedicate them to bioenergy crops. Or alternatively, if we go into the direction of direct air carbon capture and storage, which means we would have to dedicate like up to 25% of the global energy production just for this particular service, which is like to clean up the atmosphere. It has like absolutely no like productive function for the economy. You just clean up the atmosphere. So our conclusion is that energy growth in any case is probably approaching certain limit, even if we decide for negative emissions, which untaps some of the fossil fuel potential in the next decade or so. Like over the long term, energy is constrained because we'll have to just dedicate so much of our energy production to cleaning up the atmosphere. So then it's not a question of, yeah, I mean, when, but like for whom, and so if it's limited, but for whom and for when is it limited? And then also negative emissions basically, besides not offering like this like comfortable future of unlimited energy consumption growth, basically imply a huge intergenerational trade-off where the future generations will have to like basically dedicate more than 20% of their energy production and like many other related resources. For example, in direct air capture and storage, you need to produce like a lot of chemical sorbents in order to perform this. I imagine that you also need to educate a lot of people who can operate these power plants. I mean, it's really something of a massive proportion. So we are talking about pushing the economy into a certain transition where like this cleaning up of the atmosphere will be like a major economic service, right? It will be like a major industry where a lot of human knowledge, resources, and energy will have to be dedicated. And it's something that could be like probably dedicated for something more useful, no, in the future. And then finally, that at least like within the existing framings of mitigation scenarios, we find that negative emissions are used to perpetuate colonial inequalities way into the future. I mean, okay, we were talking a bit about sustainable development goals 2030, and we see that the scenarios don't have the imaginative capacity to close the energy gap by 2100. So there's seriously something like wrong in the mitigation scenarios as we have them now. Thank you.
So what we're gonna do like before, three presentations followed by comment by everyone, the very comprehensive, and when the time for the comment. So now we have Marula Tsangari, who is a PhD candidate, soon to be a doctor, not very soon actually, when this is pending. Her PhD at the University of Barcelona. He's gonna talk about energy and the growth in an island setting.
I also have to give you this.
Okay, hello everybody. Can you hear me in the back, more or less? Yes, okay. So my name is Marula, and I will present you actually the first paper of my PhD. As I'm preparing for my defense, I'm looking back to the history and take this as a warm-up from what I'm going to say on Wednesday. So the topic of my research in general focuses on islands and energy. So we will focus a bit on more concrete case studies, not as the broad scale as what Ali also presented. And I touch upon issues of energy democracy and self-sufficiency around energy projects on islands, and especially my two cases are in Greece and in Spain. Tilos, a small island, and also El Hierro. We will see the case studies in a while. So I have to warn you, I'm using this amazing picture from beaches and parties, so we all feel sorry for ourselves that we are here on a Monday doing this. But first of all, why energy and degrowth? So energy, as Ali also said, it's at the core of our economic activity. So I think it's only natural that when we talk about degrowth, about scaling down our consumption, we should talk also about energy. But energy should not only be discussed at this big scale, at the global level. We can also focus on the local scale and discuss about small scale, community-owned, and local energy projects that in fact are very interesting about, when we talk about degrowth, because they can contribute to low scale energy systems, self-efficiency orientation, and of course, topics around energy democracy and local control. So I think most of you are familiar with what is an energy cooperative or an energy community. Maybe you have in your countries. They've been really well studied in the European North, in the Netherlands, or in Germany, but way less when it comes to the European South. That is weird because we actually have a lot of sun and a lot of wind. However, in my case studies, when I tried to find some energy community projects, not so much energy cooperatives, but energy community projects, I had a little bit of a hard time. And I found that mostly what we have in Spain or in Greece or even in Italy are what I call local energy projects. Well, I don't call them that. It comes from another paper. And they are new social arrangement of mixed business models in which various private and public actors come together to start a small scale project. So we don't have only the community, but we have private actors, we have private companies, we have municipalities. We can also have NGOs. And the reason why they're emerging so much in especially Spain and Greece is because there's lack of funds, there's lack of knowledge, we had an economic crisis, and of course the regulation is not adapted to promote energy communities so much. And degrowth has not engaged enough, not with energy communities, but way less with local energy projects. So my two case studies, before that, I want to say briefly why I chose to study islands. First of all, 4% of the EU's total population lives on islands. Islands have clearly defined boundaries that make them really good case studies for sustainability, but also for circular economy and renewable energy. I come from biology, and islands have always been an interesting case study. Darwin, Galapagos, a lot of indigenous populations, and island biogeography, etc. So additionally, the high cost of imported oil makes renewable energy profitable on insular environments. Of course, they have abundant renewable energy sources like sun, wind, or wave energy. And this isolation and need for self-reliance can often trigger strong community involvement and create a favorable environment for these innovations. And of course, the EU has recognized this potential of islands. Actually, with the recent clean energy package for EU islands, they claim that the islands will be the forerunners in the EU energy transition. So when I started looking a little bit around case studies on islands, I was Googling a bit, see what is out there. And then I found two islands in Southern Europe that actually stood out. So the greenest island in the world, it's in Canary Island, it's El Hierro. And also a Greek island that bets on green future. Even New Zealand newspapers we found a mention about the tiny island of Tilos. And of course, we see that in Seychelles, all the way to Seychelles, they want to follow the El Hierro model. So I wanted to say a little bit what is happening on these islands. Why are they so important, given the fact that they're so tiny? So actually, I see El Hierro is this tiny, tiny dot in the Canary Islands, right across Africa. It has a population, they say it's 10,000, but when I talked to the municipality, they said that only around 7,000 people live on the island all year long. Before they started this renewable energy project, they were dependent on 9 diesel units. So basically they were imported around 40,000 barrels of oil annually. So it was already in the 1997 that the Council of the Island came together and decided to start what they call El Hierro Sustainability Plan. And their aim was, in fact, to be the first island in the world that completely relies on renewable energy. And I'm using this graph just to show you a little bit these peaks in energy consumption, mostly because around 9,000 to 10,000 tourists visit the island annually. So the population almost doubles. So the project is called Corona del Viento El Hierro and consists of a wind farm that produces the energy. However, when there's excess of energy, it's used to pump water from an artificial lower reservoir to a natural upper reservoir. And then when there's no wind, they pump the water to produce energy. So it's like a kind of natural battery system. Well, they were very optimistic with this project. We see they advertised it a lot, but in fact, the truth is it can only cover 60% of the energy. They're not even close to be 100% self-sufficient, as they say. And this is because they do have problem with the size of the reservoir. They do have problem with the grid stability and with the pumping station as well. The second case is Tilos. I mean, tiny, tiny. Imagine that this is Rhodos and it's already one of the small, like, not a very big Greek island. So it has only, well, they say also they have 780 people. Not true. 500 people live there during the winter. It's located in the Southeast Aegean Sea in Greece. And before the beginning of the project, the electricity demand was covered by 2 oil stations, one in the neighboring island of Kos and one in Kalymnos. So there was an underwater cable that was very unstable, and they were suffering a lot of blackouts, especially during summer. And I want to say that the electricity price on the island, the cost, was almost 3 times higher than the one on the mainland. And this amount was covered by all of us in mainland Greece through a unified price system. So the project they started is called Tilos. What a innovative name. And it has a hybrid photovoltaic wind storage system. They have batteries to store excess of energy, one wind turbine and photovoltaic panels. And they also have some devices to control the consumption, like heat storage, distributed heat storage, and smart meters. We can see here some of the partners of the project. I forgot to say the same about El Hierro, but it's more or less similar. They have private actors like Unicos, the University of West Attica, that is the main manager, WWF, and HEDNO, that's a public utility. So why did I choose these 2 case studies, and why did I choose to study them in parallel? First of all, they do have some similarities that allow me to examine and compare the insights. They function within similar policy environments, although they're in different countries. The regulation is pretty similar regarding islands in both Greece and Spain. They have similar mixed ownership model that include local, corporate, and governmental involvement. And of course, they aim to achieve 100% electricity self-sufficiency, but they also have other social, environmental, and locally oriented values. So just to say that for these islands, it's not just about producing renewable energy. They actually use this project as a whole, like a complete strategy to fight against unemployment, to attract young people, and as a promise towards a common identity and energy democracy. So what I did is I tried to see if the goals of this project actually could align with some of the degrowth principles. I didn't choose just some random principles because this would be like a whole book, but I just tried to align them with concrete goals of the project, like active engagement of user, self-sufficiency and energy reliability, relocalization of energy production, and revitalization of the local economy. So again, why are these and why they could be relevant to degrowth? Because degrowth can be tested in small participatory action and in small protected spaces. I think Yorgos will talk about it a bit later with his paper as well. We can study degrowth in real context, and we should study degrowth in real context because we can learn a lot. Degrowth can learn from these real practices. And of course, not all of the initiatives like the ones we studied here identify themselves as degrowth. However, they can point towards degrowth realities. So my methodology, really briefly, I conducted interviews with technical staff, research partners, private companies, NGOs, and some of the business owners on the island through semi-structured methodology with open-ended questions. And I used template coding, which means that I created the thematic sessions beforehand based on the degrowth principles to help me analyze the results. So how well do this project do in reality? So in both cases, although they claim to be very, like they promote energy democracy and involve local people, we found that the community participated only through direct consultation. Sometimes they did some training, and mostly where the consultation happened was here. So in informal settings. And then the local community and the local government, act as a connector between the local community and the managers. There was only a very small core of people that participated actively in the project. And when I talked with people, they said, what we need are the smart meters and the rooftop PVC. That's when we're going to feel that we are actually involved in the project, when we can control our own consumption somehow. When it comes to the local, when it comes to the electricity self-sufficiency, ability, it's true that they aim to be 100% electrically self-sufficient. But for this to be achieved, and according to the degrowth perspective, a decrease in energy demand should be one of the objectives. However, what we did see is that they have a lot of other ambitions that actually do not imply a reduction in energy demand, like attract more tourists, open new business, and increase in migration. And when we talked with people about this, they said, no, don't worry. We have plans to reinvent the project, which translates into more PVC, more windmills, electric cars. And these ideas were actually mostly promoted from the private actors and the research institutions. Interestingly, in Tilos, there is some effort to actually control the energy demand through the smart meters that they already have. They focus a lot on public transport. They have this little bus that take the tourists around so they don't bring their car. So there are some efforts happening there. When we talk about the relocalization of production, because, you know, renewable energy, new jobs, and all these things, well, we actually found that most of the experienced staff came from outside the islands. In Tilos, we had one person that worked on the project, while in El Hierro, not even that. It was the same people that were working on the thermal station that got trained to work in the renewable energy project. And of course, most of the people that I talked to said, well, this is normal because on the island, we don't have the knowledge. We don't have the capacity to work in these projects. However, from a degrowth perspective, what we could imagine is that they offer workshops to train people. They rely more in the knowledge, traditional knowledge that they have on the island, etc. And when it comes to the effort to revitalize their economy, because, you know, these islands are completely forgotten when it comes to the national plan, especially the past years. So they felt left behind, they felt abandoned, and they wanted to actually promote a bit their local economy. So their idea was that the investment in renewable energy can attract more capital, can increase in migration because of better public infrastructure, better public services, new job openings. And in this way, they can also promote community cohesion and local entrepreneurship. So again, apart from these direct job openings that we found, in fact, there were some new jobs, especially in museums or in visitor centers or in the port. And the income from selling the energy, because both projects are planning to sell the energy, the municipality is selling the energy, and they use some of the money to promote some other local projects. Like, for example, in Tilos, they built a local library, or they offer housing for some Syrian refugees. In El Hierro, they used to change the public lighting. Some of them managed to advance the public lighting with LED. So we can see money moving around and going into social projects. And of course, really, really important, energy tourism, slow tourism is the brand that the islands are selling. And actually, they're doing quite a good job. Both islands, they have really regulated the tourists that can go on the island. They have only limited amount of permits or beds on the island. They really encourage people to sail there, to spend more than a week so that they can actually live in an eco-friendly way. They really welcome free campers that do not use air condition or they don't consume so much water. So on this aspect, they did really well. So just by concluding, can we say that these islands actually promoted degrowth vision? Well, first of all, the focus of clean technology investment and the strong presence of the private actors leaves little space for direct democracy and community empowerment. Actually, in some of the following research that I did on the islands, and I did a series of surveys with the people, I found that especially certain groups were feeling left out from the project, and that was mostly women. And the projects are still highly dependent on the mainland and global capital and knowledge flows. They took case studies, of course, are good examples of an alternative form of slower tourism. Their tourist plans avoid mass tourism and avoid increased energy and resource consumption. And closing on why did I choose to study that, and why do I think that degrowth actually should engage with these initiatives, with these new arrangements, not only with energy cooperatives or energy communities. It should point out structural problems, but also transfer good practices from one case to the other via networking. So this is the paper, if someone wants to read more about it, and thank you.
Final presentation. It would bring feedback for you, but someone tell me, can you help me for that? So the final presentation is going to be Claudio Cattaneo, who is an associate professor here at ICTA-UAB, and he's also the coordinator of our master's program. Some of you might know him. He's the coordinator of the Master's in Political Ecology and also the online Master's of Degrowth. He's also associate professor at the Mother University in Brno. And Claudio is going to present a paper on transport. So different transport models with some illustrations from the case of the city of Barcelona. Claudio, I'm gonna come and send you a message when you have 5 minutes left. All right.
Hola, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yeah, you can do full screen if you want.
Yes, okay, so yeah, okay. So the paper I'm going to present has been just published with other colleagues in the room on the local environment journal, and is a special issue led by Yin Chu that was mentioned before by Angelos, because it's also another special issue addressing degrowth in the urban. And I've been invited to contribute with something, and I thought, okay, maybe it would be good to take a sort of analysis of urban mobility. So the paper, A Degrowth Approach to Urban Mobility Options, looks at a sort of way to implement the theory of degrowth to the specific case of urban mobility. And basically, this is the full summary. I always like to present in my first slide the summary of the entire paper. It is also the graphical abstract. And it is basically explained in this way. We start by taking an approach proposed by Ivan Illich, who, differently from the common division of urban mobility between public transport and private transport, takes a sort of more radical approach. He's dividing between motorized and the self-propelled transport. So basically, the public and the private go together. These are sort of larger tools that are not convivial, they require infrastructure and so on, versus the self-propelled one, such as walking or the bicycle, for instance, which is like human propelled, endosomatic energy use. And as well, Ivan Illich was famous for his approach on autonomy and conviviality, which has also been a very useful reference in the, let's say, early framing we had in Research and Degrowth on what would degrowth mean. So we took Ivan Illich as an example. So now the exercise. How can we figure out what does it mean from a degrowth perspective, an analysis of urban mobility options? So the idea comes by taking, for instance, the choice is the paper by Federico with Filca, Francois, and Joan in 2003 on environmental values on what is degrowth. In there, you find 6 main sources of degrowth, And these are sort of the starting point, no, of the sources of the growth. And I'm going to explain in more detail later. I just say here that 6 of them are identified, plus another one related to Ivan Illich, which is more autonomy. These sources of the growth from the paper by De Maria and others are then translated into a sort of criteria and indicators that would be used for analysis of urban mobility options. So let's say the sort of desk-based multi-criteria analysis that is done by looking at different alternatives. So we have the Illich division between motorized and self-propelled, namely private, public, active, which is cycling and walking, and then hybrid, which is a new option that we see nowadays that didn't exist with Ivan Illich, which is all these electric options like electric bicycle, electric scooter, and so on. And we evaluate in a qualitative way with some basic quantitative analysis, but mainly in a qualitative way, the performance of these mobility options on the criteria identified starting from the sources of the growth. And we call this the desirability criteria, like saying, okay, what does it mean from a degrowth perspective, sustainable transport? And so we define this criteria in this framework, in this box, together with another criteria, which are, let's say, those that apply in the general personal decision about which transport mobility I would choose. No? And these are called personal practicality criteria. No? And then these are sort of the anticipation of the result. And down here, we see from also a justice, equity, and efficiency perspective, what could be a nice pool of urban mobility option that should be favored for sustainable and, let's say, degrowth urban transport. Particularly, let's say, also the limitation is mainly relevant for cities of the global north. However, we also know that it is in the global north where degrowth should be applied first. So going down to definition, I'm not going to define degrowth because we all know, and it's taken from the paper of Francois Schneider in 2010 with Yorgos and Joan, and also the paper by Yorgos with other authors of the degrowth world in 2018. Justify the focus on transport because it's one of the main sectors responsible for CO2 emissions and other environmental problems. And then I was saying, we take Ivan Illich, basically starting from his work on energy and equity. He was favoring self-propelled mobility. He was critical of motorized transport because it becomes, and it says after a certain quantum of energy, after a certain speed, it becomes exclusive to the many. And then it imposes the development of a certain mentality which is associated to large infrastructure. So it ends up that this sort of motorized approach to transport turns it into a radical monopoly. Let's give you a very simple example. When you are deciding what to use and you say, okay, I'm only using the car because there are motorways around my place or because I don't feel safe in any other mobility mean. So this is a monopoly, a radical monopoly. I can only use the car because the other options are sort of have been excluded by the mentality of the motorized transport. Or similar could be like I can only choose an airplane or high-speed trains because the local trains have been, or the slower one has been taken away by policy development based on growth mentality. Instead, the human-powered one, which are favored by Ivan Illich, are also convivial tools. And this is the connection with the autonomy and the conviviality aspect of the growth. So I was approaching this new dichotomy of motorized versus human-propelled. There is also a very nice example in the paper, which was pushed by Federico, saying, okay, if you take the Illich approach on the real speed time, the average speed of a car, accounting for the time you have to work to pay for the costs of the car and to park for it and so on, but it ends up by comparing in Madrid and in Copenhagen that the bicycle is just as fast or even faster than the car. So now going into the details on what could be the principles from which then we derive the criteria and therefore then the indicators for sustainable degrowth mobility. As principle in what is degrowth, we have one source, which is the conviviality and well-being literature, which has also been developed further in other papers on degrowth, following the one by Maria and others in 2013. The ecological economics and industrial ecology approach, which is looking on mainly the global environmental impact. A critique of development, and so also the development of large infrastructure. An ecology approach, which relates more to the local environmental conditions. Justice, so addressing socioeconomic inequalities at the spatial level. And democracy, which also means a sort of more autonomy and freedom, not relating democracy with the Illich and Castoriadis approach from the 1970s, no? The right to choose between mobility options rather than being constrained by a radical monopoly. Sorry for the mistakes in the spelling here of the sentence. And then finally, another criteria is added, which is degrowth in general, no? So a sort of general decrease in speed and the impacts of mobility, no? In line with the criticisms by Helmut Rosa on the social acceleration and that we live in a stressful environment and our life and our agenda are increasingly busy. We focus much more on what does it mean to have a meaningful life, to be more local, to be more quiet and so on, no? And also Virilio contributing to the idea that speed is associated to distraction and war. So now, taking into the mobility option categories, the four main categories, identifying the new possibilities like electric mobility are categorized in this way. No? So we have a sort of 15 options on the motorized and private car, electric car, carpooling, which is the possibility to drive as many passengers in one car, then the shared car, be it electric or not, which is an option where you don't own the car, but you just subscribe to a sharing scheme, motorbikes, and then the sharing motorbikes, which are normally e-scooters that you can also find, for instance, for those of you who are in Barcelona. Public options, tram, bus, metro, and light train. And then into the self-propelled category, we have walking, bicycle, and the kick scooters, which we saw increasingly present nowadays. And then in the hybrid ones, which is the sort of evolution that is considered self-propelled because from the legal point of view, there are still sort of considered as active mobility, is the electric kick scooters. So it's all these patinettes that we see in the city, the sharing schemes of kick scooters, electric bicycles, or also sharing schemes of electric bicycle. Okay, we could also have on the left here another option, which is a shared bicycle, but not electric. And in the hybrid, we have the shared electric bicycle. So we look at mobility options that, according to the principles identified here, contribute more to a collaborative economy. So related to the sharing and the conviviality, we translate to collaborative economy, reducing global environmental impacts and local environmental impacts, decreasing the need of large infrastructure, and then resolving injustices at the urban and at the street level in a democratic way. So these are the 7 criteria that have been identified related to what is desirable from a degrowth perspective. So we have a sort of collaborative economy, institutional dimension, which we rank or we actually evaluate the mobility options on the possibility to allow multiple users, to be run by non-private or non-for-profit schemes, or for fomenting the culture of sharing. Then we look at the global environmental impacts on the energy and material consumption. We don't only reduce it to greenhouse gas emissions, because we know the material impact, for instance, of an electric car, particularly when it's a sport utility wagon. Then we look at the time-space consumption, which is an indicator developed in urban transport studies, which refers to the occupation of urban infrastructure. Local environmental impacts like air pollution, noise pollution, heat pollution. justice and equity, which is basically the sort of synchronic effect, no, of how when I use a certain mobility option, I am affecting the well-being of others, be other users of the transport infrastructure, as well as other people who live in the city. So it could be urban environmental injustices as well as injustice in the street, which is the particular focus of how different space users of the streets are affected by other ones. Then the general idea of degrowth would be increased proximity. If the transport option contributes or sort of obliges us, limits us to a more proximity and local way of living and slowness and conviviality. And then related to Ivan Illich and Castoriadi, the idea of autonomy, particularly focused or understood, materialized as if the mobility option is readily available, if it's letting us access any space of the city, if there are weather limitations that block us, impede us in using these options, or if it's contributing or not to the radical monopoly. And then, assuming that we might think of this paper also as a useful tool for policy making, then we have to understand what is desirable from a social dimension should be also contrasted with what could be practical from a personal perspective. Let's basically imagine that if we are not, let's say, ideologically motivated towards sustainability, then we don't really care about any of this when we pick an option. Imagine that the common citizen who is not educated towards the sustainability culture, then probably is looking at other criteria which are more selfish, or more individual based. So basically it's looking at comfort and safety, travel time, money costs. Eventually, if a mobility option is healthy and contributes to the personal well-being of the person using this option. So these are the 11 criteria, divided between the growth desirability and the personal viability. And here I'm going to present very quickly each one of these 11 criteria, how they perform, how the indicators defined just now perform for each of the 12 mobility options at hand. So here we have the categories of mobility option for the private ones, the car, electric car, carpooling, and so on. So from the institutional perspective, if they allow multiple users, which is fomented the culture of sharing and conviviality, who owns it, if it's public, private, or shared ownership, and if this is contributing to a collaborative economy. So I'm not going to go much into the details, also because this criterion has been divided in 3 sub-indicators, these 3 ones. But basically, the summary of the institutional criterion is that the green ones are the best ones. So, for instance, walking and the shared electric bicycle are probably the best options. The worst one are the one in red. So the car, personally used and personally owned, the electric car or the motorbike. In orange is a sort of low medium, and in the yellow is a sort of high medium performance. So the public options are sort of in a good situation, not as good as walking or shared electric bicycle, but ranking quite well. The justification, I'm not going too much into detail here because there is no time, but it's in the paper. Global environmental impacts. Again, 4 main categories. We see that the worst one are electric cars, or the shared electric cars, which means when I rent a car for hours. Then carpooling is better because you divide by more passengers the environmental costs of your trip, or motorbikes and shared electric motorbikes because they're sort of lighter. Now here is looking at for instance, the energy consumption per kilometer and the material use associated to the use and maintenance of these mobility options. Then we have the public transport, which is performing quite well, and the best one are the active and the hybrid because they're very much associated to self-propelled, which means not much energy, not much weight in this mobility tool. For the time space occupation, I see in the chat, I don't know if I have 4 minutes. It was 12:41. Okay, I have 2 more minutes. So I'm going fast. Now, through the 11 criteria, because they are already expressed before, I expressed them before in the graphical abstract, I'm going down just to the final table. Now, this would be the final table where we have all the mobility options for the 11 criteria divided between the 7 desirable one and the 4 personal one. If you see here, you see that there is a dominance from the degrowth perspective of positive mobility options in the self-propelled categories, so and so in the public options, and quite bad in the private ones. On the contrary, from the, let's say, more personal practicality aspect, apart from personal health, which probably is a personal indicator not many private users consider, you have like a very green-yellow performance, so quite good on the private, and instead is a little bit tending more to the red for the hybrid and the active options, which probably justifies why there are not so many bicycles or people walking in the cities, and there are so many cars, no? Because often they have personal advantages with respect to the hybrid options. In this space, I have done the same, but instead of using colors, I have translated them into a radar diagram by looking at the 4 main categories, 4 radars. And if you look, the personal criteria are more the ones on the left: personal health, monetary cost, travel time, comfort, and safety. So you see in the private section, the private ones are doing quite well here. Instead, the active mobility, we have this huge gap referring to travel time, because active mobility is quite slow, particularly when you walk, or comfort and safety also, no? Which is also addressed by a problem of justice in the street, no? That we don't have safety, we don't feel safe because we are cycling or walking in very car-dominated environment. So these are the conclusions that are already expressed before in the graphical abstract. So fomenting buses, electric bicycles, electric kick scooters, because they're kind of environmentally friendly, shared electric motorbikes, and eventually, if you really need a car, carpooling should be the best options that could foment a better and more just mobility at the urban level. In the discussion, there are topics like this that have been discussed. So the first, the approach on the growth intentionality by taking Illich and considering the importance of the active mobility beyond the public versus private dichotomy. Decarbonization, so reducing environmental impact as a win-win possibility, meaning that with less cars in the streets, we can also address injustices and resolve many of them. And then also the possibility, no, given the large space that the road infrastructure takes up in the city, because of the large space needed by the users of private vehicles, then there is a possibility, if we reduced the number of cars in the street, to gain public space away from road infrastructure for other uses. And this is just the final conclusion. I hope I was almost in time. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen.
So now, thank you very much, Flavio. We have half an hour for discussion. We're going to do it like before. So now we start a comment. First, we're going to start with a comment, and then we're going to take questions. The Marula and Joseph coming from. The comment is by Jeroen van den Berg. Some of you know him because he was the teacher in the science master, others not. He's a professor of environmental and resource economics here at ICTA. He's one of the most known researchers in the field, the international environmental and resource economics. He has written on various topics. One factor is research now to be the European Research Council project is on climate policy and different policy instruments in the context of climate change. So the comment again, the idea of the comment is to question, ask questions, but also link a little bit to the research line of thinking of the person asking, making the comment. So you're on the first.
Thanks. Thanks for having me here, Giorgio. Yes. Let me talk about this.
Thanks, Jeroen.
Do you hear me like this?
Yeah,
Claudio?
perfect.
Yes?
Yeah, thanks.
Everybody in the room too? Yes? So I'll start with Alyosha because he started too. I think that's a very useful and timely study. There's a lot of discussion about what it means, these negative emission technologies. So your conclusion is basically gonna put this. Maybe it works better like this. Yes, so the conclusion is we're too optimistic about technologies, BECS and what's the other one, DEX. So my question to you would be about which one are we more dubious given the evidence? And I would like to also link that to learning curves. Is there anything known about learning curves for these technologies? Is the learning curve for BECS better than for DEX, for instance? Another concrete question I have is, you mentioned 153 scenarios that you evaluated. Is it possible to classify those? Are some very much optimistic, others more moderately optimistic, or is the optimism throughout? And I think that would also offer you maybe an opportunity to do further research, because I think if you have 153 scenarios, you could do an interesting statistical analysis. If you characterize those scenarios in a number of key characteristics, even quantified, but even if you do it in a qualified dummy kind of variable way. And then I wonder how relevant all this discussion of negative emissions technologies really is, because if you look at the policy discussions on climate internationally and nationally, there's not so much talking about these technologies, maybe because they are futuristic. So the interesting question would also be, do they influence the ambition of policies negatively? And I don't know if it's something you can answer, but I think it's an interesting question. The second study by Marula, a very interesting study, I think very well documented, detailed. I looked also at the paper. I remember that study was also funded years ago, and it's nice also to see the results after a while. So a few questions. You have two islands. Why these islands? Are they showing good cases, positive cases? Would it also have been logical to counter that with a negative experience? Maybe for the future, I think it's also interesting to look to take a random sample of islands or other local communities, let's say 20 or maybe more if you can, maybe be a little bit more superficial, but try to do a statistical analysis to find factors that promote or hinder self-sufficiency in energy terms. So the main findings, I thought it was interesting. You said several things. On the one hand, I think your last slide suggested that there is an opportunity for degrowth, but you also had terms like stagnant economic growth. We need more tourists, we need more people, we need to revitalize the economy. Sounds like a euphemism for economic and population growth. So are you in the end optimistic for these two islands that they can go in the direction of a degrowth path? And then finally, fundamental question about self-sufficiency in energy terms. I understand that's a goal of degrowth, but at the same time, we also want to benefit from scale economies. We also want to deal with the problem that some islands don't have many resources and others have, or some regions, if you generalize it to non-island context, or that there's a lot of variability over time, over the day, over the seasons in energy demand and energy supply. And sometimes you can meet that maybe by connecting regions. A friend of us, Eric Galbraith, told me he believes that we should connect the whole world. When it's day in one part of the world and night in the other part, the use and the supply characteristics are completely complementary, so you can benefit from that. If you decentralize everything, it might become more difficult to have a sustainable economy. Okay, and then the final lecture by Claudio. I thought it was a very interesting study. Also because I must say, you use the word degrowth in all your studies a lot, but I'm a bit critical of degrowth, as you may know. Georgios introduced me as the professor this and this, but I think I should be known in your field as the person who has written the most well-known criticism of degrowth. I guess that paper, all of you know, not? Is there anybody who doesn't know that paper? Raise your hand. One, only one, well, two. Well, ask the others later. But in any case, if I strip degrowth from many papers on degrowth, the paper doesn't get worse. Maybe it gets even better because it gets shorter. In some cases, degrowth adds something. I must say, in this paper by Claudio and the usual suspects, I think because it was a strong team, it was a strong degrowth team there, I think, if I saw the list, you know. But in any case, I think that now I'm losing my track. What did I want to say? I shouldn't make so many jokes. Sorry for that. Yeah, no, what I like about the paper is that it adds a set of degrowth criteria. I really thought that was very interesting. This autonomy issue and health issues, justice, of course. Though I must say, Claudio, if I look at the analysis with regard to autonomy and health, I would add some nuances. For instance, car sharing, I did that in the past, but you don't have complete autonomy. You're very dependent on what is available at what time. You have to also watch your time. Oh, Jesus, we have to go. So it also limits you, and that's fine, but I think it was maybe a little bit positively evaluated. Health, bicycles and health, you said already, we have to consider the bicycle evaluation in the context of a car-dominated city. Yeah, and indeed, that means you breathe a lot of air that's polluted, and if you bike fast, you breathe faster, so that's not healthy. And there's the accident proneness of driving in a car-dominated city. A final comment that I think is interesting. I think the e-bikes might have some opportunities in Spain, because in Spain, biking, it's easy to say we should do it more, but it's a hot climate. When it really gets hot, it's difficult to bike. If you go in the countryside, like I do, I live in the nearest village, I go by bike, it's very hilly. An e-bike helps you. It flattens a little bit. I come from the Netherlands originally, and if I have the e-bike, it feels like I'm back home, you know? Well, let me keep it with that. Thanks a lot.
So you keep the comments.
How do I?
Questions, and then you can go one by one and respond to your last comments because yes, your name.
Yeah, can you give them, Alyosha, give the mic, please.
Yes.
Hi, thanks for your presentations. My question is for Claudio. Some of us in the Science Masters took a sustainable mobility course, and we talked about how in a lot of micro mobility, the people who are choosing this option are not necessarily car users who are giving up their car use to do the shared e-bike or something like that, but rather people who would take public transit or maybe walk somewhere, who are now choosing a more energy intensive, although you pointed out that it's not as that much energy intensive. Do you see this as a problem, that instead of using public transit or walking, we're choosing kind of these smaller mobilities? And is it in the end de-incentivizing cars or just de-incentivizing other areas?
I don't know if I'm allowed to, because I have a question per presenter. I'm gonna be brief and feel free not to answer if it's too much. For Alyosha, I was wondering, in terms of negative emissions, I don't know if you looked into this or know anything about it, but especially in like regenerative agriculture kind of discourses, there's a lot said about the potential of soils to actually store carbon. Does this have any potential at all in terms of negative emissions? So like a soil organic matter or so, or is this absolutely something we can go, like leave? And for Marula, I kind of wanted to build up a bit on also what Jeroen was saying in general, also about like the frame of degrowth and how it is used. And I was wondering, I mean, I think your study is very cool and it highlights a lot of interesting things in terms of the self reliance of energy in islands and so, but I was wondering why do we necessarily need to push things into the degrowth frame? I think Jeroen highlighted why, for instance, these two might be examples for like renewable energy use, but not necessarily degrowth strictly, right? And so why do we need to push them rather than looking at them for what they are, and not, through our specific degrowth lens. Like, is it useful for both, the degrowth discourse and the other that we're trying to, tell about? And then to Claudio, I don't know if this is something you looked into, but I think you're referring very much to sustainable mobility in urban environments and in cities, which is absolutely important, very interesting. But a question that I have very much pending for me is mobility in the countryside and in rural spaces where public transport basically doesn't exist, and it's very hard to get there, and it's very, maybe one of the major deterrents as well for people to leave and declutter cities, for instance. I don't know if it's something you know anything about, or you have like something to suggest to read, or authors or something. I just thought that is something interesting to throw there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take two more. Let's try to keep it fast, and you write down the questions, right? It's gonna be a lot, and I want you to respond fast. So we don't take 20 minutes more. Think of sharp answers. Yes.
Okay, in that case, quick question also to Claudia was, very often we talk about mobility or transport of individuals, but what about also the need for people to transport only not their bodies, but also light goods? I mean, I'm not talking about goods transported by trucks, but I mean, maybe I need to transport something that I cannot transport walking or with my bicycle, or maybe I can with a cargo bike. So is there some research also about the need to of transporting light goods, and how that plays into like the personal viability, or that can be also another criteria? Thanks a lot.
So I'm not sure this microphone actually really works, but if you can hear me, yeah. Okay, good. So my questions are mostly for the two first presenters. So I think in the latest IPCC report, there's mention of BECCS, right? And as a potential like solution, and if I'm not mistaken, a few reports back, they also mentioned degrowth. And so this kind of paradox, I'm also noticing a bit in this research, where you, at the end, you talk about this general objective for degrowth, but then they are referring to an increase in energy demand and ecotourism. So what is it generally pointing to? I mean, this paradox, is it a sign of sort of the nascency of degrowth in these big decision-making spaces, or is it a sign of potential misappropriation of this entire field and its ideas? So this is the main question mostly. Yeah.
Can I still ask one question? Yeah. My name is Bowen. I'm a PhD student at ICTA. I have one question for Claudio and one question. For Claudio, I think it's in response to your comment about how sustainable mobility should start with global north. And I would argue that actually it's also very important in global south, if not more urgent, because at a scale, for example, of China and in India, where this is actually also a main source of, say, emissions and pollution. And on the other hand, related to this, and also an earlier question on the global level, looking at, for example, what you mentioned, because it also extends to the other, say, and related pollution.
Oh, sorry, I'm missing the audio. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you repeat the second question? The one on the global south was clear, but then the second part, suddenly the mic didn't work.
Yeah, for the second question, can you hear me now?
Yes, I hope it remains like that.
Okay. Yeah, the second question is related to looking at the broader global impacts of, say, e-bikes in global north, like how to, I think there's the principle of justice for related that you mentioned, but how in reality to assess such, and some of these are kind of hard to quantify kind of criterias. And second question for Marula, because part of my research also relates to Indonesia, which is a country with thousands, 10,000 islands. And I wonder, for your research on specific cases, how do you see like expanding this to a larger scale? Yeah, or if you thought about it, or yeah, thank you.
So we're gonna start the reverse order from Claudio.
Vale.
Claudio,
Okay.
try to keep it short, so like 3 minutes each maximum, so that it's not easy, there are many questions.
Yeah, okay. So on the question of Jeroen autonomy, well, I put in autonomy, if you see my screen, the carpooling and the shared car is a moderate autonomy. It's not as good as the motorbike or the shared motorbike or the car and the electric car. But in any case, having even less of a score on autonomy means that these are even less desirable from the growth perspective. So this could also contribute to, let's say, to reinforce the argument of the paper. On the health and safety, you are correct. So it is not to be confused with the justice issue. So when I'm cycling and breathing polluted water, polluted air, it doesn't mean that the bicycle is not safe or actually is not healthy per se. It means that I suffer injustice because of another polluter is polluting my air. So I have scored suffering injustice. So it's like a positive attitude not to generate injustice for the bicycles, because from the health perspective, they're not contributing to worsen health condition onto others. While cars do score low on the local pollution because they also contribute to the negative health effects on, for instance, bicycle users, workers, or even the local residents. On the micromobility, I think that there is a study missing on who is, for instance, with the new mobility options, no, like the electric ones. When we say electric scooters, who or what public or private option was the new electric scooter user getting rid of? No, and I suspect that, unfortunately, but we need a study in this. No, maybe interview 200 e-bike and the electric scooter or even electric motorbike users and ask, what did you use to mainly occupy before? Was it public transport? Was it your private car, and so on? And I guess the answer will also depend on policies. That's why, originally I wanted to make the focus on the Barcelona case study, but that was too much. No, but if I had put the Barcelona case study, I would have put shit on the mobility policy of Ada Colau, because they are not doing enough. No, they could be much more ambitious, particularly with these new micromobility options, to get rid of cars. No, because it's not difficult to convince people, if not for public transport, but just find these electric options that, as Jeroen says, I mean, Jeroen is cycling from San Quirze to Autonomo with an electric bicycle, and it's making it super easy for a man who is more than 50 years old, even if he looks only 35, Jeroen. And and that's, you look 35 because you do active mobility, so it can be also healthy for yourself and everybody. And so I think it would be nice to see a study on this, what is happening with the new mobility? Where do we go away from? The one from, I guess, was Donatella, right? The second questions. The topic of the special issues, look, it's the growth in the urban, and Jin Zhu was exactly saying we have to give up this idea of idealizing the growth in the rural and the eco community. So she's very much focused on urban studies. That is why the paper has not touched upon the rural, but that's also a topic for further research and very important, particularly if we need to, for instance, in the Spanish case, foment much more the going back to the rural, to these low density areas in the rural Spain that need people. So what would be then in terms of mobility, the impact of moving people there? On the light goods, I don't know if it was Nino, maybe from your voice. That's another point that for a moment we were considering to include also the transportation of goods, but then we just limited to the transportation of persons. So again, further research could be done on the issue of goods. But I think there is probably going to be similar results, particularly with electric cargo bikes or these ideas that the politicians in Barcelona are talking about the last mile, no? So forbidding Amazon to come into the city center. And so you have a logistics center on the periphery, and there you get cargo bikes that go and distribute products in the city. I guess studies and practice, also maybe policies, not to foment the last kilometer with cargo bikes should be implemented. And then analysis probably is, I suppose, is going to be similar, giving similar results to the one on personal transport. And then by Bowen, yes, I mean, let's say the limitation is that all the authors from this paper are from the global north. So we're not really in the position to say what should be for the global south. Neither we know the cities in the global south. We try to identify general principles, general criteria. However, it is also true, for instance, no, I was just reading today comments to a class I gave on mobility to the master students. Okay, I come from Mexico, DF, and I can only use the car. Also in India, I can only use the car because the bicycle is totally unsafe from the criminality point of view. So, okay, an approach on that needs further analysis, particularly consider broader political issue, which probably enter into the question of justice and injustice, but it's not simply justice given by different mobility users, but also the broader aspect of justice, or the dreams people have, for instance, in China to have car ownership, because for a long time they've been only using bicycles. And okay, it's a great problem. It's a great sad news that a super pro bicycle country is now turning into super polluted car related or car dependent country. But yeah, I guess this would also require further analysis. And I think I'm done with my answers. I hope I could address them properly. And now I don't know, the word who goes to. Thanks.
Yes, well, I hope I remember everything. So yeah, thank you for your feedback. I agree, there are many more islands, and it's true that, well, I just did a PhD, so I had to choose 2 case studies, and I did actually much more research than what I presented. So I did a lot of surveys with the people, etc. But yes, I've looked into other islands, and if you're from the Netherlands, I'm sure you know Ameland. It's a very good example, as well as Samsung in Denmark, Graciosa in Portugal, Serifos in Greece, many, many examples, many different models, which brings me to your question, why we push degrowth? No, we don't push degrowth. As degrowth, we learn what is going on and what is, I would say, these islands are seen now as tech hubs. There's a discourse promoting for that. They're like technological paradise. And as a degrowth, we should get involved with this discourse. We should see what is going on, what is maybe wrong, or where we can start engaging with these communities. And I have to say that these islands, many of these islands are actually, as I said, underdeveloped. So for me, I consider them a bit of like south in the north. So if I went there and I talked with people, and I talked to them about degrowth, and they were like, no, we need jobs. Like, we are poor here. We are forgotten from the Greek government, or forgotten from the Spanish government. But when you start talking with them a little bit about what degrowth could be in these areas, and it's not the same as what degrowth could be in a big city, in New York or in London, it's totally different. It's what I name on another paper as insular degrowth. So I started from this, of what is going on, what is going wrong, and then I started to think a little bit how degrowth might look like. Probably not in these communities. I'm not very optimistic to answer your question right now. Maybe for Tilos more than El Hierro. But there are many more islands embarking this trip right now with local renewable energy. And maybe there we can see something different. Maybe they can learn from these approaches. And not only in Europe, we need to get out of Europe as well. A lot of islands close to Indonesia or in other places around the world that embark on this trip. And I think we should engage more with islands and with rural and mountainous areas in the degrowth discourse. And but I forget the self-sufficiency issue that I think is very important. It's actually what one of the reviewers also pointed out, if I remember well. And I mean, a characteristic of these islands is that they're not connected with the grid. So by starting the discussion, we already talked about decentralized energy. But yes, there are a lot of discussion on how to connect these islands between them, and especially in Tilos, they're exporting energy to Kos. So if they have an excess of energy, they charge their battery, and then they can export it to Kos. And in Canary Islands, they're actually discussing now to have their own daily energy market. So they find their price on the Canary Islands. And there's a lot of discussions as well in Greece with an app that allows people that live in neighboring island to become prosumers, basically, and exchange their electricity. So yeah, there are discussions. I don't think we can have one island, each and every island being self-sufficient. It's impossible. But for sure, there should be a network when we talk about decentralization and self-sufficiency. I hope I didn't forget anything. big at least. So I didn't take notes. Yes.
I did write it down, so I hope I can address everything. First of all, Donatella asked me about the potential of soils storing carbon. So as a matter of fact, there are many other approaches to negative emissions that I haven't really mentioned. Some of them are basically called land-based negative emissions, and within this category, you would also find options like soil organic carbon sequestration, like restoration of natural peatlands and other natural ecosystems, agroforestry, and so forth. So definitely there is a potential to store carbon. Now, the thing with these nature-based solutions, they're also called, is that they are limited by the fact that natural sinks, so land sinks, soil sink, and forest at some point become saturated. I mean, the thing is that because of industrial agriculture, land use change, and so forth, a lot of carbon has been released into the atmosphere from soils and natural vegetation over the past 200 years. So as a matter of fact, land use change is still like a huge contributor of global warming, because up to 7 gigatons per year go into the atmosphere from land use change. So the first priority should definitely be like to minimize the land use change emissions and to like restore certain natural areas, and then you can actually realize negative emissions with nature-based solutions. Now, the problem with nature-based solutions is that they are to some degree mutually exclusive with the technology that I presented, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. And that's simply because you only have a certain amount of land that you can dedicate to negative emissions. So if you've already dedicated all of it to restoring natural forest, you cannot use the same land to plant energy crop plantations. And from the point of view of maximizing negative emissions within the century that we have in order to stabilize global warming, the most effective way of using this land is actually to dedicate at least some of this land to BECCS. I mean, it has a lot of like negatives, but if you just want to focus on one number, which is the amount of carbon you would suck from the atmosphere and store it underground, you should go BECCS and you should go big. Now, but this means, so this brings me to like the limits, no? I mean, so limits of negative emissions are not like biophysically strictly defined. They are fluid. It depends on the trade-offs that we are willing to accept. So if we don't want to dedicate up to 20% of like natural areas of Amazon rainforest, maybe, I don't know, I haven't studied this, but like savannas and natural areas into crop plantations, then this is not a good option. But if we are willing to do this, that we can probably maximize negative emissions. Now to get to Jeroen's first question about like technology learning curves and improvements, and also which technology I see more useful in the future. I think it really depends on the trade-offs, and I think that that we are willing to accept, and also learning. So technological improvement, for example, for BECCS, there's very little technological improvement that can happen because the technology is based on land management. So basically, you can maximize carbon sequestration by more optimally managing land. But as I said, so you would have to basically develop a system where plantations are optimized in a most effective way to capture carbon, that these would still be plantations. There's very little you can do at the technological process of converting biomass into energy, because there are certain like efficiency factors that are just limited by thermodynamics principles, no? So you cannot do much there. Now, as for direct air carbon capture and storage, which have a huge energy footprint at the moment, the numbers I used actually are very like on the optimistic side. Like also they use learning curves, and so they are based on a future non-existing technology that's not available right now. And here too, you have certain thermodynamic limits. So because like chemical reactions and so forth always require certain energy to produce them, and when you like convert something by a chemical reaction, you reduce the chemical potential of that reaction. So then you need to add another energy input to increase it. So yes, there are potentials to improve these processes, but I think that within the literature, they are already quite optimistic about this. So the numbers I used and the effects that are caused by these technologies are actually on the optimistic side. And this was because my approach here was, let's take it at like their best, these technologies, and then let's analyze a little bit the political, ecological consequences if we actually go big with those technologies. Now, about the classifying scenarios. So yes, as a matter of fact, in the working paper, I did like classify them from like low negative emissions, large scale negative emissions, and extreme. Here I only presented the low negative emissions and extreme because of like time constraints, and also to illustrate like this duality on the spectrum. But there are like, of course, some that are more moderate and some are not. And the thing with statistically analyzing these like scenarios is a bit of a challenge. It's difficult, I think, to publish statistical analysis of these scenarios because they're not mean to represent a statistically relevant sample. So like the number of like high negative emissions scenarios doesn't correspond to the feasibility of those scenarios, because opposed to this high number of like very ambitious scenarios on negative emissions, you have very few scenarios that are like low energy demand scenarios, but it doesn't represent that one future is more feasible than the other. So like doing statistical analysis on this like kind of skews what those scenarios are meant to do, and they're meant to show the whole range of possible futures, but they don't want to be biased towards like which of those futures are more realistic. They're just like maybe a contingent result of the fact that most of the modeling community is in the global north, and their knowledge maps are like biased towards technological solutions and not so much towards degrowth, but doesn't mean that the outcome of scenarios like actually reflects the feasibility of different transitions. And this also brings me to the last question of degrowth in IPCC. Degrowth is mentioned in the IPCC, and that's because what IPCC does is it reviews the literature, but it doesn't make value judgments on literature. So the fact that degrowth is not very present in literature just reflects the fact that we are very few people who are researching this. And moreover, we are, I think, more people who are researching in the same field like Jeroen, but he doesn't want to call himself degrowth, even though, as he rightly pointed out, we actually have very, very similar ideas, and we would probably agree in 95% of our work and findings that we do. Okay, 85% then, Jeroen. So yeah, I think I hope I addressed all of your points. Thank you for your attention.
Outside. So may I ask you to take the lamps and go on the open space? So because it seems we bothered someone who's trying to work. So we can take, everyone is welcome to join the lamps, even if you didn't register. I think we are enough people. So feel free to take grab lamps. And we're gonna start at 2:30. We're gonna be back by 2:30.
Thanks, Claudio.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
See, thank you, thank you. See you later. If I can, I have to go by bus to Barcelona tonight.
¿Qué tal, Panayota? Por una vez no eres mi discussant. Ofereixes.
Pregunta. Pensé que sí que llama la atención.
Pero están aquí. ¿Qué tal? ¿Està agradat? Has dinat?
Sí, a veure, agarras menos de gazpacho y sí, bueno. Y después ya no quedaba res més.
Ah, sí, eh?
Un tros de coca, todo el peixe y no m'ha agradat i bueno, estic ahí. Rollo.
No, estava bé.
No, després hi havia un altre plat salat que suposo que estaria bo, però no...
Ha volat.
Sí, ha volat. He conegut una xica que està treballant en el grup en el que jo tindria que estar, de
Qui?
conflicte.
Ah, la Sole,
No.
que ja us coneixeu amb la Sole.
Solo per lo del seminari que t'he dit que vaig conèixer a Joan, de conservació, que se va fer així.
Ah, vale.
Que pues la vaig trobar en Historical Materialism, però el de Barcelona.
Vale.
I una altra xica, no? Ara la... Jo no sé com se diu, però em diu, pues Joan, no mos ha dit res que n'hi ha algú fent l'estada en ell, i jo ja no ho he dit.
Ah, el que estava pensant és que jo aquests dies vindré molt poc. Vull dir, puc donar les claus.
No patis que és, tio. Si jo realment falta un despatx per Andorra i a voltes o estem ahí o a voltes anem a la Universitat de Barcelona que hi tenia carnet. El que passa que ara estan en exàmens i no mos deixen entrar. Vindrem més així, però hi té un despatx ahí, o sigui, el típic despatx de PhD per Andorra, que hi ha 50.000 persones i jo. Els professors entenen. Si miren, i jo... Hola.
Però aquí són només 4.
Ja.
I l'altre és la Gemma. L'has presentat o no?
No,
Ah.
però l'original, la Gemma original.
Sí, la que jo em pensava, sí.
Vale. Que d'on és? Has dit que és valenciana?
Clar, per això jo vaig assumir que era aquesta Gemma, saps? Que l'altra no és ni valenciana.
Ja, o sigui, era en plan, de què passes en la festa d'esto, no?
Bueno, que també podria ser, no? Però són masses coincidències.
Sí.
Que algú de l'IC te'n digui que la Gemma, que és valenciana, que va de cosa... Raúl, què tal?
Aquí estic la primera fila.
Bé.
Ah, clar! Ah, vale. ¿Qué tal? Hola, Raúl.
A la hora de la siesta me metieron, ¿eh?
Está peor, ¿no? Pero vale, que va a tener interés.
No, no, para mí mejor. Sí. Yo prefiero más petit comité.
Un poquito de agua, qué buena idea.
Tengo,
Bien,
si quieres.
ya he visto. Qué guay, pues ya va a estar súper bien.
Sí, súper guay. Súper.
Y tal, y te vas a quedar más a gusto.
Depende, sí, no sé. Que me coge un ataque de pánico.
Ya. Ya, es que está más fresco, que lo que digamos va a estar bien.
No, sí, es algo. Es como. No. Queda 3 años de clase, ¿sabes?
Ya ves. Tienes más de
Con
experiencia.
más
Y mira lo que te
gente.
ha dicho el otro día Sergio, que les había flipado la clase, en plan, sí. ¿Te acuerdas?
Bueno, sí, pero es como. Podría ser esto, lo contrario estaría igual, ¿sabes? Es algo. No sé. Reactivo, exacto. Sí, sí.
Ya.
No has hecho nada como, no sé, algo así
Claro,
hippie de... Eso iba bien ahí cuando hacíamos en el review. Les digo, no.
es que con este ayer en el evento de la Sole, yo en plan, tú, no estoy haciendo ni el juego y el otro, la danza caribeña. Y hubo un momento que dijimos, bueno, que hay que ir a preparar la presentación.
Muy mal, muy mal. Oye, pero,
Aquí bien y disfrutemos.
Parecemos personas normales.
sí, hoy en la floresta, ¿no? Vamos a tomar algo. Porque he contado dormir en tu casa también. No te lo había dicho hasta ahora. Pero si no te parece mal. Bueno, lo vamos viendo, lo vamos viendo. Tengo opciones.
Para mí bien,
No te preocupes.
Olga.
No te preocupes, tengo opciones. No, pero asumía que íbamos a tomar algo después. Si quieres.
Sí, pero necesitas quedar en la floresta.
No. Puedo ir a Barcelona también.
Pero era seria la pregunta si podrías quedarme con nosotros.
Sí, o sea, sí.
Vale.
Sí, era.
Es que pensaba que si es en plan bro.
No, pero es serio, pero no es grave.
Claro.
¿Sabes?
Okay, welcome back to the third of our session. Now we are taking a little bit of here, but we're moving more into the ground of political ecology. I mean, these are broad generalizations, but if the first part was more the general theoretical framework, and the second was more into the direction of ecological economics. The third one is has more of a space of political ecology. It's a little bit what you all know we are doing here at ICTA, ecological economics, political ecology, and in this case applies in the context of degrowth. So we're gonna have 3 presentations. Touching on different resources, commodities, ecosystems. The first one is going to be on fisheries in Catalonia. The second one is going to be on materials and extraction in the Arctic. And the third one is going to be a global scale picture of unequal exchange of resources. So the first presentation is by Borna Marquez.
Mejor si cierra la luz.
Okay. Borna is a PhD student here at ICTA. She's working on, broadly speaking, degrowth, the challenge to the growth of ordinary in the sea. His focus is on the Mediterranean Sea. today is going to present to us one sample of his work. We have 20 minutes for that. I'm gonna let you know when you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, bona tarda. So let me know if at some point I don't speak loudly enough. Is good, the micro? Yeah, good. Okay. So yeah, what I'm gonna present this afternoon is a paper I'm writing now on co-management in fisheries in Catalonia as a case study to look at different practices of self-limitation. And we explore a bit what we mean by self-limitation, collective self-limitation, drawing upon the political theory, philosophy of Cornelius Castoriadis, which is a big degrowth reference and scholar. Well, it's more like a reference from a posteriori. So the talk will be organized like this in very basic, traditional kind of paper structure. I will introduce a bit why I'm talking about this, which is the context, why I think it's important. Then I'll talk a bit about the case study and which research questions drove me to study this particular case. What were the things that I found out? I'll put these results in discussion with the relevant literature that are talking about these kind of issues regarding sustainability, marine fisheries, etc. And then I'll conclude. So as you probably know, the Mediterranean is a sea under many impacts. One of the main ones is climate change, but there is also all sorts of physical damage and habitat loss, introduction of non-indigenous species through the different corridors, the flows of transport, marine litter, of course, mainly coming from land-based sources, alteration of hydrographical conditions, meaning like everything that's been done in the rivers, river basins that doesn't allow the normal natural sediment flow to go and nutrient flow to go as normally. Also underwater noise from mostly ships, but which more and more is recognized as a big hazard for marine life. Chemical pollution, and of course overfishing, which is going to be more the central theme that we will touch upon. This is nothing particular of the Mediterranean itself. What makes it maybe more grave or more intense in the Mediterranean is that it's a semi-enclosed sea. So the cumulative effects of this type of impacts are greater. But as you can see here in this picture, this is a paper that they try to visualize the different impacts. Some of them are the ones I mentioned. They also include others around the world, and you can see from the orange to the yellow to the red and different degrees of intensity of human activity impacts. And as you can see, most of the sea is already under high to medium high impact. This has to do with many things, but particularly in what some people been calling the blue acceleration, which is a reference to the idea of the great acceleration that started after the Second World War with the growth of the global economy, the expansion of capital around the world, etc. And as you probably are familiar with these exponential curves of different uses, socioeconomic uses that you see usually applied to land, to land-based economies. Here we have the same type of graph, just looking at starting at later stages. As you can, I don't know if you can read correctly, but usually in the traditional great acceleration graphs, usually the curve starts to pick up after the 50s, the 60s, and this, let's say the expansion of human activity at sea, of economic activity, takes hold a bit later on. So you can see more starting the curves on the 80s and the 90s, and we have here like activities like hydrocarbon extraction, shipping, offshore wind farms, aquaculture, etc. So just to put this in context, like impacts come also for an increase and intense use of ocean space. And it is in this framework of kind of high impacts and also high intense use that these popular, this type of discourses, these catchwords began to emerge in the last 10 to 20 years, called the blue economy or blue growth. One of the first ones was this report by the OECD, in which it visualized the ocean economy in 2030 with this kind of words. So it talks about the promise of immense resource wealth that the sea will allow to boost economic growth, employment and innovation, that it will bring food security, solutions to climate change, energy, natural resources, almost everything. Not this very kind of bombastic and utopian idea of the sea as a place to go to save from ourselves, no? So from the secular problems of global capitalism. This is the type of discourse, this is the type of framework that goes through all these kinds of platforms and circles that talk about this. The idea of the cornucopia, as is depicted here by another report made by the UNEP, a partner of the UNEP, of this idea, no, like this mythical object in which there is an infinite output of, in this case, goods and services, right? And you have depicted different things that you can use from the seas, be it nitrogen cycles, CO2 capture, of course, food, etc., or offshore windmills. And this is also, interestingly, not a new idea. I mean, there has been other epochs of high motivation, of high expectation, looking at the sea as the great cornucopia, as it was in the 50s and the 60s, with this famous figure that probably you know, Jacques Cousteau, that was already saying that we have to enter the sea because there is no choice, we are too many, resources are depleting, and we have to go to the great cornucopia to take hold of it. And this is more or less how these kind of ideas have been articulated. They've been promoted at very high levels of international governance, from the UN through the Sustainable Development Goals. Then this kind of Pro-Blue project is from the World Bank. Another is a picture of this, well, infinite kind of sustainable economy. This is from World Wide Fund. So you have NGOs, financial institutions, international governance, and then, of course, more like interregional government bodies like the blue economy, the European Union, that has a blue economy program. It takes out a report every year, and a blue growth strategy since 2015. And well, this is just the type of way it's depicted. Usually they have an emphasis on innovation and new types of sectors like renewable energy, minerals, aquaculture, tourism, and such. But also they concede that other sectors, more traditional and with perhaps less potential to growth, are part of the blue economy, like fisheries, transport, and oil and gas extraction. So what does all this mean in the context of the crisis that I was talking about, the Mediterranean, of all these pressures going to the Mediterranean, and particularly to overfishing? This is a graph just showing how captures have been decreasing and at some stops almost collapsing in the last decades. On the lower part is the FAO stats, but this paper, they did a reconstruction of what would be essentially the real catches, so that they are much, much higher. And also, this is like we could say like the ecological crisis. In this case, if you look at fisheries in Spain, that would be the picture of the social crisis, in the sense that in the last 15 years, almost half of the fleet has disappeared. They've gone out of job. Here is, I don't know if you can see the colors very well, but they are the different types of fishing vessels. So trawlers, purse seiners, longline, whatever. It's just important I put it here because I'm going to be looking precisely at the purple part, the upper part, which are the small scale fisheries. And let's focus it a bit more on where I'm going now. It's in the case study. This is the same type of graph. We're going from the Mediterranean to Spanish Mediterranean to the Catalan Mediterranean. And you can see the same type of decline in catches, but also, of course, in revenues. So you can see that there's also almost 101 correlation in terms of the losses that the fisheries, the Catalan fisheries, have suffered in these years. Here is just for maybe, well, here is, you cannot see, but it's a comparison of small scale and large scale, just to put it in context in case people are not familiar what it means, small scale, large scale. It's actually quite obvious just by the name itself. But I think the most important character for our discussion is that small scale is like less capital intense, it employs more people, and it's much less wasteful in terms of not only fuel, but also bycatch, etc. Right? So as you could say, in general terms, it's a more sustainable type of fishing. And on the graph on the left, you can see here is a division of the Catalan fishing fleet. Almost half of it are artisanal fishing boats. So there are small boats of 1 or 2 people, family owned. Usually they don't go very far into the sea. This is the kind of the picture of what we are talking. So meaning here that small scale fisheries are important, not only in the case of Catalonia, not only because they represent a more sustainable model of fishing, but also because they are the majority of it in terms of fleet. So that's the case study itself. These are 6 co-management committees that the regional government promoted as part of this blue economy, this idea of, okay, let's keep using the sea, but try not to either deplete it or destroy our fishing communities. So they built up these different co-management communities based on types of species, based on territorial boundaries, in which there are scientists, environmentalists, fishers, and government representatives. It's more of a kind of a pilot project at the moment. It's the oldest committee. It's been running since 2014. So it's having some hold already in the territory, but at the moment it's only about 10 to 15% of the total catch in Catalonia that's been managed through these systems. But even though 60% of all small-scale fisheries, about 200 boats, are part of this committee, so it has some impact. And what they do is they essentially discuss and decide on management plans. So, and essentially membership, who's going to be part of this management plan, hence who's going to be able, will have the right to fish in this plan, which gear type, which size, when they start and when they stop fishing, what it's allowed, what it's not, in terms of fish size, in terms of schedules, when can you go, when you cannot, in terms of quotas, how you can get at the maximum and how to share it between themselves. So there is a lot of literature on co-management. I put just these 3 references. Well, the first one, because this is a paper from here, from ICTA, in which they did a systematic review of co-management all around the world, and they find that, yes, they actually have positive outcomes in terms of social learning, but also in terms of improvement of ecosystems. But also there is a lot of expectation and a lot of scientific interest on this kind of management, like this paper in Nature, which considers that the only realistic solution for the majority of the world fisheries is co-management. Because they can solve many of the problems, etc. So there's nothing particularly new in looking at this type of systems. And there's also more from the political ecology, social science literature, a lot of studies on co-management as well. What we were interested in looking is how applying different ideas of limits that Yorgos developed in his book, but are taken from this philosopher Cornelius Castoriadis, which distinguishes about autonomy and heteronomy. So when you make your own rules and when rules are imposed on you, that's the heteronomous part. So how this through these lenses, when you look at co-management, what do you find out? So what does this type of distinguishing about making rules, if you make it yourself or they make it for you, reveal about these processes? And under which conditions self-limitation practices can be enabled, and how an emancipatory articulation of this collective limitation could look like at sea. So, well, this is the first co-management committee that was established. The one I talked, it was from 2014. These are like the main results that you usually find out, that they have this self-managed quota system, that they manage to catch less and had better prices, that they compete less between themselves, that they have more free time and more socioeconomic resilience. But the interesting part that I saw is that there was this kind of common sense throughout the fishermen, that they needed themselves to change the way they fish. That's one of the quote that they repeat a lot, that we need to fish less but better. Or the other idea that historically relevant also for this type of self-management systems is that the important thing is that everybody gets a living, no? Que tothom visqui. And there is this strong sense that the sea can be vast, but not unlimited on what it can offer. So then if you have this kind of senses, these values, these practices working, what can this idea, this distinction between autonomy, heteronomy, limitation, self-limitation, tell you about how these systems works? One is that they become more adaptive they have more capacity to adapt. One reason, it's very simple, is because there is not enough data on the state of the stocks, on what are the cause and effect relations, on the state of ecosystems. So instead of focusing these co-management committees, they don't focus so much on what is making, you know, the fish population go down, or like the habitat being destroyed, is they focus on what can we do to adapt to this situation. So instead of shifting the management, the focus of management to the environment, the shift goes to human action. What do we do in our everyday practices? Well, we were talking about more like very concrete ways to regulate and restrict, which is another way to limit. In this case, self-limit, because the fishers themselves are doing that. So this makes them faster to respond to socio-ecological change and less vulnerable. Another thing that reveals when you're thinking about this autonomous, heteronomous rule making is that there is a tension of who are the self manages and who are the others. So like who are inside and who are outside. And this is very apparent, like, because in this case, the institution has decided that the fishers are the professional fishers, but then you also have recreational fishers. So what happens when you have in the same place recreational fishers that want to fish and also professional fishers? In this case, there is an heteronomy imposed on the recreational fishers, right? Interesting though is that it kind of politicizes very much this idea of the ecology of being essentially a political issue, in terms of they decide who, what, and how, and for what they're gonna do these management plans. But in this process, many tensions arise. And to finish, there is also a discussion on more on the political ecology side of fisheries about what happens when you give rights to fishers as a management system. And there's been some critique saying that this is the first steps of a process of enclosure or neoliberalization of nature, because you kind of quantify it and you share it, and then you kind of make it more efficient, and hence this can develop in the privatization of resource use. But there is also other scholars that have seen how when you do these territorialized user rights management systems and you establish these boundaries, you actually can facilitate community prosperity if you pay attention to equity and access and foster these other maybe moral economies or non-capitalist economic practices to flourish, which is what I argue that is happening in these committees, in which collective self-limitation practices are being encouraged. So the conclusion would be, this is the final slide, that in these committees there's a shift from the focus on environmental limits to fishing, let's say, maximum sustainable yield, how many fish is out there so that we can calculate how many we can get out in the most efficient way. So instead, they are promoting practices of collective self-limitation as a sustainability strategy. This also, I argue that these community-based co-management systems are spaces of possibility for emerging alternative economic practices or values like collective self-limitation or through practice of collective self-limitation, and that this distinction between autonomous and heteronomous rule from Castoriadis is useful to reveal the possibilities, but also the difficulties in articulating more democratic and sustainable natural resource management systems. And that's all. Thank you for getting me.
The next presenter is Sena Hanase. Sena has completed her PhD here at ICTA, is a postdoc at ICTA, and now she has one of the new postdoc fellowships that allow people to go abroad and then come back. And Zambrano there, Maria Zambrano, right? No, Margarita Salas.
The micro.
She's at the University of Helsinki. She's now about the research on the Arctic, promoting the frontiers. She's part of the environmental justice group here, Domination and Daniela De Bene, Marina Novo, and other people here at the ICTA work on environmental conflict and environmental injustices. And the Xenia's work has been on the Arctic, so we're going to hear about that.
So yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. So my research focuses on the Arctic and the extraction in the region and also on environmental conflicts. I called it in this paper, we called it On Thin Ice. When I say we, I refer to a collaboration with Marcus Kruger, Arnim Scheidel, Facundo Rojas, and John Martinez-Alier. And it was published in the Journal of Ecological Economics. So in this paper, or this paper contributes to the discussion on extractive projects and environmental conflicts by analyzing 53 cases in the Arctic region as a single regional unit. And it's based, the paper, on mixed methods of descriptive statistics, regression, and network analysis. So the main focus is on social struggles in the context of global economy and resource extraction and the huge biophysical transformation of the region. And I also focused on human geography of resource extraction, such as land degradation, also loss of cultural traditions, the environment, and also marginalization of local communities in the Arctic. So my source of data is EJ Atlas. So studying, which was important because studying how and why commodity frontiers have expanded and moved and also adapted over time is a key element for understanding global capitalism, including post-Soviet spaces today. However, in the literature, they say that one key challenge remains, and how to account for this enormous variety and context-specific actors and places involved in this history of understanding global capitalism. So the EJ Atlas for this study was a useful database when I was looking into the Arctic region, and when I was studying the place where commodity frontiers are expanding, as well as the affected actors that complain and protest against such big extraction projects. So in this article, I did not focus on the growth. However, I understand that both movements, environmental justice and degrowth, call for post-capitalist futures, and environmental justice and degrowth movements learn from each other with the actual practices on the ground, but only if they come from the south, from the people suffering across the whole globe, and including a south in the geographical north, in my case, the Arctic region. So why the Arctic? So Arctic is a colonized territory. So it's one territory influenced by at least 7 nation states. And it's more often than not perceived as an empty polar space. There is nothing, and let's extract it. And it's something that is no empty above 60 degrees north. However, people, the Arctic people, they call themselves, say that it's a home to them, and for generations and centuries, they have been living there, and they include indigenous group, pastoralists, and pastoralism, which is very important for the region, and also fishermen. So from the development of the Arctic, it's also perceived as extensive area of mineral exploration and extraction potential, which is coming now more with the climate change. So it's a ground zero of climate change, so resources can be extracted more easily, and this is how Arctic is perceived. Warming and experiencing vast sea and ice, sea ice and permafrost loss. At the same time, what we observed was the increase of extraction, global trade, and thus environmental conflicts in the region. When I say global trade, and this is the second paper I'm now focusing on, and maybe I can present some other time, it's like the polar Silk Road that goes from Europe to China, and from China to Europe via the Arctic waters, because the ice extent is vanishing. So, and they are using new technologies and icebreakers that is functioning on it's a new technology for breaking the ice, and also uses new technologies. Yeah, exactly. Sorry for that. So at the same time, I participated in the 21 Kalot Academy on the theme or topic of new and emerging trends of the Arctic governments, geopolitics and geoeconomics, and also science. I traveled across the Sapmi region in both Finland and Norway, and in participation with Sami Education Institute, municipalities in the north, such as Inari, and also Arctic Center and Faculty of Social Science at University of Lapland in Rovaniemi in Finland. Yeah, so now I go to the result of the paper. So we found exactly that geography of the conflicts overlaps with predominantly the indigenous peoples' territories, and these conflicts are characterized by visible mobilization, such as street protests, and they also include high-intensity conflicts, in which repressive reactions with violence has taken place, such as arrest or violent targeting of activists. So we can see the larger the circle, the more intense the environmental conflict is. So these are EJ Atlas variables, and I was interested in analyzing environmental conflict per se. Then I looked into the all environmental conflicts identified, and according to specific economic sectors, and commodities. No, so there is like a huge variety. We have like a lot of conflicts on oil and gas extraction. We also have land acquisition conflicts, transport and infrastructure, pipelines. We also have issues with deforestation, especially removing the slow growing Arctic tundra. We also have like uranium extraction. So yeah, you name it. So and these are all the commodities involved. I don't know if you can read it very well, such as crude oil, also copper, gold, diamonds, so it's a huge variety of commodities extracted from the region and very conflictive. So we are looking also to coal extraction in Taimyr Peninsula, especially designed open pit mine for the Indian market. We are looking at Yamal, the biggest in the world natural gas extraction that the Europe uses. It's coming from the Arctic, involves also companies, European companies, Chinese investments, and also Russian companies. And here we are looking into Diavik diamond mine in the Arctic, Canada. And also not like the conflict was not only about the extraction of diamond, but also with the wastewaters after the company decided to leave or just to leave the wastewaters in the community's fresh waters. So it was a huge conflict there as well. So forms of mobilization also, because I look into environmental conflicts and I was interested in looking what is going on. So I also found that there is more frequency of media-based activism around the Arctic, as well as development of action and development of networks and collective action, with all the environmental justice organization and indigenous group around the Arctic. And less frequent, we find forms of mobilization such as blockade, sabotage, or strikes. So then I wanted to see what does it mean in terms when analyzing environmental conflicts, this development of network and collective action between different actors in the region. And we see that they are, when looking into network analysis, they are somehow always connected. In different countries, different environmental justice organization and different indigenous group, around 30 different groups. And they form a social movement across the Arctic as a central, let's say, variable. So this was the evidence that the resistance or the resistance against Arctic extraction forms in a way of social movement in white and in the center of the network. And then I looked into 3 different variables also from the Environmental Justice Atlas when analyzing environmental conflicts, because I was interested in seeing repression, social environmental consequences at stake, and project cancellation in the Arctic region, especially because we are looking at many different nation states at the same time, but colonized territory, which is the Arctic. So I found that repression against activists is significantly more likely to occur in absence of preventive mobilization and in the Arctic countries with a low rule of law, such as the Russian Federation or the United States in comparison with Norway or Finland. And I also found that loss of traditional knowledge and practices is being significantly higher in indigenous territories of high biocultural values, and how people protect and relate to their environments in the Arctic. And I also found that the chances to achieve the cancellation of a conflictive project in the Arctic is significantly higher if dependency on natural resource rents in a country is low. What does it mean? It means if a country depends a lot on oil extraction, such as Norway, although there is a preventive resistance, the cancellation of project is less likely to occur. Yeah, so our results suggest that commodity frontiers move globally, leading to peripheralization and damaging of regions around the world, such as the Arctic. And these processes sustain colonial relations between core economic states, such as the United States, Russia, Finland, Norway, Denmark as well, and the circumpolar north, or making the periphery, where resources can be extracted at will, but at the same time, there is a resistance because this is home to local communities and indigenous groups. So people are defending their colonized lands. And this process, as we saw, is evidenced by the number of extractive commodity projects, like old and new materials also for energy transition. And and there is a significant social environmental consequences suffered, as we saw from the analysis, by local communities who complain accordingly about their impacts. So the Arctic has been colonized territory, and due to all this extraction, it remains colonized through the expansion of these new commodity frontiers. And this historical path of resource extraction and the current expansion of commodity frontier manifests themselves in peripheral region beyond north and south divide. We are also seeing an open letter from indigenous peoples of Russia urging Tesla company to respect indigenous lands and not to associate with nickel producer Nornickel company. So it's a history of resistance that we are looking at. And because the company has an extensive record on social environmental devastation on their traditional lands. And while state corporate hybrids tend to impose these colonial relations through extractive projects, intervened in different forms of repression, as we also saw, they impose their own economic interest from which both land and resources are needed, and they don't owe it. So they colonize those lands. And the geography and the Arctic geography and changing climate present, we argue, important consideration in Arctic resource frontier, moving to a greater extractivist push with increasing uncertainties and risk due to climate change. And we argue that these projects operate on thin ice as their social and environmental impacts are far-reaching. Resistance against those projects are mounting, and bottom-up preventive and peaceful struggle tends to defend and preserve environmental and socio-cultural well-being of the region, calling for environmental sustainability, equity, and justice. And so this resistance at extractive frontiers as the Arctic today also arise now when we look at they arise also globally to protect land, traditional economies, and ways of life. So that's it. Thank you very much for anything.
The last presentation for this session is going to be by Jason Pickell. I don't know if the presentation is uploaded or not. Jason is a professor, the additional professor here at ICTA in the Department of Anthropology at our university. He was previously a doctor at the USA in London before coming to ICTA. Jason is an anthropologist with work on political economy, well known for his book, Divide on Global Inequality and Less is More for the case for Israel. Today he's going to present to us some of his latest research, which is on unequal exchange of resources. So it fits very well with what Xenia presented. Xenia presented the unequal exchange and the extraction, neo-colonial extraction in the Arctic. Jason's paper gives the big picture between global north, global south, and historical perspective. So, Jason, I'll let you know at 3 minutes.
Okay. No.
What?
It's not working. Oh. No, it's not working. That's okay. I can just use the keyboard. No, I can do it myself. Yeah. Actually, let me think about that. It would be better if I can use this because it's not working. No. What if I save this presentation on the hard drive and then I put this here instead? I don't know why it's not. Oh, it's not picking it up.
No, it has to do with the clicker. Can I try to do that? Like,
yeah, I can try that. Yeah.
It's supposed to be light.
Should be a blue light.
Okay. So,
oh, it's working now. Okay, fine, cool. Thanks for your help. Yeah. Okay. I'll try to be as brief as possible. This is a recent paper we have that came out in Global Environmental Change this year with my co-authors listed below. Imperialist appropriation of the world economy. We try to estimate or quantify drain from the global south through the process of unequal exchange from the years 1990 to 2015. So let's see how we go. Very, very briefly, just by way of background to the thinking around this, is to understand that the rise of capitalism in Western Europe, as we all know, depended on the outright appropriation of labor and resources from the global south on a vast scale. So I don't need to convince you all of the way this works, but we know this is true for silver and gold and cotton, sugar, grain, timber, tea, rubber, fossil fuels, et cetera, all of which were essential to the possibility of Europe's industrial rise, right? These goods were basically appropriated gratis, effectively for free. In the literature on economic history, we describe this as an ecological windfall, basically a quantity of ecology that the imperial powers were able to appropriate for free, as if it was like their own territory, but they didn't have to pay for anything, right? This allowed them to move their labor force into industrial production rather than agricultural production for land-based goods. In the case of Western Europe, it also allowed them to use the ecology they appropriated from the global south to buy other kinds of products from the East in a legitimate way, say from China, for example, which effectively they bought for free, since the goods they were trading for that product was itself appropriated for free, right? So this is a huge privilege that the rest of the world economy did not benefit from, only the imperial powers. We also describe this in terms of ghost acres, and so we can quantify the scale of acres that, say, England's relied on from the Caribbean plantations, which it didn't have to manage in terms of worrying about degradation, et cetera, just free land for England, okay? Of course, it's not only land and material goods, but also labor in the form of mass enslavements, indentured labor, and other forms of coerced labor through dispossession to produce a cheap labor force for the colonial economy, okay? Now, okay, that's all in the past, they say, right? In the post-colonial era, there's sort of two general schools of thought. The usual narrative is that colonial patterns of appropriation, while they were terrible, they ended, fortunately, with the withdrawal of European troops and bureaucrats. And today we live in an equal economy where if poor countries are still poor, it's because they failed to have the right institutions, or they have poor work ethic, et cetera, right? Whatever it is, they're not exploited because colonialism is over. The second school of thought comes from, I'm broadly calling this world system theory, but Marxist critiques, dependency theory critiques, heterodox critiques, et cetera, basically acknowledge or argue that appropriation from the global south continues in the form of what they refer to as unequal exchange. The two theorists that are most prominently associated with this are Samir Amin and Arrighi Emanuel, who developed the theory in its fullest form, I guess. And the idea basically is this. We have to understand the first key fact, which is that capital in a capitalist system seeks to cheapen inputs as much as possible for the sake of maximizing surplus appropriation, right? That's true, of course, in any industry, but also true in international trade. In international trade, rich states and multinational corporations seek to leverage their geopolitical and commercial power in the world economy to depress the prices of labor and resources in the global south, okay? And the key observation here from these theorists is that prices are not natural as they're considered in neoclassical economics, but rather they're an artifact of political power, right? So if wages are going down, this is not because workers are less productive, but rather because capitalists found ways to depress wages by dismantling unions or whatever it might be. And vice versa. If wages are going up, we might say this is because unions are becoming more powerful, have increased their bargaining power, et cetera. The same is true on the world stage between suppliers and lead firms and between poor countries and rich countries. So artifacts, prices in the world economy and artifacts of political power. Some of the ways that northern firms seek to depress prices in the south is through the exercise of monopsony power in global commodity chains. So for example, Apple might find ways to squeeze its suppliers in China to ensure they provide the iPhone for a lower price to maximize Apple's take in the final sale, which Apple can achieve also not only through monopsony power by being, by the way, monopsony power is when you're the only buyer of a product, right? You can basically determine, you can set prices effectively, but also through monopoly power, through control over patents. So 94% of all patents in the world economy are controlled by northern firms. Huge monopoly power in multinational corporations through this. The imposition of structural adjustment programs on the global south also has a profound price depression effect. Structural adjustments basically cut public sector employments, cut labor protections, cut environmental protections, et cetera, to liberalize trade, no? And this caused wages to decline in the global south in the 80s and 90s, and also resource prices as well. They also privatized key national resources, et cetera, et cetera. All of this drove prices down in the global south in a massive way. And then, of course, through the exercise of hegemony in institutions of economic governance, like the World Bank and the IMF and the World Trade Organization, which are deeply undemocratic institutions, where the G7 and their firms have the vast majority of voting power in the World Bank and the IMF, and the majority of bargaining power in the World Trade Organization, where bargaining power depends on your market size, right? So the richest states are the most powerful in determining the rules of trade. So the deck is stacked against prices in the global south, okay? This leads to a situation where when we have price inequalities, it means that for every unit of embodied labor or resources that the south imports from the north, they then have to export several times that quantity in terms of units of labor and resources to the north to pay for it, okay? So it seems like there's an equal monetary transaction, but beneath the equal monetary transaction is an unequal physical transaction of some kinds. And this is what theorists refer to as a hidden transfer of value from the south to the north. And there have been attempts to quantify this by scholars for several decades with various difficult methods because we were never able to quantify the actual physical flows. We had to think about proxies for prices and so on, using purchasing power parity, distortion rates, using wage inequalities, et cetera, to produce some kind of estimate for unequal exchange. But this approach had several crippling weaknesses that made it kind of impossible to take the results very seriously. But recently, scholars of ecologically unequal exchange have been developing methods for quantifying the actual physical transfers that happen beneath the price system, okay? So we can see the physical transfers of embodied resources from, well, between countries using environmentally extended input-output multi-regional modeling. By embodied here, what I mean is the resources and labor that go into producing a traded good, okay? So it's not the weight of the traded good itself, not like a primary commodity export, but rather the energy and the labor and the resources that go into producing it through the factories, the transport system, et cetera, to get it to its destination, okay? So we use this method to quantify transfers between the global north and the global south. The global north here being the IMF category for advanced economies, which is more or less equivalent to the standard global north definition, USA, Canada, the rich countries of Europe, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, Israel, basically, okay? This is what we see for labor, which is one of the elements we looked at. So this is from the South's perspective, and this shows us Southern imports of embodied labor from the North here in millions of person years per year. And this is Southern exports of labor to the North, okay? So what we see is that for every unit of embodied labor the South imports from the North, they export on average 13 units to pay for it. That's a huge unequal exchange, right? Okay, so that's labor. We did the same thing for raw materials. And here we find that the ratio is a 5-to-1 unequal exchange ratio. I mean, you can see the extraordinary quantity of materials the South exports to receive a much smaller quantity of imports. We did it for embodied lands, also 5-to-1. We did it for embodied energy. This is a 3-to-1 unequal exchange ratio. And here's the labor one, 13-to-1, which is the largest, indicating that wages basically are the easiest element to compress prices for, right? So what this does is it drives a large net flow, a net outward flow from the South to the North. And we quantified, well, I mean, for every year, but for 2015, this is what it looks like. A net flow from the South to the North of 12 billion tons of raw material equivalents embodied in traded goods, right? Just to give you a sense for this, that's twice the total annual extraction from the continent of Africa every year, okay? Taken for free by the global North economies, the core economies of the North. That's effectively like having 2 Africas as your backyard for just pure resource extraction to fuel your economic growth and capital accumulation with no return, no equivalent return. For energy, it's 21 exajoules of embodied energy. That's, to put that in perspective, enough to provide decent living infrastructure to 6.5 billion people. So that's the entire population of the global South. So this would be enough for good housing, education, healthcare, heating and cooling for your housing, mobile phones, computing, technology, public transit, everything. I mean, a decent living infrastructure could be supplied with that amount of energy, but instead it's appropriated for the production of whatever, SUVs and commercial jets, et cetera, et cetera. 820 million hectares of embodied land. That's more than twice the size of India, right? That land would be, if used for nutritious food production, could feed up to 6 billion people, depending on diets and land productivity. So again, almost the entire population of the global South could be fed a nutritious diet on that quantity of land. 188 million person years of embodied labor. That's almost the size of Latin America's entire workforce. So imagine a standing army, the size of Latin America's entire workforce almost, working year round to produce tech gadgets and fast fashion for global North corporations without any return in kind, right? So what this illustrates is an extraordinary appropriation of Southern economic capacity and resources and labor for the sake of accumulation in the global North, right? This is capacity that could be used to service basic needs and end poverty and ensure good lives for all, but instead is appropriated around accumulation. Just to give you a sense of the extent to which Northern states rely on this. So this is the quantity of the drain as a percentage of Northern consumption in 2015. And what this means is that 43% of all of the materials consumed by the global North in 2015 were net appropriated from the South. So almost half of all material that is consumed is net appropriated. 21% of embodied lands, 10% of embodied energy, and 30% of embodied labor. So on average, roughly around a quarter of all of consumption in the North is grounded in or dependent on this arrangement of net appropriation. So it's quite huge. Basically, all of Northern growth over the past decades that we measured is due to unequal exchange, to drain through unequal exchange. So Northern economies are not growing on their own grounds, right? So then the question becomes, how much is this drain worth in monetary terms? This is the classic question in unequal exchange literature. It's a little, I put an asterisk because it's a little bit iffy here. Like, you can't really give a monetary value to ecology, right? You can't really give a monetary value to use values like land and energy that sustain life, okay? And so this is really a matter of representing this quantity of goods in terms of prevailing prices in the world economy, recognizing that prices are political artifacts, okay? So if we suspend all of that, then we can say this. That if we assume that each one of these four elements represents 25% of the economy, which is a big assumption and probably wrong, but it's the best we can do, then the total drain in 2015 is worth 10.8 trillion US dollars in terms of Northern prices. So this is how it would be, how that quantity of goods would be priced in the North, how we would understand it as producers, as workers, as sellers, okay? Our own experience of purchasing power. That's how much it's worth in Northern prices. Over the entire period from 1990, it amounts to 242 trillion. And the result is similar. About 24% of the North's GDP on average is built on drain, is due to this drain, okay? As you can see, it reached a peak right before the global financial crisis and has been declining since then. I'll show you in a minute that this decline is, well, I'll tell you in a minute. I'll tell you this right now. This decline is almost entirely due to a change in China's position. An improvement in China's prices, improvement in China's export prices and labor prices and resource prices is responsible for this decline here, okay? So 10.8 trillion would have been enough in 2015 to end extreme poverty in the global South 70 times over, okay? So, and this is an accurate comparison because this is basically a comparison of purchasing power parities. So that quantity of goods would be similar to ending extreme poverty 70 times over, according to the $1.90 a day poverty line. So the poverty gap at that level could have been satisfied 70 times over in the global South. So, which is extraordinary to think about, that scale. We also compared it in Southern prices to the flow of aid from the global North. And what we found is that for every dollar of aid the South receives from the North, which of course is a quantity of purchasing power, effectively a command over goods, they lose $30 in drain through unequal exchange to the North, right? So the drain outstrips the aid flow by a factor of 30, which totally upends existing narratives about aid and development and so on, right? These results basically confirm longstanding claims by economists in the global South that aid is basically a PR narrative that obscures actual patterns of extraction from the global South. So this has several interesting implications. I don't know how am I for time, Yorgos? Oh, really? Oh, I didn't get a warning.
Aid is coming. It's 3:40.
Okay, fine. So this allows us to think a little bit differently about several key features of the world economy. First of all, we can see that the persistence of global poverty, which seems otherwise inexplicable, right? Because as anthropologists, we know that human communities always produce a surplus, more than they actually require to satisfy basic needs. How could poverty persist on a mass scale in such conditions? It's only possible if we understand there's some kind of appropriation happening. And that's exactly what we see. The persistence of global poverty is an effect of imperialist appropriation of resources and capacity in the global south, right? So in some cases, poverty is an effect of a real deficit of economic capacity in the south. But in most cases, it's not. It's an appropriation of capacity for some other ends, namely capital accumulation. We can also see it as an effect of price depression. If you're pushing down wages, then you're effectively pushing down incomes, an income deflation, which means people have less command over the global products, okay? Therefore, poverty. And it's also an effect of barriers to sovereign development, strategies that global south states could use to improve their position in the world economy, which they are prevented from accessing because of things like structural adjustment or rules of the World Bank and the IMF or the World Trade Organization, et cetera, okay? And the reason that sovereign development has to be prevented is because any increase in southern wages or prices is intrinsically inflationary for the global north, right? It makes capital accumulation in the north very difficult to achieve, and effectively means that there's consumption increasing in the south, which curtails the possibilities for consumption in the north, the flip side of inflation. So there's, in capitalism, an interest in preventing an increase in wages and prices and consumption in the global south to stabilize and maintain growth and accumulation, okay? And I guess I've got more to say, but I'll close on this just to keep everyone happy. This also allows us to understand something about global inequality. There's a dominant narrative out there that the global south can catch up to the global north and is in the process of doing so even, and will someday, by virtue of further capitalist developments, be very similar to global north economies. Well, as Southern economists have said for decades, catch-up development is literally physically impossible in a system predicated on imperialist appropriation. It literally cannot happen, right? And this is, so if we look at a map of a graph of GDP per capita in real terms in the global north versus the global south, we can see that inequalities are widening since the end of colonialism. Why is that happening? It's happening because of these net transfers. That's a major driver of the increasing gap between the north and the south. And it's not possible to achieve a convergence in the world economy as long as there are conditions of net appropriation, okay? So if we want convergence, if we want development, then we have to have strategies for ending these patterns of net appropriation. And I was going to tell you how to do that, but I'll save it for another time. So thanks very much.
So now a comment from Raul Velasquez with Maria Maestro, postdoc fellow here at ICTA. He works on a group on the multi-scale integrated assessment, which some of you might have learned about the school of analysis of the metabolism flows, like the statement talks about. So the idea here is I will comment on the two papers and also the one paper or whatever questions you want to make, but also bring a perspective also of another group of that.
Oh, good. Glad you thought so. Oh, yeah, check it out.
I was thinking that after this presentation from Jason, maybe it's not the moment from a comment, that's just to stand up and go to make some demonstration, because I think this is not, it's remembered me why I start to make science after making activism. But well, thank you to invite me to comment on these three really nice papers. First of all, I will start with Borja. I think that the Fisheries Commandment commitments in Catalonia was a really interesting, I read the outline because that was finished, I think, the paper. And then I was wondering when I was reading the comments and the outline and the presentation that you was mobilizing some of the Ostrom literature and so on and so forth, no? And you mentioned it in some moment that some level of heteronomy rule might be necessary. But in some point, I understand that you are like pointing that there are some part that this is autonomy is necessary, but some heteronomy is not. No. Then this remember me that one of the rules from Ostrom from governing the commons is about this nested governance, no, embedded in higher hierarchies of governance. Then I will ask you about what are the key elements. You already mentioned some about the limits and so on, and how they change in the strategies. But I will like to ask you about if you can give some more comments on this, how the key elements that you found in your research of this nested coupling of the co-management system do identify that it is key for these fishermen's communities. In relation to the Senja paper, I really found really interesting because this is one of the community frontiers that normally we are people that we are working on other stuff. We forget that there are these conflicts in the Arctic, and there are a lot of struggles happening there. Well, in relation to one of the comments, the conclusions or the things that you mentioned in the paper is that one of the key aspects to achieve this cancellation of conflictive extractive projects are the high if they are dependent on natural resources rents on the country. No, this is low. And I was wondering because there are many of these countries that they're really large. No, they are really big ones. They are Russia, they are Canada, they are USA there. And I was wondering if this percentage of GDP in relation to these extractive activities could be not affected when you have these large countries, no? Because maybe there are some parts of some regions that are more active in this mining in these areas or not. And I was thinking, for example, in Spain, you have in Asturias, there is a mining region, that there is a mining tradition, and there is a mining culture, that there are also really strong trade unions there. And I was wondering if you have checked it, or you think that there is some important issue, not only in relation to the country level of this GDP percentage of mining and extractive industry, but also in relation to the local activities. And well, I have supposed to comment a little bit also to relate the research, and I choose to relate the research from Jason, because I think, as Yorgos already mentioned, I work in MUSEASEN, this multi-scale integrated assessment of societal and ecosystem metabolism, that for the people that you don't know, it is built on the Georgescu-Reagan tradition of bioeconomy. In fact, Mario Giampietro, that this is one of the fathers, works with Kozo Mayubi. He is one of the students from Georgescu to develop this. And one of the key issues from MUSEASEN that is different from other metabolic perspectives is this fan flow relations. And in relation to this, I will mention some of the research that we have developed similar to this unequal exchange of these trade relations in relation to metabolism. We have focused more in what you mentioned that have to be more developed at the local scale. Of course, we center in some European countries to relate the societal metabolism of agriculture in relation to trade, in relation to what is the internal sales capacity, no? What is your funds, and what is your local resources in relation to this externalization. We made also with the relation to the primary energy sources, what are the local stocks and that are available to your primary energy source consumption, and also what is the externalization or internalization of this level, and also in relation to labor. We was also analyzing the labor embedded in trades commodities between Europe, China, and the US, and we found more damaging numbers. I have to say, we found that around half of the consumption of China, of Europe, and the US come from the products that is coming from outside. No, and of course we also related this with the lifestyles and the social practice that we are having in these countries that is interconnected with this global inequality change. No? And in relation to this is what I would say that our research is connected with this, because it's not only about the flows that is happening between two regions or these two globals, North and Global South, but also what we are doing with this, no? Because this is also the debate about the growth, no? What we want to do, what do we want to degrowth, and how we share it, and so on. Then this is why I found it is also important. In this regard, I would like to ask you why water is not in the picture, because in fact, this is one of the analyses that we are making in the Nexus. We are putting this energy, materials, labor, but also we are putting water. I don't know, I think it is because maybe it's not a good global statistics on this. Another thing is that the numbers, I was looking after because I realized this this morning, the numbers are in extensive way, you know, it's all the amount. And then when you make the share, you make the share in relation to the consumption. But I was wondering how much people is in each side of the globe, you know, in these two categories. And also you mentioned that China, it should to be more analyzed because it's this sub-imperialist role. And I think this is really, really interesting because also China have been using all these resources to modernize or industrialize their metabolics. And also this is generating an international locking on the way of the countries are developing them. Just these some comments, and I don't know if I have some, well, I think the people can make some questions because I have talked too much. So, okay, thank you.
Well, let's take some questions. Yes. Let me start. Okay, I'll get it to you, Ayos, and then you pass it to the next. So then it's Selena back there.
Thank you to all three of you. It was really a privilege to listen to you, and yeah, fascinating panel, really. First question I would like to give to Borja. Borja, I was fascinated by the graphic where you show how like the number of jobs. So basically the fishery sector has collapsed over the past 15 years in Catalonia, and also on the other side, like sustainable like agriculture and fisheries have been like, really widely used in media campaigns. Sobre la nostra terra, no? La nostra mar. And I'm wondering, degree you can like call it out as like blue washing or greenwashing. To what degree have there been like political ecology studies of how like local agriculture and fisheries have been like sold basically as a product of added value, and to what degree basically the products that are being sold to tourism and also to the local communities are more or less becoming more and more imported from abroad. I know the case study for pulpo a la gallega in Galicia, where actually 90% of pulpo a la gallega is pulpo a la Marroquí, because most of like pulpo doesn't come from Galicia anymore. So most of octopus. And Xenia, I also really appreciate your dedication to look to the marginalized communities and Sumni Nation. I think it's really a great tragedy of like past centuries of colonialism that like the native peoples have been like put marginal lands, and this has been like led by so-called like liberal like countries with liberal constitutions, no, like that somebody conceded land rights to those people. Like in the United States, they conceded land rights after having grabbed most of the lands to the people, and also in Scandinavia. Now these people found themselves on the most perspective, most lavish resource fields of the future, and once more they, you know, want to be pushed off. But I didn't understand from your research how do those governments basically legitimize that they will disappropriate the people, dispossess the people? Yeah, thank you. In Scandinavian countries, because we see them like as one of the peak of democracy, no, those countries. So I would like to hear more from this. Yeah, I think I took too much time, so just pass on.
I don't know. So can you hear me? So thank you for the presentation. I have a question for Borja. So in the fishery co-management, you talk about including different actors and perspective, but is the perspective that kind of problematic in animals or beings included? Because the winner loser equation as a very anthropocentric point of view, while I mean the losers are clearly the fish, like many times. So if this kind of perspective that kind of problematizes in animals and fishes as a resource is ever like considered in this kind of studies.
I would like to. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thanks for the comment. I would like to ask a question. Yeah. Thanks for the conference. I would like to ask a question to Jason Nickel. I would like to ask if you found, I mean, also a correlation between patterns of trade and loss of biocapacity in developing countries. And the second question is that you think that a political strategy, political economy strategy as a substitution of imports could return in the future as a possibility, as was in the 70s, as was in the past for developing countries. Anyone else? Okay.
There's one more here. Okay.
They were before me, so, okay.
All
right.
Yeah, I have one question for Ksenia and one maybe question for for all three. So Ksenia, you mentioned the trade route. I think you called it Northern Silk Road or something like that. But in general, the talk was about the commodity frontier, and maybe I just missed it, but as I understand, one thing is the route, the other is the commodity frontier. The route is important for trade between, say, Europe and the Far East, but commodity frontiers are a different story. So, is there also the resistance against the Arctic Silk Road, and how does it look like? From whom is it coming? As far as I understand, there has been a lot of enthusiasm around this thing, particularly coming from Russian corporation Rosatom, because nuclear ships go through the ice. And the general question, I think, for the panel is, it seems that why don't we just maybe scrap this north-south thing and speak about the center and periphery and core and periphery? Both languages seem to be used, but ultimately somehow there is this preference for the north-south, so that Ksenia has to say south and north. But I think it's just kind of seems more just also building up on the whole like structuralism and development economics on world systems theory. I think it's just a better theorized concepts, while north and south are very, colloquial, but at the same time, just there's no theory behind it. So, yeah, thanks.
No, just very quickly for Ksenia. I was wondering, because we do see movements, for example, Latin America now coming together, creating kind of networks of resistance and working together. But I was wondering if in this vast area that is the Arctic that you're studying, do you see people standing against different projects coming together? Is there like an exchange of knowledge or campaigns, or they're just operating in isolation?
I have two questions, one for Jason, one for Ksenia. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have this for online, and then you talk about. Okay.
Yeah, the question for Jason is, I think, because you ended with a big bomb and I feel devastating future. Would you want to expand a bit what you want to leave for another time? Like, what are the potential alternative when also linking to the discussion on degrowth? Any implication for global South for the degrowth activities in global North? And for Ksenia, because you mentioned a bit about the polar Silk Road, and I wonder how you see China's way of working in the Arctic is similar or differ from the other countries or traditional actors in this region. Thank you.
Yeah, my question is to Jason. Yeah, my question is to Jason. I wanted to ask you if you are were considering of extending your research on North-South relation, also in terms of what's going on now with the green transition and the green growth pledges by the global North, and to what extent you could apply this also to see this domination of the North and appropriation of the South in terms of the new natural resources, for example, rare earth minerals, essential for renewable energy in the global North.
Okay. So we start again in verse, no? So Jason first, and then both. The shorter you keep it, the better. No. I don't mean it. I don't mean to press, but I mean, yes. There were a lot of questions, and we can go to 10 minutes each. But thank you.
So how much time do we have each? Just a few minutes.
3 to 5 minutes.
Well, I can't answer your question then. Let's see about water. Yeah, no, the water was not in the database that I had access to, but maybe in the future we try something like that. China is an interesting case. China is exploited by the global North in our data. We see that there's a net flow from China to the global North. It continues today. At the same time, China is also a sub-imperial power that exploits other regions of the global South. And I think this is really an effect of China's particular economic model, which is they're trying to achieve developments, which they're succeeding in doing, but they're also maintaining generally a capitalist structure of their economy, which entails significant surplus accumulation. Now, when you have a capitalist economy and you want to be able to allow living standards to improve at the same time, the only way to maintain that kind of surplus accumulation that capitalism requires is to have some kind of periphery, right? So capitalism always requires some kind of imperial arrangement. And so we see this in China's case with sub-imperial activities. In the cases of countries like Colombia, who don't have a sub-imperial arrangement to draw on, it just exerts itself in outright political violence against any attempt to improve wages or livelihoods, et cetera, right? So, and this is why I would argue that development in the global South requires socialist strategy. It's not feasible to maintain capital accumulation and developments for human beings without an imperial arrangement, which we would want to reject anyways, no? In terms of patterns of trade and biocapacity loss, I don't know the answer to that, but I suspect the answer is probably yes. Probably the more unequal exchange we see, the more transfers we see, the more depreciation in biocapacity we're likely to see as well, but I wouldn't be able to demonstrate that. In terms of possibilities, like existing, like the 1970s doesn't exist anymore. What are the formations now? China here is interesting also because they have significantly improved their terms of trade. They are a lot less exploited now than they were a couple of decades ago. And they've done that through very careful strategy, including subsidies and protective measures and appropriating intellectual property, et cetera, which I would recommend every global South country use. The closest other initiative is something like ALBA, I think, the Bolivarian Alliance in Latin America, which attempts something similar, kind of South-South collaboration to reduce reliance on global North finance and imports. So that's the kind of thing we would need to scale up to achieve some kind of broader decolonization of the world economy, I think. In terms of, yeah, the more concrete strategies that you asked about, I would actually love to talk about that at some length, but I think probably we don't have time. But I'll just briefly say that there's an emerging tradition of economists in the global South who are drawing on ideas from modern monetary theory. And their argument basically is that global South countries can issue their own sovereign currency, which is basically against existing economic rules, but they would do it anyways. Issue their own sovereign currency, use it to mobilize their own resources and labor around meeting domestic needs, substitute imports wherever possible, and reduce reliance on foreign capital while defaulting on debt. This would be a disruptive process, but would eventually allow you to stabilize your economy, achieve development outcomes without subjecting yourself to further rounds of structural adjustment and imperial appropriation. So there's lots of discussion about what this might look like for global South states. It's just a matter of who's going to try it first. What will the backlash be like? How can we prevent the backlash? What kinds of social movements are necessary to protect against such backlash, and so on. The green colonialism idea is a good one. Maybe we'll look at what that would look like analytically. Yeah. I mean, green colonialism is not a good idea, but analyzing how it looks empirically is a good idea.
Thank you. So thank you very much for your questions. So I will start with the first one. Yeah, so I look at the Arctic like the place within the nation states to understand these extractions. But I agree that when looking at size of, for example, Russian Federation or what is happening from like part of the Arctic that is more close to the Europe, and then we go through the Yamal and Taimyr Peninsula until the Russian Far East. Of course, it's very different. So I think what they do have in common is that the climate change is facilitating this extraction today, although they have different histories. And of course, in the history of Second World War, as well, the resources were needed. But back in the history, the Arctic was colonized in the 16th century, but it was not, let's say, with the harsh weather conditions. It was not possible as it is today to extract the resources. I hope that answers your question, and I have to look into more like in depth parts of the Arctic within the countries. Thank you for that. Yeah. So I think it was the second question on marginalization of the Arctic within the Europe. No. So yeah, what happened is that as a consequence, and as people are telling in the Arctic, is that when you colonize territory, you have to take responsibility of that action, and this is how also the resistance arise in the Arctic, including the Nordic countries that we are, and as we see it and perceive it as more democratic with high rule of law, as I did the analysis, no, and sometimes the happiest countries in the world. So, but there is like a lot of colonization and historical oppression going on, especially in the northern part, and this has to be acknowledged as well, according to the communities that are struggling against that. Yeah, and then, yeah, just briefly on the Polar Silk Road. Yeah, Bowen, and thank you for the comment as well. Yeah, Polar Silk, I just started, this is the second paper I would like to focus on, commodity frontiers. It's true that commodity frontiers, so they expand, but they can be like before the trade, but they can include, no, so it's extraction, but they include trade and all the, also like the resistances against trade, as well as Arctic waters, and including nuclear ship breakers, and no one wants nuclear floating ships in their lands. So it's also connected. Commodity frontiers can be before and including the trade, especially China, yeah, as a non-Arctic country, very interested in Arctic resources and the Polar Silk Road. So just briefly, it cuts the distance between the trade, so it's very strategic. So in yeah, in contrast to the southern Suez Canal, which is about 49 days. The Arctic Silk Road, it would include about 20 days to transport the commodities and all these extractions that go in line with this new Polar Silk Road. Yeah, and then the movement and the network. So I showed the network analysis. So this was exactly what I found, that they do not actually, when looking at the Arctic as a single regional unit of analysis, I found the evidence that people are networking all the time, and they form the social movements against the whole Arctic extraction. Yeah, thank you.
Very fast. About Ostrom, yeah, I mean, the thing is that, as I mentioned, most of the literature existing on co-management is derived from Ostrom, and what I try to do is take different lenses through this autonomy thing. But I can say, yes, that actually, in many respects, it follows a lot of the characteristics that she and her people devise for, like common property regimes to function, like some part of rules emanating from the community itself. This is happening also, but it's also complicated by the fact that many of these committees are originated by the Generalitat, the regional government itself. So, but then there is clearly well-defined access rights in geographical terms, also depending of the posts and the technical aspects. The control and sanction systems are usually accepted by all users, but here it's also complicated again, and brings the question that you put, like, what is this heteronomous part, like these external rules that that I argue that maybe are necessary to have like this self-management or self-limitation system, is that many times you find out that the fishers themselves, they accept the supervision, like the surveillance and the sanctions, but they cannot enforce it themselves. No, they need, and they are always complaining about how the state doesn't put enough resources to ensure that the rules that are taken are enforced. No, so this is the part that where you say maybe you need some heteronomy or some like autonomy democratically delegated to somebody, because the fishers themselves, they don't want to be the policeman. That's what they say. And clearly, maybe the less many of these common property regimes that they have this thing of distribution of surpluses that also has been raised. And here I think it's more complicated also because of, I mean, they are self-employed, but in the same sense, a kind of small capitalist enterprises depending on the workers. So this is also a non-clear issue. But clearly, I haven't been analyzing this whole thing like very rigorously through those lenses. But thank you. About the consumption and blue washing and eating local, yes, like the thing is, I think if you would take all the fish that's fished in Catalonia and you will eat it for the levels of consumption of fish that's now here. So if it would stay here, I think it will cover 15 to 20% of all the fish that's eaten. So, I mean, if the solution would be that everybody buys the fish from in front of their house, that would be problematic if we wanted to maintain the levels of consumption that we have. Yes, and then what's happening essentially is what you're saying. This is imported from a cheapening resource from the global south, essentially, and the fish that's fished here, it's becoming a luxury asset for tourism, or like the upper classes. And then, yeah, the animalist perspective. So yeah, no, I mean, no, but it's an interesting question because so we're talking how these systems bring the political aspect of the ecological, in the sense of deciding what to do, how, for whom, whatever, who wins and who loses. at some point, the regional government who promote and the scientists who promoted this system, they said, okay, we have to have fishermen, scientists, NGOs, and the government. And in the NGOs, I mean, if you don't have like animal rights inclined NGOs, then this is what happens. There's the main NGOs there is Greenpeace, World Wide Fund, SAO, BirdLife. So their their way of seeing these things is like, yeah, fish are resources. The closest thing I've seen to that is coming from scientists who try to incorporate ways of treating the animals that are less unnecessarily painful through the new research that is coming of like how there is more suffering that was expected from certain types of life. But clearly this is not, but this is the discussion to have, no? Like the NGO part is also like the civil society part. So that would be like all the people who are not marine scientists, fishers, or government representatives. The says would be in that, would need to be encompassed in that actor also. Yeah,
Can I get 15 minutes here? So we're gonna have a break until 4:30. So we're gonna start at 4:30 the next session. Please stay until the end. We have beer and wine. For everyone, we will bring lunch. Okay, stay until the very end.
No pasa nada porque sale. No vais a enterar de la contraseña, pero gracias.
We are always saying what is the part that is there, but also the lower level. Yo me olvidé de hacer las preguntas ahí, pero bueno.
Qué bueno, como un pescadito.
Dale.
Sí.
ahora mismo. Vale, pensaba cargar aquí la presentación. Igual lo puedes hacer. Tengo un problema ahora mismo te vale. Tú solo igual encargo, igual solo pongo esto. Vale.
No.
¿Se abre? Súper
Vas a abrir
Vale, ahora te doy la
Sí, voy primero. También si Ángel usa, creo que debe estar.
¿Lo quitaste y cerraste el Dropbox?
No.
Ahí lo tengo. A ver,
Pero ¿cómo mueve esto? No mueve.
Ah, tiene que ser con la ¿no?
La cosa esta que tenía Jason, ¿sabes?
Ah, el tigre y el gordo.
Quizás era suyo. ¿Quieres preguntarle? Pregúntale si la podemos.
Me trataron
Ok.
O sea, tienes que sí,
Vale, vale. No, ¿cuándo empiezo mi presentación? Porque voy a presentar un poco la sesión.
Sí, claro, por eso digo, cuando quieras empezar, dime.
Te digo, vale, vale, vale. No, vamos. All right, so last session, I'm going to be the first presenter, but let me present a little bit the session. So we haven't thought it that well, but I think it's coming out well. So there is a not a theory, but there is a pattern that I hadn't realized, but I now see it. So if the first part was the theory, the second part was the ecological economics, the big picture, the third part was the political ecology, the injustices, the unequal exchange. The fourth one is still on a political ecology mindset, but it's more grounded and it's a little bit more positive, transformative in whatever sense what this might mean. If the previous one was the injustices, the commodity frontiers, the conflicts and the degradations that they are taking place there, in the last part, the objective is to try to think and observe what could be different. So there's going to be 3 presentations. I'm not presenting myself. I'm going to present the next 2 because the next slide is about me. So start counting. So yes, time to wake up a little bit. I know it's the worst part of the day, and I put myself on purpose here to try to animate you. I'm not a DJ, but I wish I could be. Here I look more like Steve Jobs, I think, because I have this silly black. It was my brother-in-law was making a photo shoot out for a class he was having. So he was doing, and he told me, I want you to dress like Steve Jobs. I said, no, myself, no, but the photos actually serve very well for, when they ask me for a serious photo, I send my Steve Jobs one. So I'm professor, as I said here, and I'm also co-president of Research and Degrowth. So this event is organized by ICTA-UAB and Research and Degrowth. Research and Degrowth is sponsoring the funny part, which is the drinks. ICTA is the sustenance, sponsored the food, which was important. So I'm going to talk about our new paper called Southern Thought Islandness, a Real Existing Degrowth in the Mediterranean. And these are the 3 Mediterraneans who wrote it. They happen to be also 3 Greeks and 3 French. This is Angelos, who presented in the first session, and this is Panos Petridis, who is researcher at the University of Vienna. So what was the motivation for this paper? The motivation is that we are Greeks and we love Greek islands, and it's been a long time since we wanted to write something about the Greek islands. Actually, Angelos was my PhD student. That's how I met him. I met him actually not in an island. I could have met him there, but I met him in a presentation he was making about the island of Gavdos as a case of degrowth, and it attracted my attention. I told him, come to Barcelona, do a PhD, but he didn't do his PhD on Gavdos, and we always had it on our mind. At some point, we have to go back and write about that. Me count also myself because it's good to know how much time I have left. So the motivation for this work is captured well by this quote from Hamkim Bey, who's a theorizer of temporary autonomous zones, which means prefigurative projects in zones of conflict where people are trying to make new commons while they are trying to stop something. And Hakim Bey wrote, one cannot fight for something that one does not know. You cannot fight for degrowth, let's say, unless you have some sense of what is degrowth, like where have I lived this thing? What is it? Why should I desire it? And I think as degrowth scholarship the last years, thanks to the work of many people who are in this room and many outside, we've done a fantastic work of building the big picture, let's say, painting the big picture, the picture of statistics, the picture of why degrowth is necessary, to say so, why ecological sustainability, environmental justice between South and North, or even between countries, requires some form of degrowth. So we've done a very good job there. But this job is not politically empowering if it's not translated also to a convincing story about how does degrowth connect to our everyday experience, and why would we want this thing called degrowth? We wouldn't want it just because material footprints are going to go down, right? I mean, for us maybe, but like if you go out, this type of discourse that doesn't connect to the everyday experience doesn't go very far. So part of this project is to try to reflect also scientifically on this everyday experience. So my presentation is going to have three parts. The first one, I'm going to introduce this concept of trying to make sense of this experience, the concept of real existing degrowth. Then two case studies, which are two small, relatively small islands in the Greek archipelago, and then the implications in terms of studying degrowth. So let me start with the concept. What do we mean by real existing degrowth? I mean, we are playing here a little bit with the word real existing communism, which was this idea, you know, there was the idea of communism, there was Marx, and then there was the real crap, no? Which was real existing degrowth. But some of it was also interesting, and some of it was good, no? So there was a real existing, whatever idealized project out there, there was also the real existing experience of that. So we're trying to play a little bit with this idea that there are imperfect and incomplete processes that kind of speak to what we call degrowth. Imperfect and incomplete, that's really important, not to be idealized or naively be romanticized. But there is something to learn, and there is something close to degrowth taking place and already existing and continuing to existing. So you will already have realized that my presentation is very parallel and connected to what Federico presented in the morning about the pluriverse. But there is something different that I'm going to talk about soon. So how do we study this process and how do we learn about them? In a recent contribution that also Angelos mentioned in the morning, called the Geographies of Degrowth, which was a joint paper by myself, Federico De Maria, and Karen Baker, we talked about geographies of degrowth, which is very similar. So I'm taking the typology of real existing degrowth, three typologies we introduced in this paper, now utopian experiences, which means voluntary, imaginary, like think of the co-housing, the pluriverse, the alternatives, the agroecology or zero-kilometer agriculture, all these experiences that we are interested because they prefigure something about the growth. So there is the now-utopian element. Now-utopian means utopianism now. Then there are insurgent cases that they are very interesting. There are, for example, the examples of the Zapatistas. We very often go back to them. The temporary autonomous zones, like zones outside of conflicts of mining where people set up their own commons and their own alternative projects. And there are also what Angelos Varvarousis called, and he's calling his new work, liminal experiences. Liminal experiences mean experiences that they are in a between phase of transition. And the experiences, for example, he demonstrated that such type of solidarity economies in the case of Greece, in the crisis. Other people have demonstrated them in the case of Argentina. So it's like experimentation with different alternative economic practices that kind of speak to the growth in conditions of crisis, in conditions where growth itself collapses. But in this paper, we are interested on a fourth case, which is what we call undeveloped or undevelopment cases. This concept comes from Serge Latouche, the main theoretician, the first theoretician of the growth, who talked about places in Southeast Asia that he said, sorry, places, remember, this guy gets scared easily, so don't make sudden noises. He's been somewhere dangerous, it sounds. So undevelopment means areas that they are not underdeveloped or developed in a capitalist way. So there is like a difficulty of classifying them, like places that they are in the margin and they have a certain form of well-being without being like fully assimilated within capitalism, but without being like abject poverty of a terrible form, no? So this is what Latouche called the development, and this is what interests us here. So we introduce an analytics. How do we start thinking about how some places become undeveloped or develop this thing that we are calling real existing degrowth, these temporary and incomplete processes that speak to degrowth. And we're looking at 6 factors co-evolving, which means every factor relates to every other factor. And you can start from any of them, but in our paper, we start from lived experiences. People on the ground, including ourselves, that we've done like participatory ethnography work in these places. From the lived experiences, we move to understand the history of the places, the imaginaries, the thought that nourishes these lived experiences, the politics that take form these imaginaries, and also how the geography of the places interacts to create particular trajectories of history, particular imaginaries, particular politics, especially by regulating the flows and interactions of people in these places. And the 2 other concepts that are important here, or the other concept, is the concept of Southern thought by Franco Cassano, who wrote a brilliant book. If you're interested in what I'm saying here, you should read this book. It's an eloquent language also. Who he talked about a spirit akin to the Protestant spirit, you might say, of the West. He talked about a Southern spirit or Southern thought of slowness, moderation, and conviviality. Yet you can find in the Mediterranean, but it's also widespread in all the Souths of the world. Souths understood here a little bit conceptually, not geographically. And the place where we are focusing is a Mediterranean geography. Islands. Why islands? Like Marula, another Greek by coincidence. Because the boundedness of islands, not as something that's closed and has to be self-sufficient, but as a geographical condition that regulates the flows, creates for a very interesting dynamic, as I will try to explain if I have time. Yeah, we'll see how much we'll go from in terms of time. But the other important idea from Cassano that we'll see how it operates in what we are talking about here is that he talks about a path for the South that removes the negative sign from all statistics of the South because it stops comparing itself with that which is other than itself. So the idea is what processes make these places, rather than see themselves as underdeveloped compared to a developed global north or a developed core, what processes, cultural, social, political processes, make these places evaluate themselves in different terms that appreciate their alternative forms of well-being compared to the forms of well-being according to which they are always compared and standardized. So the case studies are 2 very beautiful islands. Ikaria is the biggest of the 2. It's close to Turkey, close to Samos, which is next to Turkey. It's an island, I would say, from here to there, some 100 kilometers. It's a very mountainous island. Has 12,000 people a year long and about 20,000 with a tourist in July and August. Tourists, mostly Greek tourists of an alternative kind, like people like you, if you are Greeks. Also, if you're foreigners who go there and they have there are some great local festivals that, let's say, an alternative crowd enjoys a lot, and around it there is a certain tourism. Then Gravdos is the southernmost part of Europe. It's actually closer to Libya than to Athens. So it's really south. I think this map doesn't even capture it. So it's a very small island. You can walk this island, very different geography. So Gravdos is basically a big sand dune, flat, with very warm waters. Ikaria is like you see there is a mountain that you feel you're always next to the sky. And then there is the water below that you swim at your own peril because the currents are very strong. It's the only place in Greece actually that you can drown yourself if you don't know how to swim. So it's a quite unique environment. So Ikaria, I was in the international limelight, strangely, for a small island like that. The first one, because it's according to a classification of blue zones, where people live longer in the world, it has actually the longest living people on Earth. So it's old people like that, living with orchards, living a kind of simple life. And whoever interviews them, they say like a very nice story of simple life. I don't care about wealth. I don't care about this and that. I don't watch television. I just eat my tomatoes. So people love this story. And it was actually the most circulated story in the New York Times Magazine in 2012. So people love that, you know. Fortunately, not so many Americans have yet come. I don't know why, but they might be still coming. The other reason why it's famous, it's for its communist politics. So it's the people in Ikaria say it's us, Cuba, and North Korea, the last bastions of communism in the world. And it's true, the Communist Party, the old Stalinist Communist Party gets 40 to 60% of the vote. So it's quite a red rock island, as it is called. Some people say there is a connection, you know, communists live longer, but this is to be tested by a regression analysis. Yeah, this became too yellow. I don't know, something went wrong. I wanted to emphasize something, but not everything. Everything is very important. Pay attention, no? So islandness and southern thought. So how does the particular condition of an island facilitated in Ikaria a particular thought that it's akin to what Fabio is a footballer. Franco Cassano calls southern thought. A very particular geography, very different from the other islands, water dispersed in the mountains, an isolated island where people had to live to protect themselves from the pirates in the hinterland. And this created very small townships that developed their own forms of communal management and of democratic self-organizing. So it's a very particular island geography that in the 1940s, and as the island had already a mentality of radical politics and of communal politics, for that reason, it was selected by the Greek government to send there the exiles during the Civil War. So some 10 to 15,000 exiles were sent to Ikaria in 1944 and stayed there for 2 years, almost doubled the population of the island, and completely changed the history because these were educated people who interacted in the island, they started local projects, and gradually what Giacomo talked in the morning, a very particular common sense developed in this island around sharing, around commons, and around communal management. So there is a very particular political history there. Maybe that's too much to go over the whole story, but I mean, I can focus on that part, on how this ethos that developed in Ikaria, this politicized ethos through the interaction with the communist exiles that went to the island, developed a very particular politics, that one might call it today anti-growth. So people were very much against outside investments, especially big capital investments coming from the outside of the island. And this, in a way, inadvertently stopped a kind of standard tourist development that you would see in the other islands in the vicinity. At the same time, there was a theorization of this process and a kind of development of a local culture and of a local thought, intellectuals from the island writing about that and writing the history of the island, in this process of revalorizing the style and the lifestyle of the island. So revalorizing the slow pace, the communal ethic, the communism, etc. So there was a politics and there was an ethos that evolved there and turned what would be seen as a negative sign and was partly seen by the same people as negative sign, as underdevelopment, Athens has forgotten us, we don't have big infrastructure. At the same time, it was developed as a sign of pride and actually both perceived as a form of well-being, but I think also paradoxically, also objectively a form of well-being since the people there live longer than anywhere else in the world. So comparing to Gavdos, I did my fieldwork in Ikaria. Angelos did his fieldwork in Gavdos. In Gavdos, we have a very different case of real existing degrowth, which consists of beach communities of people who live year-long because of the weather there in basically conditions like that here. They live on the beach. They have camped in the beach. It's people who live with around a few thousand euros maximum, 2,000–3,000 euros of expenses per year. So a very frugal lifestyle. A beach community that has developed its own commons, as we say in the story, again, through a historical process that has to do with a particular landscape and the history of the place that I won't go into detail, but that also, interestingly, has found itself through interaction between these beach settlers, we might call them, and the local community of the islanders into a politics, a left-wing politics that took control of the municipality of the island and wanted again to promote a different alternative economic model for the island, stop external investment projects, etc. So again, we see a very similar dynamic of a particular geography of islands, a particular consciousness emerging there through interaction between locals and outsiders in a very particular environment that takes a political form and turns what would be seen as degrowth or underdevelopment as a negative term into something at least partially positive and desirable. So what are the implications of that? So we emphasize in the paper, and this quote is from the paper, that the important finding here and the important process we illustrate is how islanders, and islanders d'élection, which means people who go and live in the islands out of their choice, no longer seems through the eyes of the others as being backward. So we define this as real existing degrowth, not because of a mode of living that is low in energy or resource use, which of course it is, but because we understand degrowth as a positive transition towards seeing and living differently what might otherwise be feared as a catastrophe, the lack of growth. So our agenda here, our research agenda, is to try to study these processes where lack of growth or development, not underdevelopment, development, comes to be and comes to take a positive sign, and to try to understand how does this come to be. Explaining, in other words, how the growth may become or already is in some places desirable. I think this is a very important research task, but also a very important political task. And realizing that the politics that will bring forward something that is degrowth are necessarily place-specific. They are very different in Gavdos, very different in Ikaria, and very different in the different pluriverse places that Federico covers in their special issue. So the research agenda that emerges from here is why and how degrowth emerges in certain places and becomes desirable where it does. What elements and myths of its particular country and place can be part of the pluriverse of degrowth? And that's an important question, because in Greece, we have a particular fantasy about the islands. We have myths that we are saying about ourselves as Greeks, as people in the islands. Each place has these stories. Lucia, after me, is going to present stories from Spain. So each place has these stories that can be the bedrock of the growth if we learn to see them in this way and revalorize them in this way. And in this way, the growth becomes a much more potent political project, because it's not about restraining your consumption. It's not about reducing your footprint because you're doing bad, but it's because that's how we are better people and that's how we enjoy life. And that's what we want to build as a story out of the growth. An important question here is, how do people in questions that we would define as poverty or underdevelopment, even more extreme than Gavdos and Ikaria? Gavdos and Ikaria are not extreme, okay? They are not poor by global standards, but they are poor by Greek standards. How do people find well-being in these conditions of poverty? We've learned a little bit to think economically, you know, and say like, oh, for well-being, you need up to a certain level of GDP per capita. After that, health standards. I'm over, thanks. So how do people find well-being in other? Because people who are poor always find well-being. We have to respect that the people who are poor are the ones who find alternative ways of making well-being in their life. And the final point, and I finish, it's an invitation also to reread existing histories of places. So like if I read the history of Ikaria or whatever Greek island, there are many histories which portray a kind of stages of development that has not been completed story. So, you know, we were glorious in the ancient times, then the Turks did bad to us, which of course not like that. So, but that's the story in Greece, you know, it's the overall narrative. Underdevelopment and then slowly development, but we had backfalls and we haven't fully developed, but we will with tourism one day. At the same time, our environment is being destroyed. The two are not linked, you know. We are saying, instead of reading the history of places through this eyes of an ideal stages of development pattern, read them for what they are. So read Ikaria, how did Ikaria become what it is, and why are people pride in Ikaria and Gavdos today? So it's an invitation also to revisit histories that have been written from the point of development and growth and rewrite them from a point of the growth. Thank you. Okay, next presentation is Lucia Munoz, who is a PhD student here. Lucia just started, so she's the youngest in the group. That's her first presentation, I think, at ICTA, right?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So full support for a great presentation. This is is about traditions, reclaiming traditions in the growth state.
So this. A ver, let's see. Okay. Almazuela, fabric, usually a blanket, made in an artisan way by sewing together pieces of other fabrics, such as old clothes, to give them a new life. Cocinar, to go for a walk to check if people, animals, or the garden are well or need help or care. It implies something more than just looking, watching, or checking. It is to be aware or take care of one's surroundings. Cestefaria, traditional mechanism of communal work carried out by the neighbors of a community or village for the repair of roads or communal areas. Filandón, nightly gatherings of neighbors around the fire of a rotating house where the attendees sing and play traditional songs, tell stories, jokes, or daily life anecdotes. These are all words from different parts of the Iberian Peninsula that speak to us of practices that have existed for a long time and have resisted the impact of the modern world, right? They resonate interestingly with concepts that we claim today, such as circular economy, care economies, common management, or conviviality. This is precisely what interests me, the connection between the ancestral and the livable futures that we envision from degrowth. It could be summarized in a question, which is what is there of yesterday for tomorrow in our own collective memory for a degrowth transition? So yes, I'm Lucia, and I'm a social anthropologist in my first year of the PhD here at ICTA under Yorgos' supervision. And I'm not presenting a published paper. It's just it should be taken as preliminary ideas, and especially the part about the case study, which is more an hypothesis than already done research, right? First, today I'm gonna present a little bit my ideas about the connection between anthropology and degrowth. Then this project, this concept that inspires me a lot, which is return forward. Then a little bit about my potential ethnographic case. And lastly, a little bit super briefly about the risks that we must take into account for this project. So while several disciplines have already a consolidated space, I think, towards degrowth, I think anthropology has still has a limited approach. Very few anthropologists have used an anthropological lens to approach degrowth, and even fewer if we don't talk just about an anthropological lens, but also about using the method, the distinctive method of anthropology, which is ethnography. So in the first paper that I will be writing next, I will suggest different paths, different ways in which I think ethnography and anthropology can contribute to degrowth. But today I'm only talking about one of these possible paths, which is in which I want to focus my ethnographic work, which is degrowth and traditions, with 100 quotations marks in traditions, and specifically rural traditions. In dealing with this, we first need to acknowledge two basic issues in the degrowth literature. No, first about time. We are not capable, of course, of imagining something from scratch, no? Imagining the future without past references. And but at the same time, we are usually afraid, I think, in the degrowth movement, no, to mention anything related to going to the past or to traditions, so to not be accused of pretending to come back to the cave age in a way, no. So here the challenge, I think, is to in a sensible way, include the past and the tradition in our analysis and proposals. And second, about the space, I think one of the major accusations we received is that degrowth sometimes is lacking specificity, examples in practice, as George was saying. And so beyond talking about the a project for the global north in general, I think we must ask ourselves, how can we territorialize the degrowth project so that it refers and calls to elements of its region, land, and memory in order to make it more appealing to their inhabitants. So here we've heard examples about the oceans, the Arctic, the islands, the city, but I think specifically in the rural world, there is a gap there with degrowth and the rural. So departing from these two basic issues, my research project is precisely framed in the revalorization and reinterpretation of those practices and knowledge, ways of doing, feeling, and thinking, still alive and deeply rooted in the local collective memory of rural areas, specifically in the Iberian Peninsula, that can be inspiring for degrowth. So I propose to call this a project of return forward. This is a term that I borrow from the book Occidentosis by the Iranian thinker Jalal al-Ahmad, in which he, back in the 70s, he expressed his concern about Western modernization as a destructor of traditions in Iran. And he criticized both Iran's blind submission to Western developmentalism, but also the conservative Islamic tradition with its fear to technology and its self-isolation and self-enclosure. No? So he advocated for a return-forward solution, taking elements of the unique Iranian culture and bringing them into the future. Unfortunately, later his thinking was used and co-opted as a justification, as a cultural justification for the 79 revolution and establishment of the current Islamic regime. But his life and his words show that he wouldn't be happy with this. But with all the contextual differences, I think this is a term that expresses a beautiful vision and even utopian, I think, that can help us to conceptually get out from this false dilemma of having to choose between letting the past and tradition die and disappear and we don't look at it anymore, and trying to preserve it in a really static way, which could lead us to a conservative traditionalism, which also we don't want, right? So what kind of ethnographic work I am thinking? Of course, I'm thinking in practices aligned with one or more degrowth principles. And also, in this case, I think it's very important to take into account the cultural aspects more than the legal borders. No, for example, in my case, I take the Iberian Peninsula as a regional unit because it doesn't make sense to separate Portugal and Spain when we are talking, for example, about deeply rooted cultural traditions that we share in many cases. And also, I think the Iberian Peninsula, well, it's been already studied as a repository of pockets of eco-social memory. And particularly, I'm interested in the so-called empty Iberia, because they are like areas that are being depopulated and where certain traditional practices have been conserved in a way, and where we can find practices related to the communal, the convivial, the reciprocal. And so, yeah, I will be conducting a cross-border and multi-sited ethnography. And okay, an example of one of the potential ethnographic cases that we can say relate to many degrowth dimensions, such as all of this, is the so-called esparto culture. Okay, what is the esparto? The esparto grass is a natural fiber that can be found in the semi-arid steppes of the Mediterranean basin. Actually, there is evidence of esparto gordets dating back 12,000 years, And actually, the oldest works, natural fiber works made by natural fiber found in Europe are esparto ones. And in ecological terms, it's a very interesting plant because it's super resistant to very high and low temperatures, variations, and it helps to stop desertification. It has a great capacity to fix and produce fertile soils, to regulate water resources, and to capture significant amount of carbon dioxide. But the interesting thing to me is beyond the ecological scope. And in Spain, it was a big industry until the expansion of the plastic in the 70s, where the plastic replaced most of its uses, and the esparto culture or the esparto practice remained only in its non-commercial communitarian practice, which is what interests me the most specifically. I'm sorry, because I don't have yet very good photos from fieldwork because I haven't started very much. But specifically, I'm interested in the corros esparteros, which are circular rings of people who gather to weave together esparto grass handicrafts, and that we can find in many small villages of the southeastern regions. And these are spaces of sharing, reciprocity, conviviality, and gift economies. These rings are egalitarian because everyone is considered a master and an apprentice at the same time. They are also places of decommodified production and reciprocity, because the objects are not made for the market, but for a local gift economy, where some people weave esparto grass, and then they reciprocate with other objects or other, like, for example, tomatoes from the orchard or homemade jam, like in a gift economy, They are also places of sharing and convivial practice, where people where like they create like a sense of community, and people feel like part of a community. And this is especially important in villages where they have received like Maghrebi immigrants. Then also they trigger a concern for the land, for the ecosystems, for the loss of biocultural diversity. They help to conserve other types of convivial intangible heritage, for example, traditional music that is performed in these rings while they weave. And they also create these therapeutic and socialization spaces, which are especially important in the face of isolation events such as the pandemic, So I can say also, I think that this esparto culture, or this esparto culture through the corros esparteros, implies like a double awareness, an awareness of eco-dependence, of dependence and relationship to the environment in a non-commodified way, and also an awareness of interdependence, between people and among the community. So esparto has been studied quite a lot in botanical and historical terms, but never anthropologically, and even less in relation to its potential regarding livable futures. So the question I ask myself is, how can we use traditional practices such as the esparto rings in favor of the degrowth project? And also, what can we learn from them? So to finish, I just wanted to briefly discuss the two main risks that I think a project of return forward could face, that we have to take into account very seriously. And the first one is how to use as an inspiration certain traditional practices and knowledge associated with the rural world without falling into a conservative, exclusive, self-enclosed localism with which the rural world is often associated. And the second one, it's how to not fall, or not to be accused or falling into a nostalgia that idealizes and romanticizes or feeds the discourses of this return to a golden age or a happy Arcadia, no? Which is also a discourse where, for example, the primitivists already fall into, where this better past is projected and where people live in harmony with the earth and with other people. But the truth is that, as we all know, not everything from the tradition will be desirable to recover, no? Starting from all the patriarchal relations that we can see in many rural traditions. So here, I believe, to face these two risks, that it is essential that when talking about recovering traditions, or in general about traditions, we need to always add the word selective, or to selectively recover, no? We need to make clear that embracing these traditional practices has always need to be guided by degrowth principles. And here it will be probably very interesting to develop some kind of qualitative criteria for rural traditions in this case. And we also need to be clear that we are not suggesting that we are going back, no, or return to a fossilized or static past, but that we are rather using them as an inspiration. And this means we need to think of what does it mean to reinterpret, no, to reinterpret traditions for a degrowth transition. So, in short, first, what I propose is to use ethnography to provide observations on real existing degrowth practices. In this case, in the rural world, no, because I think ethnography can provide us this specificity and like groundedness. I don't know how to say this word, groundedness, no, that is grounded. And it's like specific and it's concrete and good. Okay. So I think ethnography, is very important to use it as a method, no, as a research methodology. Second, I propose this hypothesis that certain traditional practices and structures also. With the structures, I'm also thinking on, for example, these forms of consejos abiertos, open councils, that have been there for centuries in the little villages, and that they embody participatory direct democracy in small villages, and that they are still alive. So I propose this hypothesis that these traditional practices and structures from in this case, rural Iberian Peninsula can be useful and inspiring for degrowth. And lastly, I think I propose this like collective reflection on how the local culture, land, territory, memory can be used to make degrowth appealing to its inhabitants locally, regionally, no, without, of course, falling, as I said, into a conservative traditionalism or an idealization of the past. And of course, because I'm in the beginning of the PhD, all criticisms and comments will be super helpful and welcome. And thank you very much.
The last presentation of the day, last but not least, Ilka Sekulova is the postdoc fellow here at ICTA.
Que I don't know, si quieres usar esto que es de Jason.
None of the founding
¿Te lo pongo? Sí, muy cómodo.
Was among the people who started the group here, and she's been like the power and power of everything we're doing here. Going to present working Pamela Gelowski, Melissa.
Sí, perfecto. Y esto, mira, simplemente le das aquí igual. Si no lo quieres, aquí también. Ah, sí, perdón.
Thanks so much, Yorgos. Wow, it's hard to be last one speaking. It's after the tiredness that you might be feeling after all the information and processing everything that you've heard, and also combining it with my own tiredness. But it's okay. Let's see how far we go. I think it's gonna be short. So I'm following the line of imperfect, incomplete degrowth. But let's say now we're gonna move from fast figuring degrowth, let's say, to prefiguring degrowth, like along the lines of what we're recommending at the break. So the paper that I'm presenting now is in revision, it's still not published, but it's I've been producing it very, very slowly. I mean, over the last 7 years. And so the presentation has two parts. One will be about thinking of degrowth examples, organizations as prefigurative practices. And the other one will be in terms of like, how can we understand success? When will we really claim that degrowth is actually taking place? What do we need to take into consideration? And let's say this from a more qualitative perspective, in a sense. So prefiguration kind of come in future studies or utopian studies are elements of the future or of the perfect society or imagined better society that we could live now, that we see exhibited in elements of our spaces in realities and these are already lived out in a sense. So of course you could think in multiple ways, from island futures to traditional kind of still existing experiences. But let's say over the last years, as a result of the project that I've been involved in, I've been looking at community-based initiatives. And how can these be defined? Well, literature is huge. There's tons of definitions out there. But let's say some would define them as novel, sustainable solutions, which social problems which accrue and provide value primary to society, to local society. Then other definitions are along the lines of novel, bottom-up solutions to local, global, environment, social, economic, and political problems. And then they could be undertaken they could be also thought in different ways in terms of communities of place or space, along the lines of what Angelos was presenting in the morning, like in terms of place being multiple dimensional, so geographically bonded or not, but then as communities of project, a community of practice, let's say communities binded around degrowth ideas that could be scattered around the world. So then others define them as communities with new shared rules and practices which try to add more choices among the ones that are provided by neoliberal structures and the market system. So my research quest has been what does success or thriving for, let's say, degrowth organizing could look like. And when I say about that, we know that there is hardly any organizations or community-based organizations kind of formally kind of associate themselves with as degrowth. So it's not that organizations that I've been looking at declare themselves as kind of building degrowth future. But what the way I've been conceptualizing my research is that in these organizations, we can find elements that very much align with the degrowth reality, with the degrowth imaginary and degrowth future in a sense. So a few words on the data. I started collecting and looking at the data in 2014, did some semi-structured interviews, then participative observations, a little bit of ethnographic research, being kind of personally involved in some of them or not. And then the kind of most of the work focusing on 5 community-based initiatives in the field of food, energy, and co-housing, but also it's also embedded in a context of a kind of European research project, which was looking at cases at more than 30 initiatives from Finland, Romania, Germany, Italy, and Scotland. So the question is like, what was the guiding principle which was kind of leading me in terms of defining certain organizations as prefiguring degrowth? First, their orientation towards some sort of sustainable, strongly sustainable, just sustainable ecological production and provision. then the existence of a cooperative form of management, let's say some sort of care about the commons and organization around the commons, then an appeal to kind of serving the local immediate community, and an appeal also to social justice in the sense of kind of engaging certain more vulnerable fractions of the population, and then of course having some sort of management structure that's a bit more horizontal, a bit more democratic, a bit more inclusive. And here a graph that you perhaps can't read anything from, but doesn't matter. It's just like, for example, I have two small scale farms that the alignment with degrowth was in terms of providing local and diverse varieties of food and vegetables, little reliance on heavy machinery, let's say decent employment, also trying to involve migrant workers, and conviviality in terms of like how they're in terms of how they share their daily practice with the others. In terms of the food cooperatives, the way they're aligning with degrowth in terms of like relying heavily on commons in the organizational structure, then supporting very much local stakeholders and smallholders in the food provision sector, and then an appeal to subvert the agro-industrial production model, let's say, and of course appeal to direct democracy. Same holds for the energy cooperative that we studied. By the way, I'm saying we, because that's a paper we jointly wrote with Isabella Angelovsky and Lucia Arguelles. Kind of sorry to kind of forget about that in the beginning. And so the energy cooperative, then again, the process of commoning was there very strongly in the beginning. Then the focus on renewable energy provision and distribution, as well as the idea, the sort of idea that we need a system change, that we need to overhaul the industrial energy oligopolic system. All right. So the way I started this research was by semi-structured interviews, which started expanding into ideas of success, ideas of achievements, but also kind of implicit and non-stated ideas of success. So what it actually ended up was that while very much in the literature, let's say in sustainable transitions, on sustainability transition, very often success is measured in terms of achieving goals. How much renewable energy we have, kind of what's the kind of the share, the total share of renewable energy that we are providing, or how many members we have, how much political influence we have, how much we actually try to reach our targets, right? That was very much the dominant vision. But then if you look more into detail, then you figure out that the two more fundamental aspects that are out there, and here I touch base more with the feminist economy, with feminist ecology and political ecology, which has to do with the two more kind of fundamental kind of measures of success. One has to do with people, and another with processes. And by people, I mean the capacity to respond to the individual needs of members, the needs for participation, for belonging, for recognition, for affiliation, for appreciation, etc. And then by processes, we mean the capacity of the group to have fluid communication and decision-making processes in terms of like inclusivity, in terms of horizontality, in terms of kind of decision-making as well. So let's go into each one of them, and I will start with the classic ones. And in there, when you look at organizations that are more, I was told that I'm thinking that was a microphone. There was a lot of nuances there. So particular type of, let's say, for small scale organic farms, success was actually framed in terms of just being there, just existing. And in that sense, by existing, this means that you just like provide one little oasis, a form of provisioning that wouldn't exist for, let's say, even a small group. So existing there as a kind of beacon of hope, as a kind of space, as an idea that spaces like that could be produced and reproduced. So existence in the terms of, because many of these organizations are really kind of fighting with very harsh market conditions, with the neoliberal production of food and industrialized, let's say, organic monoculture. So existence is very much a success for many of them. That's actually an objective result. Then others would be arguing that even in the context of degrowth, we need to think about growth. Growth in members, growth in customers, growth in users, growth in contracts, for example, for the energy cooperative. Why? Because that means growth in influence. This means that slowly these formations, when they grow as a kind of organizational structure, or when they replicate in other cooperative forms, when they inspire other cooperatives, they could gradually, according to their kind of, let's say, narrative, they could push away the dominant system or influence it in a way. So, and others yet believe that that's still not enough, and our goal should be to foster a different culture of participation, a culture of socio-political mobilization, and kind of producing change at systemic level. So these were the kind of the ideas of success in terms of reaching the goals. The other, let's say, less explicit but very much present ideas of success had to do with people. And when I talk about people, very often you would look at these organizations, small farms, to some extent food cooperatives, but also kind of energy cooperatives, and you'd figure out that they're very much based on a model when you have single people that have been carrying a particular job for a long period of time, and they will just on a point of burning out, or other people that have been isolated and left on the side. So kind of very often, unless the needs of these people who have been carrying the organization for a long time are not met, the organization also collapses. So then in that sense, meeting the needs of these people that have been kind of maintaining these organizational forms, degrowth, prefiguring organizations, unless these needs of these people are not met, then we can't really claim success when there's like kind of burnouts, members drop off, and people marginalized. This means putting the idea of care for oneself, but not for oneself in an egoistic sense that I'm going to do whatever I want, and in the individualistic sense, but in terms of like making sure that people's needs are met, and there is space for people to restore after particular, and there is also replacement in and changing of the roles within the organization, which doesn't happen very often. All right, so that's the second point of measure of success. And the third one, which is also kind of very important, has to do with the way the processes are organized in all these groups. So in there, I found three, let's say, tendencies. Whenever organizations, because in all these type of more or less horizontal groups, you would have a lot of differences, clashes of visions, etc. So whenever these groups could integrate both visions and consider them not as not kind of not collapse, let's say, but rather integrated and use them as a kind of source of strength, source of continuous transformation, then these organizations could actually survive and improve even their targets. Let's give an example. So for example, you would have these two kind of ways of looking at, for example, in the energy cooperative, some would at some point, some part of the group would be saying, okay, let's stay small and like-minded. And others would say, oh, no, let's grow and let's upscale. So both tendencies are super important because thanks to both tendencies, the cooperative could scale up without being co-opted. So if you had left it only in the influence of one part, the cooperative would have remained really, really small without really able to kind of reach the different fractions of society. If it had been kind of, if the direction had been going into those who only wanted to scale up, they would have been co-opted and would have lost the values that underlie their existence. So actually, thanks to this process of honoring difference is a sort of strength, which is not easy. It implies a lot of conflicts and tensions. I mean, that organizations could thrive and survive. So kind of in that sense, when you think about degrowth organizing, we need to think about how we integrate our differences. And because, I mean, we all follow degrowth, but if we put out organizing a kind of a group that wants to do something in practice, you would see how many differences emerge. So how do we deal with the difference? That's super important. Then that often means adapting structures, because some organizations are growing up, let's say the energy cooperative, and this means that certain type of decision-making in democracy would be eliminated. I mean, you couldn't use assembly modes of functioning any longer. At some point, you observe a lot of tension between local assemblies with direct democracy and then the management board, which is going their way. So that means adapting structures and thinking how you could move into more sociocratic forms of decision making, commissions organizing, so you could both be efficient. Okay, 5 minutes next. And then most importantly, addressing dynamics of power and where power resides. And that's been almost in all the groups that has been very tightly linked with issues of gender and how much space, for example, is taken in assembly by male figures in function of their roles. So you could see how in the food cooperatives, for example, whenever there has been a moment of reflection on gender roles and how much space was provided to, let's say, new entries to women versus to men in terms of the amount of speaking, you could see how these organizations could actually evolve and somehow sustain and resist and exist over time. So addressing power dynamics has been fundamental. So this is how the whole figure looks like, but it's not that we need to spend equal amount of energy or time on each 3 of the measures of success, that you have to 33% of our time has to be on results or process and people. Very often organizations are in different parts of their development. For example, at some point you have to spend a lot of time on results and targets, but if you stick too much, let's say, reaching a lot of academic publications, or let's say organizing a lot of events and organizing, let's say, in organizations which are targeting degrowth, at some point people would get kind of, you drain too much people and strain too much the processes. So at the end, that if you don't pay attention to people and process, the results also suffer. The other way around, if a lot of attention is going to people's needs, then results suffer, and then this means that the organization collapses, and the other way around. So basically this means that you need some sort of dynamic equilibrium when certain amount of time goes into each 3 corners of this triangular. And care, you saw that there was kind of, I had put care here in the middle, but actually care is more related to the bottom part, let's say less visible part of success or achievement, which has to do with which is embedded in the way people are taking care and processes are taking care. So this is kind of a little bit the push and pull factor, because people and processes are the ones that push organizational achievement along. But if these are not taken care of, if there is not enough space and time for these factors or these measures of success to be achieved, then they pull the organization back in the sense that they don't provide the resources. The resources are drained for achieving degrowth goals, or in the sense of degrowth organizations are then not so degrowth, but become, let's say, more mainstream, top-down organizational functions. And so basically the idea is that it's impossible to find to figure out a perfect continual balance between the goals of care, let's say, for people and for processes and for the targets. But my claim here is that success is actually in the continuous searching for this balance, because and sometimes I think we need to figure success also in terms of stopping and slowing down. I think we need to kind of consider that that's also sort of success, because it's time when you take care of the processes, rethink your organizational structure, take care of the tensions and the conflicts that are in there, take care of the people, and that I think we should learn to honor that as a source of success. And of course, that it's important that these measures of success, care for the people and care for the process, also kind of perceived at the level of the group, that it's not only a single individual that all the time cares about the process, also cares about the people, but it's like the group as a whole has to appreciate and understand the importance of these 2 factors of success. So this means like that eventually this means slowing down the pace and being less ferocious about reaching the goals within that framework. And final remark is like, well, one would say yes, but that's kind of a privilege. No, not all organizations and not all groups could actually certainly slow down, or slow down the speed of reaching their targets. For example, organic farms cannot achieve that privilege, kind of that characteristic all the time. But still, it's at the level of acknowledgement when the people in process are achieved or acknowledged somehow, there is still kind of scope for thinking about success, even in let's say less privileged communities and organizational forms. And I think that was my last slide. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Silka. So the comments stated part of here were Mediterranean Balkans
Yeah.
in this session. So it's from a kind of Greek commentator of Sila, who's working on political policies of health.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, first of all, thanks for giving me the opportunity to read them and hear this research. It's really exciting, all of it, and fresh and refreshing. Very different kind of stages of research, right? One is a PhD in the making, one is almost published, one is published already. But anyway, I was going to give a few comments to each of the papers, and then maybe try to draw some general comments on this idea of now existing degrowth or performances of degrowth, etc. So I'm going to start the other way around from Filka. I really liked reading the paper because to me, what you said is relevant for any kind of organization that is small scale and starts from a community. So any kind of community-based initiative could learn from this paper. What I was wondering is, what is specific to degrowth-oriented or aligned initiatives that we can learn from your work? So does it make it any different that these initiatives have something to offer in relation to socio-ecological transformation? That was one of my kind of, questions at the end, like what is specific to that? And my own answer to that would be maybe that since I saw that the concept of care was very central in your conceptual figure, in the paper as I was reading it, it didn't come up from the beginning, it came later. And I thought maybe if you wanted to make care more central to the paper, you could talk about how, these are initiatives that offer a sort of socio-ecological care to the wider society, but have yet to fully explore their internal tensions between production and reproduction, right? So bringing in a bit of the feminist literature on that. What difference does it make when people in their everyday activities within those initiatives have to do with relations that are being developed with an ethics in relation to the environment and nature, to ideas about a sustainable future? How does that change their effort to keep going despite a burnout that they might not notice because they're so motivated to do good and so on? Because I think that's something special for these kinds of initiatives, that they're very kind of driven by certain ethics and by a certain ideology also. And the last thing about this paper, I think a lot of it has to do with paying attention to process, right, versus outcome. It reminded me of the whole discussion around the commons and how commons is more than just about a certain kind of resource, but rather about the process. So, Cafezis, Federici, De Angelis, and so these people, maybe you can draw from there about what we can learn about the value of those initiatives beyond their tangible targets, more about the process. Oh, and the other thing was about, I was wondering, how come you didn't include success in terms of linking with other initiatives, like success in terms of networking and linking to initiatives that might have nothing to do with energy, but are about labor rights or are about, I don't know, other kinds of stuff which relate to what you had in your figure as context. Because I think that a lot of the times, the reason why people get a burnout from being involved in initiatives is because they're facing all these other challenges in their everyday lives that have to do with like other processes. So anyway, sorry, I'm taking long. Lucia, I really like your research. I think it's going to be a great PhD. I think you mentioned most of the stuff that I kind of wanted to say. I guess, one of the questions that I would ask from those initiatives is, why have those traditions endured time? Why have others haven't? What is it that, what was the need for them when they emerged, and what continues to be the need today? Because I think
Their function might be different, but there's something there that connects the past to the present that might be worth exploring. Maybe compare it with other practices that haven't lasted, you know, and why haven't they? It also reminded me of the movie I watched recently, Alcaraz, which is from actually Catalan. There, you watched it, right? Okay, so I'll skip that point. I would say watch it, is really good. Yeah, and the other point was like, since you come from anthropology, I would very much engage with the critique that has been made to anthropology in general about anthropology being extractive. So instead of like just saying, what can I learn from that? How can we advance the growth from these things that people do in these places? Also include, what are people's own vision about the future? How do people articulate their future, and what does the growth exist, or any form of the growth exist in that, and why or why not? Yeah, and I think that's as much as I'll say for that. Well, another thing is, because I read in your paper that you said, you know, local knowledge has not been so much taken up in discussions about socio-ecological transformations and so on. I think to an extent that's maybe cultural and heritage issues, but local knowledge has been very much explored, like Vicky's work in climate change adaptation and all that kind of stuff. Maybe more local knowledge connected directly to the environment and not so much on cultural aspects. But I think, again, in development studies, local knowledge has been a buzzword for years, and it has been very much kind of misinterpreted and misused, I'd say, to the expense of local communities. So again, being aware of this, how you interpret local knowledge, what you do with it as a researcher, kind of self-reflecting on your role there. Anyway, yeah, the paper on islands, I mean, very close to my heart. I've been to Gavdos twice, Icaria not yet, but I can relate to everything that I read there, Yorgo. I think I really like where you started from, right? That just as capitalism and other things like colonialism or patriarchy is not just about the material and the tangible, but also the cultural, the meanings, the experiences, the everyday. So there's something there that we can explore also in the growth that doesn't necessarily have to do with the economy, broadly speaking. What I missed kind of reading in this was, okay, so in Icaria, because of the history and the geography, people have developed some sort of an identity in relation to the growth or aligned to the growth principles. But what are the difficulties and the struggles that they are also facing because of certain, I don't know, conditions that they find themselves in? I mean, I can imagine how, for example, in Gavdos, the fact that there is no ATM might be also coming with some difficulties for the people there. Or I don't know, is there like a decent health facility, or can people finish high school there, or they have to go to some other place if they want to finish high school because it has such small amount of people? And I kept asking myself, what did people say about the struggles that they're facing? Because we know that faraway islands have this appeal, but people that have to pass the winter there, and like when they get sick, they have to be transported by helicopter to go to a hospital, I don't know where, in the close. I mean, this is not necessarily an aspect of that people would, I don't know, like about living in those islands. So that was one question. And then about Gavdos, I had this question about beach communities. Like, are they really, can we really say that this is a degrowth example in the sense of, maybe I'm wrong about it, right? But the 2 times I went, a lot of them were like people who live in Athens, and they just go to spend like 3 months in Gavdos. Like, they volunteer to this kind of living because they want to explore, they want to have this like connection with the place, they want to disconnect with life in the big city, etc. But does that really transfer? Like, do these experiences do something to the everydayness, like in the rest of the year when it's not summer anymore? Or and also, who can afford to be there really, in terms of age, in terms of incomes, in terms of care responsibilities? Can you live in a beach if you have a newborn baby, or if you have a small child for the whole year? I don't know. It seems to me also that there is some kind of privilege there aspect that is not discussed. So I think I would like to hear more on that. I think what I draw from all of them is that degrowth is full of contradictions, and that's how maybe we should treat any kind of degrowth future, that it will be kind of bound with contradictions, and explore more these contradictions, right? So what about gender? Gender issues when we're talking about rural societies or no traditional? What about technology and the role of technology? What is the relationship there? It's nice to go to others for 3 months, but then back home, you know, we're living completely different lives. And about this aspect of inclusion and exclusion, but who can be the degrowther? Who can be the degrowther in these examples, and who is excluded, whether intentionally or not, right? So yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, perdón.
Thank you. What's your name?
Hi, thank you, everyone. I just wanted to ask Giorgio about this. You mentioned that islanders were no longer seen as the other. And I was wondering, what do you think is the difference in understanding this otherness with these islands that are more like Europeanized and compared to other countries like the Maldives that are hyper colonialized and hyper appropriated by tourists? Can they still be a bedrock for change the same way that you described the islands in your paper? That's it.
Hi, my name is Sebastian. My question is for Lucia. I was thinking if you are considering the spectacularization of the traditions as a risk also, and how could you address this issue to avoid the traditions being captured by certain capitalist logics?
Lucia and Panagiotis as well touch a bit on this, but in what you call Southern thought and real existing degrowth case studies, how and to what extent is there a problematization of patriarchal societies, gender roles, or even gender as a concept?
Yeah, question for Yorgos. I was also a bit confused. I mean, and the example of Icaria was more clear to me, but to have those, I was also doubting to what extent you could really consider it as a degrowth community or a common itself, considering that, first of all, maybe the size of the community is like, I know that 150 people live, but in the end also these people who actually live at the beach are really, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 people. So yeah, and also I wanted I was thinking that, isn't that the case that most of the islands in Greece, maybe in the past, they were actually, their socioeconomic system was more like, a degrowth in practice, like all of them, because they, maybe in terms of autosufficiency, and actually this is something I wanted to analyze from my home island, that is Crete. So why this changed happened? Was it imposed? Who was it imposed by? And yeah, and actually how in the places where the development through mass tourism, actually I'm seeing like Greece becoming a tourist colony, how could this be reversed towards degrowth, like the other way around? So, yeah.
Well, my question is more for Pulka, I think was her name. Sorry for Ilka. Sorry. Yeah. So I guess a lot of throughout the day we've heard a lot of kind of case studies on islands or on urban mobility, and yours on organizations, and we've also in the beginning of the day discussed major multilateral organizations or we brought up the IMF. A lot of these case studies seem so far off from these major institutional bodies, and I'm curious to know in the organizations you studied or have worked with, if there's any sort of degrowth framework for these larger multilateral organizations. for assessing their, I don't know, degrowth ability, you know, or their interest. If that's even been or considered, or is something that you're being asked as a researcher now to consider at a more international level.
Hi, so I have a question on scalability. It's general for all three of you. So, speak up, okay. So, George just talked about the need of site-specific initiatives, and also Lucia emphasized the need of territorialization of the experiences. So, how can we achieve this massive degrowth we need now that we are in a critical time without missing this territorialized component of the growth? Okay. Thanks, Panayota. Actually, I had another slide, and it's just very quickly we'll put, no, but I don't have it now here, but let's say in terms of how this type of framework relates or sits on the degrowth canvas. So if for me, if we put the goals here, if we talk about degrowth along its multi-sectional and multiple sources, let's say overhauling capitalism and achieving a downscaling in consumption and production would very much stay in the goals, right? But then the other two sources of the other two sources of inspiration, let's say intellectual roots of degrowth, have to do with well-being, which actually fits very much with people, and with people here, and with democracy, so which is very much having to do with process. So that's been my analytical way of fitting these type of measures of success with the degrowth canvas. Although I very much agree with you that this type of political framework fits with all types of small organizations. However, what I've been figuring out is that normally, if certain type of organizations don't really perceive success in these three-dimensional frameworks, then they kind of tend to evolve into large-scale, let's say larger corporate entity, or let's say, or cooperative forms which are a little bit more capitalist in the organizational ways of functioning. So, and in terms of like, I would agree that perhaps this framework is not only for ecological and sustainability, but actually could work very much with organizations working in the field of justice. But normally, kind of justice and it's always around kind of ecological kind of conflicts. So this has been one part of it. The other question was in terms of networking. Yeah, so networking as a success was coming very much in terms of the capacity of organizations to replicate themselves. So many of the cooperatives were arguing that they managed to inspire other similar forms of organizations, and others would say, okay, we managed to form a cooperative between us and we managed to create a network. In that way, we're stronger and we could resist more and we could actually grow in influence. In terms of networking, in terms of like in a little bit more abstract sense, and as a source of political influence, it came out very much in the goals. But of course, there is something else which has to do with the context. Let's say, so particular contexts, let's say cultural conflicts would make particular groups more oriented towards the goals. Let's say in academic setup with much more goals oriented, but others, let's say more grassroots, let's say anarchist, feminist groups, they would have a little bit more bias towards the process, let's say. And so in other contexts, let's say more spiritual, grassroots, eco community perspectives, they would be more biased towards people. But so each groups could actually be very much kind of context dependent and all the rest. And I very much agree that I could build a lot more on the work of Federici on feminist degrowth. I didn't want to employ so much the feminist, kind of explicitly refer to feminist literature in the sense that because very often we speak in very theoretical way about feminism, but then it's kind of at the level of the practice. I think we over-theorize feminism, but we kind of put it very little in practice. So I didn't want to over-theorize feminism, but wanted to speak about the practice of the care in that sense, you know, because it's fashionable to speak about feminism. We all imply the frameworks of feminism, but let's be honest. I mean, how many of us are actually really authentically putting in practice feminist values? Very little. So kind of, yeah. And in terms of studying this type of success frameworks in larger scale organizations, what I think is that what I found also to an extent is that there seems to be a threshold beyond which we can't really perceive larger organizations as prefiguring degrowth. Because I was looking prefigurative practices, organizations that manifest elements of degrowth. So when you speak about larger scale organizations, it's kind of most of the time they actually block degrowth. So I actually need to think then in their dismantling. So then the measures of success would be the measure of destruction in a sense. So it's kind of, yeah, I'll leave it there. Who is there in the row?
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. So I start with your question, which is also the question I make myself, no? How to achieve degrowth without missing the territorialized component. And so my intuition tells me to basically study and start from what you know better, no? In my case, before studying the PhD, I was really interested in indigenous ontologies, epistemologies, you know, with all the pluriverse there, and I was really inspired by this. But then at some point I realized that in my own culture, in my own territory, no, in my own memories from when I was a child in these little villages and even family, no, I talked to a lot of very old people, and I was like, oh, this is the growth. Like I was one summer in a village. Oh, this is the growth. This is also the growth. Of course, that's also my framework, but I found really interesting things there, and like that's why I also thought to focus my ethnographic fieldwork in the Iberian Peninsula, you know, because I think it's a good way to go, to start with what you know. Of course, taking care from, you know, the distance, ethnographic distance and everything, but I think this could be a good project. And okay, and Sebastian, I think this is super, this is a topic that must be addressed for, of course, the spectacularization of traditions, the cooptation by neoliberalism, by capitalism. The thing is that with I was thinking like there are some traditions that are a kind of anti-spectacularizable, no? For example, the Corres Parteros, if you go there, you will be super bored unless you are like me, like an anthropologist, you know, or you are part of the community. It's like this is not like there is no way to make it spectacular actually. But this is a thing. Well, and the same thing with the consejos abiertos. These are structures of collective decision making and like. But then there are these traditions with the aesthetic dimension, and this is the danger, I think. I have a lot of, well, I've been in a lot of traditional festivities, and especially like the carnivals. And here we have to be careful with that. I think also Giacomo's idea was like at some point to study las fallas, no, as depends. As I think, or Yorgos, I don't know. But for example, it's well, there are some traditions or some festivities that have been touristified, massively, even we could say sometimes co-opted, and yeah, there is this has to be taken into account always. And then, Panayota, thank you so much for all your ideas and feedback. It was super useful, everything, everything you said. And no, not here, sorry. Okay, so yeah, with the critique, with the extractivism, what I think is very important to not assume that these people actually are for degrowth or like know what it mean or and so for that I am very interested in these methodologies of co-creation of futures. Futures imagination, so you can see a little bit what is there, and you maybe can compare with people who are involved in this, and people with that not, and if their imagination of futures change, I think is very interesting. This, and then yeah, the litchi. No, actually, I read a lot, and it's a source of inspiration. Litchi's work, specifically what some of them have done in the Iberian Peninsula about biocultural diversity. As you said, like as you see, I am interested in ethnobotany also, like the biological and cultural component. And but I think my point was more about how the structures, not research, but like for example, these framework of intangible cultural heritage that comes from the UNESCO, from above, that is completely depoliticized. They kind of want to conserve this local knowledge just as traces of a past, but just, because it's nice to conserve them, but they are completely depoliticized. And that's why I think local knowledge can be politicized for a degrowth project and can be researched as such, maybe. And thank you.
It's not over, don't clap yet. We have 5 minutes more and then it's over and you can clap and we go out. And Angelos is also gonna say something who is there on the screen, because I don't want to answer for Gavdos, given that I've never been there, so I'm not the one to answer the questions about Gavdos, which I think were very good. So let's say the things I keep from Panayota and also from the questions from the group were pointing to the problems and the contradictions. Now, obviously, in these places, it's not like paradises on earth. So we said, like, be careful. We're not portraying here paradises on earth. Of course, it's a little bit difficult not to perceive our presentations as paradises on earth, because we do an extra effort to extract what is good in these experiences, okay? So Panayota is right. For example, in Ikaria, the main struggle at the time of my study was the closing of the one kind of hospital center of clinic they had. They had a very big problem of, it was because of austerity cuts. The commons of the island, the biggest conflict is renewable energy on the mountain. These places, as I say, the dominant perception is that they lack development, in the sense that they lack basic public infrastructures that everyone needs to live a safe and decent life. So that's the starting point, and there's no denial in that. But our challenge was a little bit to show like there is something else going on here apart from that. So if you want now to go back to the full degrowth picture, the full degrowth picture is basic services or basic needs plus the qualitative well-being that we described here. So it's not to underestimate the fact that each of these islands needs to have a proper doctor trained, a good school more or less operating, like good public services. But apart from that, there is something extra. Now, the question is it possible to have a good doctor and a good teacher in these islands without having like a tourism colony? I think it's very easy and very possible, but hasn't been experienced, because right now the two alternatives are either you stay as you are or you become a tourism colony, and then there is investment, etc. And you get also a health clinic for the tourists and maybe for a few locals in the winter, etc. On the same token, let me say, my initial interest in this project started very differently. It started from a critical political ecology point of view, where we've been trained to criticize. So I think you've all studied political ecology. Our idea is like, let's be critical. What's going on there? Gender inequalities, patriarchal society, Gentrification. So my point was island gentrification, is what Paolo and Benedicta talked about. So my interest was, how do some places where they have like this value of alternativeness, this becomes like a Trojan horse for capitalism to revalue undervalued places and then become a process of investment that brings tourism and puts them in this process of, I think it was nice, the term you used, tourism colonization, right? So I was interested in that. And what Gavdos and Ikaria had interesting, it was like the majority of the Greek islands, they were the ones that they were not yet into this process. So they were not fully gentrified, let's say. They were not fully there for tourist consumption. So one might cynically say, okay, it just hasn't arrived there. It's going to arrive next year, you know, which is partly true, partly not, because the interesting question remains, why hasn't it arrived there? I mean, it has arrived in the next island, which is 5 kilometers to the east. So there is something going on in Ikaria that's worth studying. It's worth studying, it's worth celebrating. It doesn't mean to declare a victory, because it is in the same process, and this process of capitalism is very strong. So now Ikaria is in the process of what Lucia talked about, is the spectacularization of the festival. So Ikaria is very famous for these very communal festivals that they are unique in Greece. We describe them a little bit in the paper, where people dance together, arms in arms. It's like a very particular festival that whoever goes there loves it. The bands par excellence. I mean, it's like the albums, they last until 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. It's the same tune in the violin that you get at some point crazy if you've drunk also. So also worse things than drinking, but that's the so-called ravers. So now the ravers have arrived. We treat these festivals as rave. Then there are the foreigners who start coming. The foreigners, I mean, also from Greece, but people outside the islands. So the whole thing has become a tourist engine. Still, though, there is a difference. It's not a privatized tourist engine. The money goes to the communities, they reuse them. But there are many problems. We have a small paragraph on problems. So the process of island gentrification is there. But what we wanted to do with this paper is like, okay, why are they different, though? What's interesting there? What do we learn that has some political potential? So again, to go to the question of gender, which admittedly we didn't study, we didn't reflect on at this particular paper. I'm sure that as in any other Greek community, even more communities that still have traditional structures, there is a very strong element of patriarchy. So, and there is a lot written on that, and there is much more that can be said. But again, in a spirit of doing, like, let's say, a positive political ecology, I would invite people to think, yes, we know, and it needs to be documented, and it needs to be registered where it's not registered. But we have also to do the opposite and say, like, okay, I'm sure there are also interesting things in terms of gender relations or challenges to patriarchy to learn from these islands and to learn from other places about the history of women. So a colleague of mine, Christos Zographos, passed me an article that was very interesting about the role of women and setting a cooperative and doing different things in Gavdos over time, women exiles, etc. There is a big story to be told there, which I think I call it positive in the sense that it lets us, so it gives us also a political exit. Because sometimes in political ecology, we are too much trying to say, like, okay, what's going bad? What's going bad? And it's like, you know, okay, what also can inspire us from these places? So as you noticed in this paper, we're very much in the inspiration mode. And take the point of Benedicta to think of this also and Paolo, to think of that in comparative ways. So if someone wants to go in the direction of island studies, for example, there is a lot to study on different trajectories and also how trajectories can be reversed, which was not the question addressed here. Final point before I give to Angelos to say a few things about Gavdos. You said, Panagiotta, they go there, they go in the summer, and they go back to Athens, which is true. But I think what we noticed there in the very conclusions, and it's an idea that I have from very long ago and that we haven't put into research, is that in Greece, a big part of the rebellious spirit in the cities is nourished in these island holidays of free camping. So free camping is a culture in Greece. And these people tend to be also quite radical politically as activists. So, I mean, just to symbolize it, like the people who camp in the summer, they were the ones who camped also in the occupied squares in 2011. The people who were sent exiles in Ikaria back in the 40s, they became like a most famous composer, Mikis Theodorakis of Greece, was an exile in Ikaria, and his music was invented in Ikaria. He was a classical composer, and then he completely changed the history of Greek music by being an exile in Ikaria. So another interesting thing is, rather than say people just go there, they have fun for 3 months and then go back to Athens, is how do people change, and then how do they change the city by going back? This hasn't been studied. I wish someone studies it. Let Angelo say a few things about Gavdos, because I can't defend the importance of the island in the case. 2 minutes and we finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pity that someone from Zoom will speak last in this event. Anyway, I will make very short comments. The first comment has to do about the islands. You know, about the islands. I mean, the Azores. I mean, the Canaria, etc. Some other islands that were referred, and whether we are thinking that islands in general somehow push forwards degrowth, which is not what we do. Basically, we just think that insularity, and especially not insularity, but the emotional geography of islandness, which is different to insularity, this porous boundness creates more or less the condition for differentiation. So you can have like many islands, the one close to the other, and then you can still have like different modes of living being very close to each other, which is not usually the case when we are talking about mainland. So we are not essentializing islands as springboards of degrowth, but we see in the island geography and the island's emotional geography a great potential for diversity. So this is the one thing that I wanted to say. The other thing has to do about the history of the Greek islands and whether they were all degrowth and then most of them were captured by capitalism, etc. The Paulos point. And I think that still this is not the case in all the islands. First, because we have like islands like Chios that were never pro-degrowth, etc., and where like islands where ship owners come from, etc., etc., etc. So I mean, this was not always the case, even from the classical times, etc. So I think that we cannot take the history of the Greek islands, of the islands of the Greek archipelago, as something that is homogeneous. On the contrary, even if, of course, like the infrastructure could appear similar, which was not either, then we had like different forms of living, different forms of social life in each island, etc. So I think that historical contingency plays an important role. It's not only that growth has not arrived in this island, it is that growth could not arrive in these islands. And this is what we are basically suggesting here. Now, a very small comment about the condition of being privileged, the condition of and being at the beach, the condition of the story about the gender relations, patriarchy, etc. First of all, when we are talking about Gavdos, I mean, in reality, there are certain things that are different than in other islands. First of all, the idea that I think it is more than 10 years that there is not even a single male that runs for president, for mayor in Gavdos. I think it's important. It's always women, and I mean also, you know, if you go there, also this story with that Yorgos referred before, also like in the community of the beaches, you have at the same moment like a few things that challenge patriarchy, and of course a few things that confirm patriarchy. But I think the important thing there is not the completion of the image of degrowth, but the inversion of something that is being seen from the outset as destitution, poverty. I mean, all these things that even now we reproduced here as something that is positive and something that can be a source for building alternative futures. And this is happening also at the social and the political level. And I just wanted to remind you that comparing a real place with a degrowth image that has been fabricated at the core of the West and judging what is happening in a real context with an imaginary situation about how degrowth should be that has been weaved at the core of the Western countries and the European North, I think is not the way that we are trying to push the research agenda for degrowth in this paper. And like also this, in Harvard, this has very concrete outcomes. For instance, for people that live there at the beaches, they are there 20 years and they don't seek to buy land, for instance, to invest and create shops or like bars or tavernas or like restaurants or things like this. They don't seek to do that. They somehow defend the simplicity. They defend their lives and they try to find also political ways to make it last longer, to sustain that thing against tourism, colonization, etc. I mean, I could say more, but I think that I will leave it here.
Thanks a lot. So let's bring it to an end. Thanks everyone for staying for so long. Yeah. So beer and snacks. I don't know if any snacks were left. I think we ate them in the meantime. If not, beer and wine outside. Thanks everyone. Very good. Again.
Okay, ¿Sale todo bien, no?
Sí, sí, sí.
Eres
fantástico, ayudas mucho y nos ayudaste mucho.
No, fue muy bien. Gracias a ustedes por
Podemos encontrar